look and see what you're talking about, but we're not seeing pictures of the Earth because, like I said, at 250 miles above the Earth, which is allegedly where the ISS is, you're not able to see a shape. All you're able to see is land as far as the horizon will take you, and that horizon is flat. So you need to get extremely high. You need to get outside of the Earth's atmosphere, really past the Kármán line, to be able to take a photo of the Earth. So the photos you're seeing is either probably CGI or it's composited images that are stitched together to make images like the blue marble, for example. And NASA fully admit that's how they have to make those images. They have to take data, stick them together, Photoshop some clouds on, because you cannot get outside of the Earth to be able to take a photo of the Earth. So you're being
Mm-hmm.
fooled by these images, thinking that they're direct photographs of the Earth when they're not, and NASA don't even claim that they are.
So the world is like being fooled by the people who are actually educated and qualified, but we are actually more smarter than anybody.
No, 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 no. The educators just believe it's round, right? They believe it's a ball. The educators aren't lying to you when they tell you that they believe the Earth is a ball and that everybody believes it's a ball. Everybody does believe it's a ball. The problem you've got is most educators have never asked the question, how do we know it's a ball? What direct proof have we got of this ball? Everybody just hears the story. The Greeks figured it out with by looking at sticks and shadows, and then we had the moon landings to confirm it, right? That's what everybody believes. It's not even a question for them. It's just what they believe, and they believe that it's not even, not even worth debating. So most educated people just go along with it because they have a model. They have a model, it explains things, and they're happy with the explanation. The problem is nobody wants to know how or who actually measured the Earth and proved that the Earth's a ball. That's the problem.
Did you see Earth in an angle which shows that it is actually could be flat? Like, is there any those that angle photo available, or it's just a flat photo?
Well, like I said, when you're at allegedly 200 miles above the Earth, you're seeing a flat Earth. So at any height above the Earth, we're seeing a flat Earth in terms of we're seeing a flat horizon and we're seeing the Earth as far as our limit of view will allow us. So that's all we can prove. All we can observe is a flat Earth.
Hmm.
So I can post, I don't know, some high altitude images to back that up, but we're seeing the Earth and we're seeing the horizon in a horizontal fashion. We're not seeing any curvature. We're not seeing a ball.
I want to add that it doesn't really help us as far as photographs are concerned or images, because there are many images where, if there's a wide angle lens or something, the Earth can look concaved or convex or flat, right? So these are all just how things appear, but not what they actually are. The best way to determine what you're on is to measure the surface of the Earth. That's the thing that we have done. We don't go by photographs, we go by measurements. Because ultimately, we always see the Earth through our eyes as flat, always. Mike, check. Is he still here? You guys still here? Oh,
I hear you. I hear you. I just joined, but I hear
okay.
you.
I didn't want to interrupt you, Roots, if you were still going. I just wanted to get past the image thing. So who were we talking to? What was his name?
I think it was sad.
All right, well, I'm going to mute up. I didn't mean to interrupt anything. My apologies.
You're good. The guy's just being shy now. He's still here. Welcome to the room. Any new people? If you have any questions, feel free to unmute and ask.
Like when you go on a on a sea, you can see the curvature from offshore. It's going like from sky, you know.
Now,
No,
Why
I
not?
don't know.
the,
Tell me.
the, the horizon is flat, my friend, 360 degrees all the way around you if you're in the middle of the ocean. You see no curve.
Do you have proof of your claim?
But the thing is, sometimes you can see the moon in the daytime, and it is like a uh, in flat Earth. If the Earth is flat and it goes like a, it uh,
Yeah,
it,
no. If the Earth was a spinning water ball with the moon on one side and the sun on the other, you probably never see the sun and the moon in the sky during the day.
yeah, but we can see a moon in the day sometimes.
So, flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yep.
What
Seeing
what
the
do you
moon
mean
during the
moon?
day doesn't have anything to do with whether or not the surface of the earth is curving. It's not connected. I think you're trying to combine your idea of heliocentric models or space and planets and moons and suns with a flat earth that you imagine in your head. It's not helpful to do that.
Okay. So like you guys actually like hardly like believe that it is actually flat.
No, we know it's flat. Everybody measures it flat. All major industries, map making, surveying, navigation, right? All of
Mm-hmm.
these things, they all measure the earth to be flat. The surveyors measure the earth flat. The navigators measure it flat. The builders, with
So
all of
when
their
the Earth
extremely
ends,
large, okay,
so
what?
when the Earth ends, like if it's flat, then there could be a 180 degree turn somewhere. Where is it?
180-degree turn. What in the world are you talking about?
Like 360 degree turn. If the
Now
Earth
it's a
is flat,
300. Uh-huh.
then there could be a point where we like turn we do U-turn. Are you getting my point?
Not really. I don't know where the end of the earth is. Do you?
I don't know either.
Okay. I don't know what
Like,
it looks like at the end of the earth, wherever that might be, and if that's the case.
and you didn't even see a horizontal Earth picture, which shows like a paper, you know, like how you
I'm,
describe.
I'm having a hard time understanding you, brother. The earth is measurably flat. Okay. Are you getting
Mhm.
that point? There is no curve measured on the surface of the earth that's consistent with the sphere.
Okay.
So we don't have to start imagining things. It just measures to be flat. There is no ball earth. No way.
Oh,
So
so
whether
you are
there's
saying.
so whether there's a point where things stop or not is neither here nor there.
Yeah.
So it means when I see straight, then I see straight, not I don't see the earth is going round. I see the
Exactly.
earth
So
straight.
flat Earth is an observation, and the globe is a claim. A claim made to you by people being paid a lot of money to make that claim. So NASA, any space agencies, SpaceX, they're going to show you images, fisheye lens images of the horizon curving, and they're going to tell you you're on a spinning water ball, and we're going to moon, we're going to Mars, and there'll be no homelessness on the moon or Mars. Everything will be better there. Don't worry about all the problems here. Just ignore all the problems here.
So like, but the thing is, when you zoom a ball like too much, then for the like for the you know uh the germs on the ball, for them it's just flat because it's too much zoom. So there that could be us. Like the earth is too big, and when we are so little in this earth, and then we see straight, then it just makes a illusion that it's flat, but it is actually in a bigger scale. It gets round.
Sir, I'm really trying to help you out here. You telling us that the Earth is so big it looks flat does not help you. But we're not talking about how the Earth looks. It is measured. I need you to hear this, and I want you to repeat it back to me. The Earth is measured flat. Okay? There
Uh-huh.
is
Mhm.
no curvature measured. Can you repeat that back to me?
Yeah, it is measured flat.
The Earth is measured flat. So it appears
Mhm.
flat, it measures flat, and that's it. The size of the ball that they claim is actually quite easy to detect, very predictable. We've gone to look for it. It's not there. The curvature is not there. It's not as big as you think it is. Everybody wants to talk about ants on footballs. That's incorrect. Even the ant can perceive the curvature that is on the football. We could perceive the curvature on the ball Earth if it was a ball. We could measure it with lasers, long distance observations. There are a lot of ways that we could detect it, but we do not, and nobody has measured it in all of history. There are no measurements of Earth curve, only measurements of a plane. You live on a plane, stationary Earth.
uh, Actually the
The
thing is, I actually don't know about much counter argument of it, because I'm not actually into it. This is my first time. But if someone like use their common sense, then they could tell that it is
Yeah,
not actually flat.
I'm sure that you want to believe that. And I'm not even trying to convince you. This is not really an argument. And I'll tell you why it's not an argument, because we're dealing with geometry. There's not a whole lot of arguments in geometry. You just measure things, right? You measure the Earth to see if it's curving
Mhm.
or not. Well, we've measured it. Everybody measures it. Like I said, every major industry, even NASA, even in their manuals, they say they treat the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. So nobody is measuring Earth curve. Nobody is using the Earth as a ball. All of these things do not exist. It's only an idea, and they taught it to small children in school, and they gave you pictures in your textbooks and on the Discovery Channel, and they have government agencies like NASA to keep the scam going. Now, there's no amount of common sense that you could appeal to that would make anybody think that they were living on a ball. The common sense is that it is stationary, it is flat, and it is enclosed. These are all, part of our sensual experience. Our senses tell us this.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Just like you've been told you evolved from a certain species that still exists, yet whenever a lady gives birth in a hospital, it seems to be a person, not some other creature. So even the idea of evolution is bullshit. They tell
Could
you a
be.
lot of things they want you to believe so that you'll just be a complacent and compliant, willing working soldier. Go to work, punch in, punch out, 8 hours a day, 4 hours to get to work, 4 hours to get home or whatever, 8 hours of sleep. They break up your 24-hour day into 3 8-hour blocks and control you from the time they teach you to walk and talk. Then they stick you in the school system, tell you to sit down, shut up, and listen. and then that
Yeah, I
preps you
mean,
for 12 or
yeah,
15 years. You're going to school, you're being prepped to go to work for the next 25, 50 years of your life.
yeah. I mean, there are certain things that are being told to us since we were child to get control of us, so that we don't do whatever we want, and we are actually told in our books some bullshit ideas, but the flat earthing thing, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure.
That's cool. It took me 9 months of research before I came around. And what I can share with you about that 9 months of research was there seemed to be a lot of resistance and anger from regular everyday people like myself that weren't questioning anything, that just like to go along with the narrative. And it really
Yeah.
helped push me towards the side that I'm on now. Like, I know it's not a spinning water ball. I know nobody's ever gone to the moon, will ever go to the moon. I know it's a giant lie from the pit of hell.
I
And
mean,
we
Neil
keep telling it.
Armstrong.
We keep
Yeah.
telling it to ourselves and our children, and it's doing nothing to help us. The system's eating itself
Mhm.
from the inside out. Cost of living is
Mhm.
insane, yet somehow they got billions of dollars to bail out a bank or to go to
Mhm.
Mars. But that homeless person on the street, no, we can't house them.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there are also conspiracy theories that that was a a recorded play when Neil Armstrong went to moon. But I actually appreciate people who who actually try to think with their open mind, and try to think intellectually. Other-
So
Uh, yeah,
sorry.
I
So with
I
that being said,
appreciate it.
Neil Armstrong went to the moon. Yeah, no, Neil Armstrong did not go to the moon, my friend. You don't put three guys in a tin can and send them on a 7-day mission. They got to eat, poop, hang out with each other in that tin can, and everything goes tickety boo. 250,000 mile trip. Like, I went to visit a lady friend over in Quebec. I live in Ontario. I can be in Quebec in 20 minutes, a half hour. Went over there to visit a lady friend for a few hours, come back. Driving back, I get a flat tire. I didn't even go a
So,
couple hundred clicks between where I left
mhm.
and where I was coming back to. And I had a problem. You're going to tell me they stuffed three guys in a little tin can and sent them on a 7-day trip, 14-day trip to get there and back, and there was no issues. Everything went off without a hitch. I'm not buying that. 50, almost 60 years ago, there's more technology in my phone than they used to get Neil Armstrong supposedly to the moon. I'm not buying it, brother. If
Yeah,
you want to believe that, you can, but I mean, you're easily misled.
could be. Yeah, there are a lot of things that doesn't make sense that are being served to us, and we don't even question it. We
So
should
I noticed
question it.
your Sorry, I noticed your screen name SAD, SAAD.
Yeah.
So here, let's look at it from this angle. At this point, 50, 60 years down the road, they supposedly put a couple guys up there, knock a golf ball around, drive a Jeep, have a bit of fun,
Yeah.
jump and all
Yeah.
that. So at this
Yeah.
point, you and I should be able to withdraw $1 million, half mil each, pay a quarter
Yeah.
mil for my ticket, my girl's ticket, your girl's ticket. And the four of us
Yeah.
should be able to go up to the moon and spend a weekend up there. Take pictures of the Earth, chill out in the anti gravity room, knock a golf ball around a golf course that's up there on the moon, come back,
Yeah.
tell all our hardworking friends that don't have the money to go, look at our pictures, look how much fun we had. You really got to go.
Yeah.
It's a blast. But no, at this
Mhm.
point, the best we can do is, what is it, 300 grand to get on some sort of a tube with Jeff Bezos and go a few 100 feet in the air, and that's the best you can do these days. No trips to the moon, no camera on the moon pointed at the Earth 24/7 live feed, but yet we can get live feed from the ISS That's
Yeah.
crazy. And that live feed every 90 minutes breaks for about a half hour. It's no real true live feed. It's such bullshit. And you go there, you go to the ISS live feed, you start asking questions like, how come I don't see any airplanes between the ISS and the ground flying over, water and stuff? And they start blocking you from asking questions. It's a really
Oh,
interesting place to go to. You should check it out.
like live moon footage?
Sorry, what's that?
What should I check?
Like if you go to the ISS live stream,
Yeah.
right? 24/7 live stream on YouTube. And you act like,
Uh-huh.
oh, wow, such beautiful views. And look what man can do. We're so advanced and technology is amazing. They'll let all those comments go. As soon as you ask something like, hey, wait a minute, how come I don't see any ships traversing the ocean or any airplanes flying over the ocean or the continents between the ISS
Yeah.
and the Earth? As soon as you start
Yeah.
asking critical thinking questions like that, they start blocking you from putting a comment out. Like they don't want you asking those questions on the ISS live stream on YouTube because
Yeah. Right.
people there that are
Right.
watching will say,
Right.
"Hey, that guy's right. I don't see any airplanes flying over the ocean. That's weird."
Yeah. And also, right now, it is in North Atlantic Ocean, and there is nothing other than clouds and
Well, yeah, of
ice.
course. There's always going to be cloud cover, right? And planes don't fly higher than the clouds. Clouds never, right? They're always below the clouds. You know that. You've been on an airplane, haven't you?
I didn't.
You haven't been on an airplane yet? So someday you'll
No.
probably be on an airplane, and commercial
Yeah.
flights fly between 35,000, 40,000 at the most feet.
Uh-huh.
Military flights and whatnot are 40,000 and above,
Mm-hmm.
50,000 and above. So
Yeah.
commercial flights, 35,000 feet. Someday you'll be on one of those flights. You'll notice the
Mm-hmm.
clouds will be under the airplane, not above the airplane. you know?
Yeah.
But yet every time the
100%.
ISS is over the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean, day or night, there's too much
Yeah.
cloud cover to see the airplanes flying in the air or the ships traversing
Mm.
the ocean. It's just insane.
Yeah.
And my point was, if you're in the ISS live feed on YouTube, you can say certain things and they let it go. As soon as you
What
start
should I
asking
say?
serious questions, they start blocking your comments. They don't want you asking those questions because you can zoom in on cousin Jim's porch light and see him turn it on and off, but you can't see an
Uh-huh.
airplane flying over the continent, landing at the airport, taking off from the airport, etc.
Oh. So like where are you from, by the way?
It could be sarcastic, but I'll choose not to be. I live in Ottawa, Ontario, the capital of the country that's been going down the shitter for a few years. With any luck,
Oh,
we'll be able to pull it out of the pooper, but I don't know. Things are looking kind of bleak.
okay.
Price of gas. As soon as we started paying more than $1 a liter for gas, we would it's never going to go to 85 cents a liter again. Never. It'll always be a buck 15, a buck 25, a buck 30, a buck 08. It's never going to go under $1 again. And if things
Oh,
don't start changing for the better so the everyday working Joe or Jolene can get ahead, I don't know if you have kids or anything, but by the time you meet a lady and pop a couple kids out and they're ready to move out of the house, they're going to be looking at a couple grand a month in rent just for a 1-bedroom apartment. Why? Because we're still going to Mars. We're still going to the moon. We still need all those
yeah.
tax dollars for the lie.
Like Elon Musk saying that for last like 5 years, 5, 7 years. Mars, Mars
Elon
thing.
Musk is a joke. He started SpaceX in 2001. He still hasn't gone to space. Yet in the 60s, we made it to the moon in less than 10 years. Explain that to me. Make that make sense.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, he's still trying.
Well, something's wrong. So for the first time in history, technology went backwards. Interesting.
Yeah, that actually makes sense because after Neil Armstrong, nobody dared to go to the moon.
Why not? We could have put all the men on the moon by now if we wouldn't have stopped.
Yeah, like for vacation, for uh,
Just to get rid of the bastards. Stick Putin and Trump up there. Let them box in a boxing ring or something. I don't know. Xing Xing Ping Ing and all them guys. Let's throw them up there on the moon.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
who was that?
So yeah, like I'm not trying to poo-poo on imagination and innovation and the idea of
Yeah.
big and grand things, but
Yeah,
I'm definitely on the page of let's fix the problems in front of us first before we're wasting money on fantasies. I don't like
yeah,
seeing my fellow citizens on the streets with their hands out because it's the middle of the month. They don't have enough food to make it to the first. To me, that breaks my heart, man.
correct. It looks like a abundant field when you see Neil Armstrong's Apollo 16 video.
All that NASA footage from then looks like something a fucking 18-year-old could do in his basement with a computer program and a couple of hours on his hands. Like, it does not look very convincing, my friend. None of that footage. When you really critically look at it,
Mhm. Their costume looks like a 8 years old trying to do something.
I'll put it to you this way. When I go to the movie theater and I watch a
Yeah.
movie like Martian with Matt Damon and the guys up there on Mars pooping in the soil and planting a potato, it's more
Yeah,
convincing to me than when NASA shows me a spacewalk. So there's that. Hollywood's better at faking space than the agencies that are supposed to be faking it. It's ridiculous.
yeah. Why the fuck their flag is like swinging in moon?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. If the Earth is flat, why is the moon swinging?
No, 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 no. I'm watching Neil Armstrong video
Oh,
of the moon landing, and the American flag was swinging. Like it swings like for six
well,
seven
that's because
seconds.
they're in a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. That's why you see the flag moving, because it shouldn't be moving. It's so fake, it looks real.
Yeah,
You can tell it's real because if they wanted to fake it, they could have faked it better than that. So that's how you know it's real.
yeah. And also the second person who landed on the moon, he sometimes in interviews said that it was actually fake. Like I think it could be like in a humorous way, but he actually sometimes said in interviews that no, it never happened. It was fake.
I don't care what any of them say in any interviews; they're all lying.
Yeah.
I mean, are you going to believe Don Pettit that they destroyed the tech to get to the moon, and it's a painful process to build it back? So instead, we're going to go to Mars. Screw the moon. And like, if you and I started up a company, I don't know, what do we make? Lamps. And we design our first lamp. It's a touch
Yeah.
lamp. Touch it once, it turns on. Touch it again, it dims a bit. Touch it again, it turns off. Our first lamp we
Yeah.
designed. Are we going to throw away the diagram for that lamp and destroy that technology? Or are we going to keep it as we advance and move forward and start creating lighting that when you walk into the room, you don't have to touch shit. The lights just turn on. And when you leave the room,
Yeah.
30 seconds later, they turn off. Like, are we going to destroy our first prototype or are we going to keep it?
We gonna improve it by keeping it.
So we're not going to destroy the first prototype we made, right?
No, no, no.
Yeah. So why would NASA do that? It just doesn't make sense, my friend.
They destroyed it.
Yeah, destroyed the technology. We don't have it no more. But we're doing lots of important science on the ISS. We need more money, please. Please give us more money.
Did anybody found the footstep of Neil Armstrong on the moon till now?
Well, no, it's in a
Like
studio somewhere. It's not on the moon, my friend.
they there are actually robots on the moon from the countries, right? Robots are real. No.
Well, I mean, if you want to believe that, then I guess yeah, there's robots on the moon right now.
No,
And you know
like
what? You know what? Here's the thing, my friend. None of those robots have the technology to have a camera on them and point it at the Earth with a live feed. Isn't that wild? We got to wait for NASA to release the footage and the data from the robot that's on the moon. We can't get it, 24/7 or just access it publicly. We paid for that robot to be on the moon. We're paying for that information they released to us, but we can't have free access to it anytime we want. Interesting.
Yeah,
it could be
because you pay for it. They need to put a robot just for people. A robot with those controllers that are in the museum, and people can go to that museum and control that robot. They can go right to left and see up, see down, and make some digs or take some samples from that dirt on Mars or on the moon. They never did that. They want to do that. They don't care about you, even if you pay those things, those research that they are doing.
I mean, yeah, we paid for it, but there could be some technical difficulties doing 24/7 live stream. But they can actually do sometimes, like in a week, 24 hours, in a month, 24 hours.
No, no. And here, I'll even go here. Even if there was a place I could go to and there was a little joystick and a keyboard and I could, punch in some coordinates on the keyboard and grab the joystick and move a little robot around and point it at the ground and point it up and stuff, turn left or right, that wouldn't be good enough for me because in my opinion that robot I'm controlling could just be in a room somewhere in a big warehouse. I'm just driving it around a warehouse thinking I'm on the moon, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The UK, I believe, spent 5 million British pounds or whatever currency they're using, the euro,
Yeah.
to convince a group of volunteers that they went to space. The entire time they were part of the experiment, they were in an underground bunker. And when it was over, all the volunteers were convinced and sure that they went to space. Yet they stayed on Earth the
Dang.
whole time.
Dang. So it was a social experiment, or they were trying to do it for real?
It was a social experiment to see if you could convince people that they had been to space.
Oh,
And they did it. They were
oh,
successful convincing regular everyday people that they had sent them to space, even though they never left Earth. It's a
damn.
BBC documentary. Should look it up. Like I said, I researched this for 9 months, brother.
Yeah. But I was actually confused that Neil Armstrong actually went to moon, but I was convinced that the robots who are being sent to the moon are real. Like they are
Well,
robots. They can go there, I guess.
of course, you want to believe it. It's like Disney for adults. You want to believe, that Jiminy Cricket is real.
Uh,
That
mhm.
Snow White's going to get kissed and she's going to wake up, come out of her spell, and fall in love, and all the rest of it. You want to believe that shit. You want to believe you're not being ripped off.
Yeah,
You want to believe your future grandchildren will one day go to the moon and Mars. You want to believe that because
yeah,
you're part of it, or not. Maybe you're not part of it, but you've been indoctrinated into it all. You've been buying it all. Oh yeah, we went to the moon. You've said it several times. Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon. Have you seen Bart Sabrell's funny thing happen on the way to the moon, where you see him punch him because he's asking him to swear on the Bible that he went to the moon? Like, there's a lot of
mhm,
deception out there, my friend. You need to have discernment, critical thinking skills. You can't just, if they say, oh, here, if this is the latest thing, it'll help you live another 50 years, start taking it. You don't just start taking it.
yeah. So, like the thing Elon Musk saying going to the Mars, is he following the NASA blueprint, like so that he can get more funds?
Well, what do you think, my friend? The money was given to him by the government to do what he's doing. Do you think he's in control of what he's doing, or you think someone's controlling him? He wants to put a microchip in my brain. You think he's a good guy?
There could be a lot of good possibilities. Like, did you see Mr. Beast video where
Yeah, no
he
thanks. I
shows
don't
a
want a
person?
microchip in my brain. I don't need that, thank you.
No, it could be beneficial for disabled people. That could be a good tech
Yeah, but what does it have to do with wanting to implant it in everybody?
for everybody. It depends. Like if a businessman wants to get a neural link in his mind and it could make him more efficient, then he would do that.
So he can have more money. And one day when there's no edible food coming out of the ground, he can just sit down at the table and eat his gold bricks.
Oh,
So the Earth is measured flat. In case Buddy didn't know.
there is a study that says that on the moon their sand is radioactive. So if someone goes on the moon, their suit becomes radioactive and it is harmful.
You seem stuck on this moon stuff and space. And I mean, they say a lot of things, my friend. These days, they talk about the Van Allen radiation belts, where the radiation's so deadly, you can't get through it without proper protective shielding. to get to the moon. Yet somehow they did it 50 years ago. And when they're
Yeah.
in interviews and questioned about it, the guy's like, well, we just went through them. I guess we didn't know they were there. So, we just did it.
Yeah.
So, like, somebody's not telling the truth. I'm not being paid to be here with you in my free time and try to help you open your mind. The mind's like a parachute. If it's closed, it won't work. You have to have an open
Yeah.
mind in order for your mind to work properly.
Yeah.
So, I don't get paid a dime, not a penny, to be here and, point out to you that over long distances, large bodies of water, laser measurements disproving curvature, showing lack of curvature where there should be curvature. I jump out of airplanes, no matter the altitude we jump from, I never see the horizon curving. You talk to your buddy Neil deGrasse Tyson, he'll tell you you can't even see curvature from the height of the ISS. Yet when you watch the ISS live stream, they got that friggin' horizon bending like nobody's business. So you can know that you're on a spinning water ball.
Yeah.
Yet here's the guy not getting paid a dime telling you, I looked into it for 9 months. I heard a lot of hate and anger from my fellow, earthlings. You're an
Yeah.
idiot. Gravity. We're going to Mars. You're an idiot. Boats go over the curve. Okay, bud. Sure thing.
Uh-huh.
Sad.
Yeah.
So, what would it take for you to understand that the Earth is measured flat, that the Earth is flat?
The measurement is like, how can you measure something round? Like, if you want to measure something round, just buy a flat measurement which can be round. So that's how you can measure something round.
Exactly. You can't measure curvature. You're on the right track, buddy.
Mm. But you can bend the thing with your measuring it like it was curved. It's more of a DIY, but actually, the things are measure flat. But by using DIY, you can measure round things, but no, the things are measured actually flat.
So it's measured flat, observed flat, navigated flat, but we're on a
Yeah,
globe.
yeah, it's observed flat, measured flat, and yeah, also navigated flat when we use compass.
Right. When you use a map, right? The map is
Yeah,
flat.
yeah, map is flat when we use map.
You know what I mean? Like a compass. A compass is flat.
Yeah, I said it. I said it. When we use compass, it says go into this direction and it's flat. It doesn't say go into this direction and two degree down. It
So you're a flat
it just
earther.
says, no, I'm not, because it is too big that you can't observe Earth is round. When we are living in Earth, which is too big, we can. But
So,
I got the I actually got the answer of this from Flatman Cave. That why you think that we can't observe it round when it's flat. But yeah, there could be a lot of things that I don't know because I'm actually only 20 years old, and there are a lot that I have to see in my life. There could be a possibility that you guys are actually right, but I am actually not 100% flat earther. But you could be right. Who knows? I'm just 20 years old.
Well, it's a process. Everyone comes around in their own time. Some
Appreciate
people
your
choose to
you being
stay.
humble about it.
Some people choose to stay stuck in the matrix. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just thanking him for being humble. So sad.
Yeah.
What about water?
Well,
Isn't that flat?
What?
Sorry, my connection was bad.
Actually, guys, I have to go for dinner right now, and I will come back like after 20 minutes, I guess, or 30 minutes.
we're here 24/7, brother. And just as a
Damn.
reminder, when you come back, if there's another Glober speaking, just wait to unmute and
Okay. Okay,
okay.
I got it. Bye, guys.
So for the folks at home, Josh has his hopes on Artemis 2.
I wouldn't say hopes is accurate. I'm just excited.
In 2 weeks, Josh, you'll be sadly disappointed. Hold on to the edge of your seat.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's NASA. They don't have the best video equipment compared to commercial companies, but
It's not
it's
NASA.
still cool they're doing.
It's Elon Musk. It's not NASA. It's a dipshit.
No,
I think he
that's
knows what he's doing.
not. No, that's not true. Artemis 2 is space launch with an Orion spacecraft, both built by NASA.
Oh, it's all NASA, no SpaceX?
For the Artemis program, correct.
Oh, okay. Still bullshit. Still not going to make it. Still not going there. Still a waste of money. Still a homeless person on the street.
Sure. You
Josh,
have every right to that opinion.
Josh, I've got a question for you. So when they launch the rocket, into space, they're gonna punch a hole through the container, and all the air will rush out, and somehow they're gonna seal up the hole, and everybody on Earth will be okay. Is that correct?
No, there's no container.
So the atmosphere of the Earth acts as a container. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's saying
no.
we're breathing air next to a perfect vacuum without any container is what he's saying. There's no issue there.
Correct.
So the natural law, the natural and physical law, the gas laws, has no effect. We just have to ignore it. That's it.
Well, it's not a perfect vacuum, right? It's just a pressure gradient asymptotically approaches zero. There is no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
But anyway, their claim is, they're going to launch a rocket into space. That means they'll have to punch a hole through the container. Which
no, it doesn't.
I know
it's
the
all one
container's
medium.
unbreakable.
No,
The
there's no
container's
container.
unbreakable, so they're not going into space. The rocket's going to go up and it's going to come back down. That's it.
You're presupposing a
full.
container with no
it's
evidence.
Just another made-up story, Josh.
Disagree.
Okay, that's fine.
I was going to say, you have to presuppose a container to have to break through a container.
Yeah, like antecedent for fire. So presuppose the antecedent for gas pressure. It's normal.
Well,
Let's say
gas pressure asymptotically approaches zero.
Fire, you'll just say to that fire investigator that, you're just assuming that there is something that can catch the fire. There is some oxygen, and there was something that started the fire, some heat. It's not presupposing.
Not following the analogy there. No. I mean, gas pressure. You can launch weather balloons. At altitude, we see that pressure asymptotically approaches zero, so there's no need for a container.
Yeah, there is a need for a container because gas pressure gradient, you can't have it without a container. You can't repeat a demonstration with having gas pressure gradient without any container.
That's not at a celestial scale. No. You're just saying just because we can't build something at human scale doesn't mean that it can't exist. Like that.
No.
That's your assumption there.
It's the correct scale. You will just have to do that on the surface of the Earth, where you claim that it's gravity that's creating that gas pressure gradient. Yeah, you will just do it on the surface of the Earth, where you have the potential of gravity. So you can just create a container, create 1%. Of that container will just have 14 psi, and the rest of the container will be just 90%, 99% of that container will be just.
No, I mean you can see gas pressure without a container at celestial scales by doing spectroscopy and pointing at Mars or Venus in the sky. Like you see the spectra of CO2 coming off of the edge of Mars, and as you move off the edge of that light, the CO2 spectra disappears, and there's no delineating barrier where you have some other element that is solid at ambient temperatures and pressures. So you can look up in the sky and see an example of gas pressure without a container for yourself. Like it's you don't have to presuppose there's a container there. I disagree with that assertion.
Yeah, because you can isolate everything that is in between you and that thing that you are doing spectroscopy to.
Well, no, from the ground you can't. So then you have to go out and do airborne platforms. You have to do space platforms.
Like when Muhammad went to see his God. So I just have to assume those
No.
stories.
You can go build it yourself. You don't know. No. If you think they're stories, you go knock on the door and you go build it yourself. Like I don't. You're not. Oh, build a satellite, build a space system, go get a PhD in astrophysics. Like you don't have to just sit on your couch and say you can't do it. Like there's people out there that are more than willing to share their expertise and to help provide you the resources to go answer these questions for yourself. So, it's not just saying like, oh, there's a container. Oh, we can't do that. Oh, they're all stories. Like just sitting here on Discord, that seems
Yeah,
kind
you
of
can
like
do it yourself.
assuming ineptitude.
You can do it yourself too. You can just hop on a Pegasus like Muhammad did in Islamic religion. You can hop on the back of Pegasus and you can go to see God. Yeah, you can do it yourself.
No, that's not true.
Josh, Artemis 2, they got a David Suzuki or just a regular Joe going on that trip, or are they all
No,
handpicked
the
by
NASA
NASA?
astronauts. Yeah, the
The
NASA
best of the
astronauts.
best, right? Best of the best.
One sec, hopping in an elevator, y'all. I'll be back in like 15 seconds.
Yeah. Best of the best, folks. All signed an NDA. All handpicked by NASA themselves. I'm sure we could trust whatever they're going to tell us or show us. We'll know it's real because it'll look so fake. Come on, obviously they're on the moon.
All right,
They
we
could have
back.
faked it. They could have faked it better than that if they wanted to fake it. All handpicked by NASA, no regular Joes.
Well,
Right
no, I
on.
mean, the NASA astronauts, correct. I mean, they send regular Joes
Yeah,
up.
no, I'm sure we can trust the NASA
SpaceX launches.
astronauts that didn't sign an NDA or anything, or right?
Well, you're a civil servant, so there's no NDAs when you're doing that. There's you sign an agreement not to
Say what we don't want you to say.
conflate your personal opinion with the stance of the government. So it's not an NDA, but you are correct that there is paperwork that they sign that creates a level of censure.
So when one of them tells us they saw stars and the other one tells us they didn't, we can believe them, right?
Well, it just depends on what your eyes are focusing on at that point, right? The moon's really bright, right? Like,
of course, because they all have different eyes and different heads while they're up there. I gotcha.
no, it just depends what you're looking at. Like, do you see the stars during
They
the day?
they do have directly conflicting testimonies.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Don Pettit. I'm talking about like NASA astronauts, like Apollo astronauts.
See, the issue you run into is that
directly conflicting each other's stories about when they were in
this
the daylight.
population is
being
the
able
one
to
that
see
only
stars.
holds them to holds their comments to the same level as legal testimony, and they tend to speak pretty casually. So I'm not sure if they're
No. They
watching,
have directly
watching.
specific.
Oh, I understand that, but I'm
No,
saying
watching them
is the
talk
only-
about it, watching them give seminars directly contradicting each other.
Oh,
Like
I understand that.
like blatantly.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so why are they
He's good with
directly
that.
contradicting each other?
He's good with it. That's fine for him. No problem.
Yeah,
Contradicting.
I mean, Josh is an expert at memorizing and regurgitating the book of bullshit, basically. And you could go, Flatman, you could go to university and become an expert at memorizing the bullshit like Josh does.
Hey, come
but you're
come
never
through.
going to be
Come
able
build some
to.
stuff with us.
Oh, you don't. Yeah. Come through and build some stuff with us. He says, "How about you guys try to find some empirical evidence?" Okay, you hide behind your
we
NDA,
just don't
right?
think highly enough of
You've
y'all.
never presented any evidence. In fact, you've
That's
been
not
caught
true.
out a whole bunch of times in here spouting absolute bullshit as if it's fact, just because someone else told you that, like the Velcro thing, right?
Oh yeah,
The clip
I've
of
owned
you,
up for that.
the
I
clip of
apologize
you
for
with the
that.
Velcro thing, yeah. But the way you were talking about it, you sounded like
sure.
this was
Call
one
me
of
out.
NASA's greatest achievements, and you were so confident, right? So you're wrong about that, right? You've been wrong about other things. Great, you don't.
Sure, go ahead. That's fine. I'm
No?
not perfect. That's fine. I'm not perfect. Call me out when I make mistakes. Like I'm not gonna claim to be the authority on anything.
Yeah,
I'm
I know,
just
but
a
just
dude,
the
man.
way you confidently
Oh yeah, I mean that's
spout
the
bullshit, right?
yeah
And
that's
then you're wrong.
the
You're just
that's
like,
the
oh yeah,
speech
yeah,
and
I was
debate.
wrong about that. No, I admit I was wrong, but I'm right about all the other things I say, for
Oh no,
sure.
I'm not. I'm not right about all the other things they say. It's the speech and debate stuff. Like I talk, I'm a customer facing dude, so I end up doing. I like I was the reason I haven't been in for a week is because I was in Taiwan working with the Taiwan Space Agency. It's actually my first day back in the office. But no, like I'm a
Just shut your pie hole, bud. For fuck's sakes.
wait. Why? I'm sorry. What did I offend you? What did I do wrong?
So we now have very nice side view of a very, very well done laser test with a one of the best quality rectilinear lenses. Okay, we got a 6-mile laser test with a side view, right, showing
This is
that
FE
there's
core.
no, it's not FE core.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, so the laser's shot over 6 miles from 3 foot height. Okay, it's very clearly visible at the 3 foot target, right, at point C. Okay, so it's point A. Point B is a second station set up in the middle, directly in the middle, right to the side of the two. Okay, so it can get a side shot. He's used a pretty expensive camera. It's a $5,000 camera with one of the best rectilinear lenses, right, to mitigate lens distortion. And we've got a slightly over 8K 8K resolution side view of the laser transit. Okay, when we compress horizontally the 8K image, we don't see any downward bending of the laser, which would have to be happening if the Earth were a globe. Right. In fact, we see a tiny little bit of upward bending. Okay, because the weather station showed that there was just slightly warmer temperatures lower. Okay, getting a little bit cooler as you went up vertically. So you would expect a tiny little bit of upward refraction, which happened. But to be able to see the laser from 6 miles away at 3 foot height, and then to compress the 8K image with a rectilinear lens, right, and then not have any downward bending of the laser, that it would be impossible on a globe for that to happen.
I was gonna say, what's the diffraction of the laser? Do we have the angular rate?
We
of that?
see the diffraction. Yeah, he
Yeah,
has all of that
lasers,
in the
lasers
documentary,
are
right?
cones.
Yeah, but we can see that the laser barely diffracts, diverges. You're talking about divergence of the beam?
Yeah, beam divergence, but it's due to diffraction within the optics of the laser. So divergence is the effect, diffraction is the spec of the equipment.
Yeah, well, it's visible, right? So you could see how much the laser diffracts or diverges, essentially.
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay,
say,
so
is this in the side chat?
it's got next to it will be.
Hello.
Chanupa, welcome.
Hello.
Wait,
Welcome.
Flatman,
Hi,
I
hi.
took some good pictures. I'll put them in the side chat. It was a good trip. Let's see.
Right.
I got to see Alex Honnold climb
You can continue, okay?
101. It was a fun trip. They have good public transit over there.
So you convinced me I'm on a spinning water ball since you work at a space
Yeah, that's
agency.
wonderful that they have
sidekick.
good transit. It's
Oh yeah,
such great
the bullet
news.
train was sick.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
we're
here's some
working on
images. I need to.
go ahead, sorry.
I was just putting those images in the side chat that I was talking about. That's all.
I appreciate it.
So yeah, this was done with weather stations, right? Measuring the temperature gradients, the vertical temperature gradients at point A, point B, and point C. Okay, we see that there's hardly any divergence of the beam as it travels over this distance. It's a pretty good laser. But what we can see, the main thing we can see, right? It's an 8K image, and when it's compressed vertically, right? For this to work on a globe, it would have to be seen bending downward. It would have to be curving with the curvature of the Earth. The fact that it's bending upward at all, okay, shows that there is no downward refraction, right? It's not possible on a globe, right? If you have a situation where you don't have the downward refraction, okay, you've got upward refraction, and the
Do you have the
laser's
primary
also being
source?
seen at. Yeah, I do have the primary source.
I was going to say, would love to read. I appreciate the candor. And I was going to say, Flatman Can, if you want to learn about the B5G satellite constellation, let me know. That's what we were working on over in Taiwan. Building a resilient communication system for the island when the PRC cuts the undersea cables.
Yo, DJ.
Hey. What's up?
Hey DJ, that last guy, is he still here or is he gone? The satellite guy.
I was going to say, I'm
Josh?
here. I'm in the office though, so I'm bouncing between folks.
I didn't
Yeah,
hear the
I'm still.
conversation, but did you sort of provide any like sort of direct evidence for the idea that we live on a spinning curving surface, or was it just about
Oh,
your
I was going to
just?
say, I got some stuff in my profile if you want to check it out. There's some links there, but I've posted stuff in here before. I've been hanging around for, I don't know, 6 months now.
So I'm not at the computer actually. I'm away from the computer. But what sort of things have you got then in terms of direct evidence? Because obviously a feed into your job, doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily.
Uncut rocket footage. There's some papers written on external pressure sensors at the ISS showing that it's not in a perfect vacuum. Usually my go-tos are, especially the questions coming up of, is there a container? Is there not? Is pointing towards standard atmospheric models that were created in the 1970s using high altitude weather balloons. So
Right, but the weather balloons can only go up to a certain height, right? And then it has to be modeled on a computer above that height. So you can't even get a reading in the mesosphere.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you have the pressure. There's a certain area where your any measurements that are made require the Earth to be a globe or for orbital mechanics to work. So you throw them out. So the reason I say weather balloons is because that's about as high altitude as I can go without you instantly saying that it's fake or not true.
No, not saying that it's fake. Saying that you can't actually take a barometer and make it work above a certain height. Okay, because
You
that's
don't
just
use
not possible.
a barometer.
And
You use
even meteorologists have come in here. Well, meteorologists have come in here and said, yeah, we don't know what the pressure is above a certain height, other than that of what a computer model is telling us, right? Because we can't even check at 50 kilometers height. Okay, well, they have to make a whole bunch of assumptions when they're using the different methodologies.
Well, you have both dynamic and static pressure on launch vehicles using piezoelectrics. So it's like, once again, you have to appeal to the tech that we're using to assert, the
and when
model
you
that
dig
we live
into
in.
when you dig into it, right? It's not as it seems. It's not the same as taking a barometer or anything like that. Right,
Well,
and most of the time it's computer. It's just modeled. It's modeled on a computer. It's not. It's not a direct measurement.
On launch vehicles, no, that's not true. We have piezoelectrics for both static and dynamic pressure. You put one parallel to the flow and one perpendicular to the flow, so you're able to understand how much of the pressure is due to your velocity and how much of it isn't. So, no, I mean we have direct data higher than weather balloons, but once again, it requires taking measurements from tech that you say is part of the cover up, so it's not reliable.
Well, this is the thing, right? None of us can empirically validate any of that, and that's all of your evidence is basically faith based, unfortunately, and we can directly contradict. Well, it essentially is. I mean,
fundamentally is.
You can never empirically test anything that you're telling us. Okay, you just have to believe the numbers that you're getting.
No, that's not true. I mean, we got 180 satellites up right now. I've got what's that times 4? 720 my optical terminals
cool
that I get.
What's the initial collection point for the data?
It's AWS.
No, the initial collection point for the data, like which terminal?
And we have hundreds all over the world.
Yeah,
so there's an array of. Oh, I understand. It's all of them. There's hundreds of. They're called gateway arrays. They're basically complexes with 6 2.4 meter antennas that we use to track each of the spacecraft to get data down. So there's, like I said, they're spread out all over the Earth.
Yeah, can you provide an example of such a place? Maybe 2 or 3. Can you show us?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I was gonna say, where are you? Let's see.
I want to point out the funny thing. 3 months ago, Josh didn't know any of this shit, but was saying the same thing he's saying now. He didn't know anything about how any communication was done, how the pressure measurements were done. You didn't know any about any of that. But now
I'm learning.
You do know. How is that? Oh,
I'm learning.
That told you some
I'm learning.
and you were like, I believe it.
No, I worked within a large organization and collaborating with folks.
Josh, you didn't know any of this 3 months ago because we talked about it. We all asked you about it, and you just
no
about the mesosphere when you talked to AB about that shit. Fucking 3 months ago.
And you told us that you could go talk to a guy who could get you the information, but it turned out to be a company name instead of a guy.
I don't recall what you're referring to there.
Man, it began with a B. What was it?
Boris, you don't recall what happened 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Your memory's suspect now.
Okay, I'm telling
you.
You don't
remember what I'm talking about.
We've talked about this stuff many times, Josh. Everything you just said, you never said before.
I understand that.
The last time I heard you yap, which was 3 months ago, and now Somehow you learned the information because you didn't know it 3 months ago.
Hey, we're not static, man. We're
That's
all
right. It
learning.
was a device component that began with a B that you thought was a company name.
I don't recall that. I apologize.
Yeah, it had to deal exactly with the pressure sensor we're talking about.
Are we talking about the ISS pressure sensor? Are we
Yeah,
talking about
actually.
launch vehicle pressure sensors?
No, it was an ISS pressure sensor that you said that you could go call this company and go get the guy and provide the information. And I looked it up, and it wasn't a company; it was a device component name that was not like a proprietary brand name or anything.
Oh, interesting. I don't think that was
Yeah,
a conversation we directly had.
yeah, it was. You and I directly had this actually. It was about 3 months ago. It was on a Thursday night actually, and Indio was here. And then after you left is when we figured it out.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's new information to me then.
Bill just bringing out his inner Rain Man. Knows the date. What the fuck, bro?
I could actually start to pinpoint it.
That's fine. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if there was more stuff y'all figured out after I left, that I'm happy to discuss.
I know, but it was an integrity issue for me, man. So that's why.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, honestly, that's not my bread and butter. I'm out on a limb there. But the question that I was trying to answer was, what is the external pressure of the space station? So, we tried to hunt down what the hardware was and some of the sensor names, etc. So it's not, I'm not going to claim that it's my day to day. Like I do space lasers. That's my shit.
You sound like Dr. Evil or whatever the dude's name is.
Yeah. No, honestly, like sometimes I have to take a
Caesar.
step back. I was talking to somebody the other day, and they're like, and I'm in charge of like headcount and budget and product roadmap and all that jazz. And so sometimes I need to like take a step back and realize that we're actually working on space lasers. It's still white collar work. It's not like anything crazy.
Groundbreaking space lasers. That's really going to improve life down here on Earth for us. Groundbreaking work there, Josh.
No, it's like fiber optic cables without the cable. It allows you to move data.
Is building a space laser blue collar or is that white collar?
It's white collar. Oh, building it? Like the actual technicians? I don't think so. I mean, it's
blue collar because the way you refer to. You mean the technicians? Like, yeah, the losers that actually build it. Those losers.
No. I'm trying to think because it's like it's engineers for the first couple units, and then once we design for manufacture and scale up, it switches over to technicians. So it depends on the scale of the hardware you're building, I guess. But no. I guess that's true with any hardware, though, right? Like the first people design the first unit.
What are you budgeting
What?
then if like, you don't know like the actual manufacturing costs?
Oh, we're not at scale yet. We're still R&D with
physically building the instruments you think exist.
That's the commercial team. They
Josh.
have the 780 up already.
So basically, your knowledge of
Or
everything is
720.
just reading a screen or some pieces of paper.
No, I was in LA. No, I was in LA earlier this week getting up to speed.
I'm just saying, occasionally you see videos of the rocket, and they're like, "We pinky promised there's something on that you talk about, Josh. We promised we put it on there."
No, we're getting live data down with the performance of each of the subsystems that were designed, like and
I'm just trying to figure out how many what do they call it? How many steps removed are you from the actual physical frickin' object that must exist in the real world?
one, I'd say.
Shades of Kevin Bacon or something? How many shades of Kevin Bacon are you away from
I was gonna say it's one.
Within
No.
screwing a screw into something?
Yeah, 100% one. My lead engineer is the one doing most of that work, and he's the one that reports directly to me.
Manufacturing it?
Correct. Yeah, we're doing. So we're doing a delta off of the design that's already up in space. So it's
Yeah, okay. Him, the guy, your lead engineer, is he putting screws and shit?
Yes.
So he's physically building it. He's a technician. One of these techs you talked about.
No, once it gets to scale, he'll pass it off. But right now, it's him.
Oh, so it's a one-man job. He's just
No, we have a team of like 20, but he's in charge of that team, and it's engineers for low scale when we're doing initial design work, initial testing, and then once we get a unit that works correctly, you scale it up, design for manufacturing, you outsource a lot of the components, and then instead of building 2 of these things a year, you build 20 or 200, and then that's where you get on like the automation line, etc.
Sounds like concept prototyping. Then is that right?
yeah. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, so what we're doing is, and this is all public info, but we're taking the Leo constellation is going to be about 3,200 satellites. We got 180 up. Each one of them has 4 laser comm terminals on them to create like a mesh network in low Earth orbit around 630 kilometers up. And so each of the satellites has 100 gigabits laser that communicates with the 4 satellites that are next to it. And so what we're working on is taking those laser terminals, repackaging it with some extra electronics so that we can sell it to third-party satellites, so like space stations, Earth observation satellites, other folks, so that instead of having to use those RF ground stations to get their data down, they can use the laser to link into the mesh and then move the data through the Amazon network. So like kind of like Google Earth, but live, right? Like eventually, where instead of having to wait, take a picture and then wait until you're over a ground station to downlink the data, you take the picture and you're already connected via the laser, so that you can move it down into AWS as you're taking it like live almost. So that's the
Optical
end goal.
uplink downlink. You're talking.
No. Still RF uplink downlink.
Groundbreaking. So you seem to know a lot about this Artemis stuff there, Josh. Do you think if Artemis is oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just hold on a second. What he's creating, what he says they're creating, is a mesh network in space. So when
Correct.
you shoot, so when you want to talk to, say, Tokyo from Los Angeles, you communicate with the satellite that's over you. It sends a laser to the satellite over Tokyo. I'm just saying, don't.
Yeah.
It's going to be
There's
like
more hops, but yeah.
It's going to be 3 or 4 hops. Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying that
No, you're good.
conceptually. So it's going to shoot a laser over the satellite to Tokyo, which is going to downlink there, right? That's
Correct.
the idea. Okay.
Correct. And that up and down link is via RF still. It's Ka band.
Yeah, it's very ambitious, and good fucking luck, bro.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
give me
we're
a
already doing it today.
dip angle correction for that link.
Because especially when you said 3,600 satellites, let's add that to the 40,000 they say is already up there. You know what the Kessler syndrome is, right?
Correct. That's something we care about a ton. Actually, SpaceX announced this morning something called START. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
They're going to turn that off like a water spigot. They're going to just go, oh, the Kessler syndrome thing happened. We're shut that off like a water spigot. And they don't have to tell no more space bullshit stories. You won't have a job.
No, you can empirically. I was going to say you can empirically check if they're what is actually happening, because all debris that's over 10 centimeters in diameter is trackable from the ground, either via
that's nonsense.
radar.
Their own words. Listen, they used to say that shit when I was a kid. They could track stuff the size of a pen in fucking orbit, bro. Their own words.
I just said larger than 10 centimeters.
Josh, they double speak on that, because they'll
disagree.
also say, when you're talking about foreign countries and their capabilities, well, we can't. Some secret satellite could pull up to one of our satellites and throw it off orbit, and like, well, if they're tracking shit the size of a pencil, how are they going to do that?
You're talking about 2 different orbits. One is, the co-orbital anti-satellite weapons are operating out in GEO, which is 36,000 kilometers away, versus LEO, where we're actually tracking things for Kessler, is, I don't know, like 400 to 1,000 kilometers up. So you're talking about an, order of magnitude difference there, which is why you have. lower
I
resolution.
know they double speak on that. There's no doubt about it. I've been
Well,
watching them
it's
do it for 30
ignoring
years.
nuance. Interpreted as double
It's
speak.
not ignoring nuance.
I
They
disagree.
say out of one side of their mouth that all this sneaky shit's happening in space, and then out of the other side of their mouth, they say they track everything.
Well, yeah, you can track everything and still be sneaky, right? Like there's Russian assets that have deployed, sub-satellite systems. And it looks like a projectile being ejected, right? You can see that the projectile's there, but you don't know what it is. And tracking something that is 10 centimeters or larger doesn't mean that you know like what the shape of it is or what it's meant to be able to do, what assets it has on it. So like knowing something's there and knowing what that thing is are two separate things.
Yeah, we already know Josh is okay with them having conflicting statements. I wanted to get you on
ignoring
record,
nuance.
Josh. I wanted to get you on record. I wanted to ask you a question. If you think Artemis 2's happening in a couple weeks. If that's successful, I just want to get you on record. Do you think they'll have the new moon bases up there within 9 years after Artemis lands on the moon in a couple weeks?
Probably not. It's not landing on the moon. It's doing a free return trajectory on the far side.
Oh, sorry. Oh, fuck, shit. I thought we were going back and finally putting someone on the moon again. We're not
that's
doing
3. That's Artemis
okay.
3.
So, we're not doing. Okay, gotcha.
Just letting you
We're
know.
still just wasting money. Still, okay, gotcha.
Well, no, you're testing the crude capability of the capsule outside of low Earth orbit, right?
Actually, no, we're getting a lot of CGI bullshit images and lies, but okay, you
I want
got
to hear
your
more
view.
about
I
their
got mine.
tracking of these space objects. Because listen, I remember NASA's Deep Space Network says that their electro-optical arrays can track a basketball 25,000 miles away.
Well, yeah, that's DSN versus like Leo Labs or other commercial tracking, right? Right. That's again ignoring nuance
And you believe that?
Once again, knowing something's there, and DSN is not for radar ranging; it's for radio astronomy, right? So, if there's a difference between like a ball of lead the size of a basketball and like a radio transmitting at X, decibels in a frequency that the antenna is tuned to. So, knowing something's there is once again, there's a lot more nuance. You can't just say yes or no.
Of course, he believes it. He's paid by a space agency to believe it.
I'm not paid by a space agency. I'm paid by Amazon. Yeah, I can show you my pay stub if you'd like.
I'm sorry, I'm just so confused, Josh. I thought you worked with the Taiwan Space Agency and all
I
these
do.
other space agencies. Okay,
International
great.
business development
Okay, so you're getting paid by somebody to do some space stuff. Gotcha.
Correct. Yes, I am in charge of some of our civil space
So yeah,
accounts.
of course you're gonna spew the bullshit and believe it. Of course.
I mean, honestly, I was telling my coworker that I do the work for Taiwan for free. Like, I care more about providing them the capability than landing any contract or doing any specific work.
Thanks so much. What a contribution to mankind. Thanks, Josh.
What, providing the Taiwanese people a resilient communication system once the PRC cuts the undersea cables? Like, I don't think the sarcasm is warranted there. Having access to utilities, emergency services, being able
Great.
to
No,
still use
I
your
was just
cell phone.
thanking you. I was just thanking you. That's all. Thanks, Josh.
Okay. Back away from the sarcasm, I guess, but like, I appreciate that.
Josh, how would you go about the idea of proving that we live on a spinning ball without appealing to the data from these space agencies? Is there a real world observation, or is there anything that could resemble a spinning ball Earth in reality that we can look at?
I was going to say, I think my stance on sort of where the bar is held with this community, as far as like what evidence is credible, that there is no, like, it's kind of like a Venn diagram, but the circles don't overlap at all. So like the quality of the evidence and the source of the evidence is like two separate circles.
No.
So I don't.
No.
At least that's just my thesis on my understanding of this group.
The only evidence we'd need would be a measurement of a rate of change of slope over a distance of the Earth.
Correct.
That's the only
and I
thing
think you have to be far enough away. I think the distance away from the Earth you have to be to observe that requires once again the technology that you claim is CGI. So I don't think there's any overlap between the source and the quality of the evidence that would be able to convince this group that we live on a globe.
That evidence, whether it's CGI or not, shows the Earth to be a sphere, which should be measurable on the surface.
Well, I guess there's one more nuance to my thesis here, is that I don't believe that within the medium or at human scale that you can observe that curvature.
A spacewalk's going to be required.
The scale.
Yeah. Earth's too big. We're too small. You can't see it. I don't think the parametric equation of 8 inches per mile squared is applicable.
Okay, so not see it, measure it. And 10 miles, we should, according to the curvature rate of the Earth, we should be able to measure that because that's where it is. And you're saying we can't measure on the surface of the Earth.
Within the medium, correct.
So we can't measure anything on the surface of the Earth using any type of frequency, whether it be visible spectrum, radio, for example.
Once again. I don't have a ton that's India was saying I came back and knew more things outside of my conversations in here. I'm trying to answer these questions for myself. And once again, that's just my working thesis, is that within the medium at human scale, it's not observable, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Okay.
No,
so my supposition, right. So your supposition is it's not measurable. You don't see it, or no, not measurable. You measure it as flat, therefore all the other data must be false, right? The space agencies, the satellites, etc. I'm sort of backwards from you. I see all of that, and I have firsthand experience of that being how the world works and how
this
these
is the
assets work.
difference,
So I'm
Josh.
trying to figure out why these local measurements are lining up the way they are.
This is the difference, though. All of our tests, right, are empirical. Anyone can go and validate what we're showing people, and we've got a countless amount of them now. Okay, and zero of the information that you're telling us is able to be validated empirically.
From an individual human, correct. You do need a certain level of capital and access. I agree.
No,
but
you would have to actually go into a place that we can't validate, right? And a place that you can't prove to exist other than faith. No, you can't
can launch a camera. Yes, you
can. Really? You can launch a camera up to what height? Up to what height can you launch a camera?
Wherever you can get a ride share, right? So 1,000 kilometers.
Right. So you have to hand the camera over to SpaceX.
You're not
NASA
you're not handing over your encryption, right? You're not handing over your encryption key. So your encryption key works, and you're getting your data down from the sensor. That is the object that you launched. I don't buy into this quote unquote chain of command fallacy that says that the instant that you hand your hardware over, it's no longer credible that it's actually your hardware anymore. There's other ways to verify that.
Exactly. That's the thing that you choose to believe. That you choose to believe that it is still your hardware. You don't think that it might be just direction of not a video that is being captured by the camera, but something that have been made in a simulator or a 3D program. Like an animation. And because you believe that
your encryption, right? That's not how that works.
Yeah,
that's not how that works. I apologize.
It is how it works. You chose to believe that it is the footage from your.
You don't hand over the encryption key. You don't hand over the encryption key. You don't hand over, the actual, specific specs of your sensor. You could draw a smiley face and Sharpie on the lens. Whatever data you need to prove to yourself that is your asset. There's levels to this that cannot be broken by a chain of command. Or chain of custody. Sorry.
Of course, Josh.
Okay.
Yeah. They would never betray anyone's trust, would they? I mean, look, at this
I didn't
point,
realize that we could crack AES 256 encryption at just by handing it over
this
to
is
a
the
corporate
problem.
entity.
The amount
I
of
can put
satellites
your
that you're
camera in
saying.
front of a large screen. So you still use your camera, but it's not the Earth from space. You're just watching
No, because
footage.
you know exactly the TT&C spectrum that your radio is broadcasting on. You know exactly where in the sky it is due to orbital mechanics. Like
Which footage
that
are you
is
talking
your
about?
satellite.
Which footage? So who did what you're saying? Okay,
Well, it's all
where's the
Planet
footage?
Labs. It's almost every single satellite. I've posted stuff from Leo before, and you guys.
There isn't a photograph of a satellite in space, and you even yourself said that they use fisheye lenses, right? And they're too cheap to
photographs of
to
satellites
get a
in space.
rectilinear lens. And you've tried to address that with them.
Oh god, no! I mean,
I'm just asking you to present some evidence, right? That's all. So we have something to actually go over, rather than there's
do you
all
want a
of this
picture of a satellite
evidence.
in space? Let's see. Like, what are we looking for?
What you claimed. You said there's camera footage, video camera footage, right? You said anyone can just hitch a ride, strap a camera onto these cameras. Yeah. So who did that? Show us the footage.
All right. What organization would you prefer?
Just
if I
pick
show
your
you a
best
college
one.
versus
Okay, so you said you've got what you claimed, right? So pick the best one and then just chuck it in the side chat so we can have a look at it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, if you want to come in here and make claims, we'd like to have a look at what you're talking about so we can analyze it and see, if we have any questions about it. I'm not just going to present something and just say, trust me, you can go look it up yourself. You could go find it yourself, right? If I present something, I'll have it.
I was gonna say, here's a picture of a Chinese spy satellite taken from orbit above it by Maxar satellite. This is over the summer, I think. Yeah, last June. Let's see what else we got. There's
So
we
don't even see so we're talking about Earth curvature right now. Right?
Okay. You asked for an imagery of a satellite. Okay, that's fine. That's why I was trying to be specific.
Okay, yeah. I mean, how can I validate what I'm looking at here, the altitude and everything, right? How am I able to validate that?
Oh no, that's fine. I appreciate the correction. I was just trying to figure out what you actually wanted.
Well, what you said is you can. Okay, so we were talking about you can't.
That's a Maxar satellite.
So you said you can just send a. Why don't you just send a camera up? So
yeah, that is a camera up.
Oh yeah, okay. So what height is it? How can we validate that? We don't even see the Earth. We're talking about Earth curvature, and you were saying, to see the Earth, the curvature of the Earth, you would have to go up past a certain height. No, you said this. Okay, why don't you just put a satellite on a government rocket, right? Just like it's just easy. Just go do that. Go put a satellite on a government rocket, hitch a ride up, and you can see the curvature of the Earth for yourself. And then I was asking you if you could present that, who did that, and can we have a look at the footage? Because it must have been done dozens of times, right? So find us some civilian footage where they strapped a camera on to the NASA or whatever rocket, right? And they filmed the curvature of the Earth. Okay, then we want to know what type of lens was used, how we can validate this, whose equipment was it.
Well, I'll give you one more. So the two I just posted were from one of our LEO satellites. Here is TechEd 8
okay,
deployment.
Let's just stick with the first one. Let's just stick with the first one. Okay, what's the altitude?
630
630 miles.
kilometers. Sorry, I don't do
630
imperial.
kilometers. Okay, what type of camera is this? What type of camera is it?
Not at liberty to say. I apologize.
I'll see. There we go. Wow. So anyone can just do it. Yeah. And then you show a footage
Oh no,
And
I'm
then
trying to find.
I
I'm
asked you
trying to
what type
find
of
something
camera
that's
was it.
not
It
from.
could just be a wide angle lens, and
Ooh,
we
Lordy.
can't
I'm
really
just trying to.
validate. So this is just all trust me, bro. That's what I'm saying. With you,
No,
it's always just trust me, bro. Whereas you can
that's
go and
fine.
validate anything that we're telling you, but the camera's a secret. What's the focal length of the camera? Is that a secret
Yeah.
too?
Yeah. Once again, that's not. I'm
What
not at
type of
liberty to
lens
say.
are you really? See, that's why
No, it's fine.
that's why
It's
people aren't
fine.
going to take you seriously when you come in here,
That's
because what's
fine.
even the point of sharing this? Okay, you were saying that anyone can
Exactly.
just strap a camera up. Anyone can
Once
just
again,
strap a camera, hitch a ride, and film footage, right? And I asked you, okay, who did that?
yeah.
Show me
I was gonna
footage,
say.
and then you show me a
Grabbing.
picture, and you can't even tell me what camera was used, right? So
I
so
understand that.
you make
I'm
out like
grabbing
all
stuff
of
that's
this
not
footage.
proprietary. I was gonna say that
Well,
that's the stuff I'm
you're
physically
making
working on.
claims like anyone can just send a camera up, see it for yourself. I'm like, okay, who did
Oh yeah.
that? Can you provide me with the information of someone that did that? And you can't do it, right? Now all of a sudden you've just sent me a random picture that's completely faith based. You can't even tell me what camera was used or the focal
Oh,
length or anything.
I was gonna say
Check it out,
that's because that's my own
there's a
company,
unicorn.
not public data.
Josh, look in the side track. There's a unicorn there. Nice photo, eh?
Sure.
Yeah. So now, do you believe that unicorns exist?
Oh no.
Because you saw it in a picture, in a photo. We have
Not
videos
taking
too
anything I
about
find on Discord of
unicorn.
this. Like,
And I can also share with you some testimonies from some people claiming that those unicorns exist. Exactly the same evidences that you have about the
it's
globe
fine.
here. You don't have anything other than that. It's just a
Well,
bunch of images.
yeah,
from-
exactly. Look, Josh, you said, why don't you just send a camera up, right?
If you'd like to, I'm happy to work on you with
Okay,
it.
so who did that? Who did that? Right? Who did it? And post what they did, right? You made out like, oh, just look it up yourself. You could just go and Google it and find all of these different ones, right? And then I asked you to post your best one.
I'm
Your best
working on it right
one,
now.
your best one was something that you couldn't tell me any information about.
No,
Because you
it's
said
not my
it's a
best one.
secret.
That's the one. That's the one I'm
Okay, so
currently
when I
working
asked you
on.
to post your best one, well, you
I'm
didn't post it. I
trying
want
to
a
look right.
video.
Hey! I'm trying to find some
No,
stuff right
you
now. I apologize.
I heard it,
You got it.
Josh.
It's hard.
I heard it.
Can't really
yeah, make it a video
talk and
too,
Google.
dude. We want a video.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Sure. It's hard for me to talk and Google at the same time. So I appreciate the candor. Apologize. I
We
was grabbing
really
something directly
appreciate
out
the
of my
content. We
I just
appreciate the
out of my
content,
camera
Josh.
roll.
It's good.
I just look at the video that I just sent, DJ, and see if you will just believe other videos from those space agencies, because it's proven that they fake things.
I started laughing in the background whilst I was sorting my fire out. DJ was like, wasn't going to let it go. You said this
That's
stuff
fine.
that you're going to. Oh, no, I wasn't talking to you. You said you found it difficult to do two things at once. Yeah, that made me laugh.
What you said, Josh, was it's very easy for a civilian to send up their own personal equipment, strap it to a rocket, right? Hitch a ride, and then film the Earth and see the curvature of the Earth yourself from space. You made out like it was simple, and many people had done that. Okay, so that's what I'm expecting from you. And if you don't have it, if you can't find it, we're going to need a concession.
Guys, it's hard for me to talk and Google for my best proof at the same time, guys.
I think you're overestimating your importance of your community to the folks
So
that
that's
are
just
working on
an
these
ad
things.
hom. Just
No.
find what you
Just
said.
saying. That's why I don't have it readily available. That's why I'm like,
Just
I apologize.
Yeah, I forgive you.
I thought it was a globe, but I was wrong.
Okay.
Quara Tata, are you listening or are you hot micing a little bit?
It's been like that for a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna just pop him on mute just in case he's sleeping or something.
Honestly, I think that's one of my biggest fears because I would love to fall asleep listening to the chatter either in here or some of the other rooms. But I'm always afraid that after I pass out, I'm on a hot mic.
Just make sure you're muted.
Well,
Josh,
there's like
Josh, I was
weird stuff
following.
with there. Oh, go ahead.
I was following the conversation. I've been listening in the background. What was the conclusion you came to when Jedi asked you about the measurement of the drop over distance? Was
Oh,
it
once again,
your
I don't
was it
think
your
it's
position?
measurable.
Yeah, but like you said observable. So now you said it's not measurable.
Oh,
That's different.
apologies for the semantics there. Yeah, I don't think it's observable.
Yeah,
If I
but
recall
shouldn't it be
if I
measurable?
recall from the conversation, he said he doesn't believe in the 8 inches per mile squared, and that Earth's too big to see or measure the curve.
Well, he can't change the
Is that
size of
right, John?
you can't change the size of the Earth. You can't do that. It needs to be there or thereabouts that size, right? You
Oh,
agree with
come
that?
on, y'all. Hills don't exist. There's no drop over distance.
Who's this drunk guy?
That's P Drinker.
Trolling.
I just want to know your position, Josh. So is it your position that the 8 inch per mile squared is not measurable in any way, shape, or form?
Well, I
from
just don't
from the
think that it's a good parametric equation for uh, long-term observations. I think it's an easy sort of
No.
in your
That's the
pocket.
geometry over these distances that we're talking about. That's the physical
Oh no,
geometry matches up.
it's a parabola. It's not
No.
parabola
Over
and
the
the hemisphere are two
distances,
separate.
Josh, over the distances that we're doing the observations, such as 20 miles, 30 miles, for example, it's perfectly accurate. Okay, but the results are off by orders of magnitude. Okay, so even if it's not perfect to the point, it's close enough that there would be approximately 266 foot of curvature over 20 miles, for example. Okay, that formula works just fine for that. Okay, if you could use any other formula you like, it's going to be approximately 266 feet over 6 miles over any 20-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth. Right? And every single time we go and test that distance, there's zero curvature. Even if we account for the meteorological conditions to the best of anyone's ability, using weather stations, using infrared cameras, using lasers, getting side views, right? Showing you that there's no bending of the laser with a side view, okay? Or accounting, right, for the vertical refractive index or the vertical temperature gradient, right? At minimum, to eliminate the possibility of these extreme conditions that would have to make it work on a globe. Right? This is testable, repeatable. This has been done over and over again. We can tell you exactly what camera was used. We can tell you all of the information. I don't have to say, "Oh, that's a secret," like you do with your images.
I apologize for that. There definitely is access.
Oh yeah. You will be. Yeah. Look, dude, I apologize for that. That's such a ridiculous response. But look, this is the thing. Okay, you don't know anything about. You don't know anything about optics. You don't know anything about optics, right? You could easily just look into it. Well, you don't know anything about. You don't seem to ever come back with any new information about it, other than just hand wave dismissing it all and saying that.
FE Core didn't post their actual diffraction of the laser. Like they only posted the accuracy of the apparatus.
It hit the target though, right? It hit the target on every single test.
Yeah, but you don't know you don't know how far the laser has spread over that distance, so you can't quote unquote hit doesn't mean it's the center of the beam.
You can see it on the target, man. It's like 3 feet wide.
Yes. I understand that at that distance it should be greater than 10 feet wide. I mean, happy to actually, I'm not at a point where I'm willing to sort of put a line in the sand and say this is how things are, but the claim that I'm not actually looking at these things outside of these chats is inaccurate.
I posted you literally an image of a side view of a 6 mile laser test.
Oh, I asked for the
Okay,
primary source.
you can. Yeah, I did. I sent you the primary source.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take a look at it after the chat.
Yeah, but
I
you
appreciate
can
it.
see that the beam isn't diverging much over that 6 miles, right? You can literally see the entirety of the transit.
I was
He'll
gonna
look
say I
at it
haven't looked at
later.
it yet.
He's too busy Googling for his best evidence of Earth curvature. He can't look at that
Well,
right now.
specifically from a CubeSat, I'm trying to find. Like I have other, like I said, the overlap between evidence that's acceptable and sources that are acceptable is very slim to
You
non-existent.
said a civilian can just
Yeah,
hitch a
exactly.
ride, strap
That's
a
what
camera
I'm looking
on,
for.
hitch a ride, and video the Earth as a globe. And that's, I mean, that's all you had to come up with. You said it would be,
That's what I'm looking
pretty
for.
simple to do.
I was going to say I have to usually go through conference proceedings or go look at university websites. Once again, I have stuff that's.
We could
Go
give
ahead.
you 24, 48 hours if you need it, Josh.
That's fine. More than whatever you like. I mean, I'm not holding myself to a specific timeline here. I'd like to get it done now. I have a call at 11.
Yeah,
but
it would be good if
I
you
mean,
could
like,
get it done
don't
now.
hurry or anything.
But like at the end of the day, it gets back to the whole purpose of my interaction with this community is not to convince anybody.
I got a question.
Yeah, obviously you're not going to do
You,
that.
you won't. You won't.
That's fine.
People
That's
here
fine.
don't go.
I'm
Don't
okay with
go.
that.
Like I told you, everything that you have that you can propose to us as an evidence that you consider for yourself being your standard of evidence, which is just ironic. Photos, videos, and testimonies, and data, also data that you can't validate this its source. It's just that. It's a
Exactly.
blind
Once
belief.
again, that's why I'm saying there's no overlap between the quality and the source of evidence in here. So therefore, based on that conclusion, my concession is that my purpose here is not to convince anybody. It's more to understand y'all's worldview.
But do you
I got,
understand?
We
Do
don't
you
care about.
understand the standard that we're looking for is a measurement, right? And when DJ said
Correct.
over 20 miles is 266 feet, you're talking about something nearly as high as an elevation change, nearly as high as the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the
so
quality evidence circle.
yeah,
Is
but your claim is that there is absolutely no way to measure this. Now, I understand why you're saying that because that's the rhetoric, right? But logically, 266 feet drop in elevation would mean anything like an oil rig or something like an island at 20 miles should not be visible. And if it is visible, um, there isn't enough refraction in the atmosphere to be able to account for that. So why do you act like our worldview is so strange and crazy when this is a very hyperlogical
it's not
question?
stranger crazy. Yeah, no, it's not stranger crazy, but
But
it's
why do you not understand that this is something that should be measured, should be able to be measured in terms of drop over distance?
I agree. That's why we said before it's the inverse, right? So I have firsthand experience of data that shows the Earth is a globe. So I'm trying to figure out why those long distance measurements don't line up. It's the inverse of why you know you look at the data from the long distance observations and then by conclusion everything else must be a lie and must be fake and CGI, etc. So it's the inverse sort of endeavor that y'all are on.
So you do understand the concern and you're trying to figure this out for yourself as well.
Correct.
Okay. And do you not think that you're slightly biased just because of the nature of the work that you're doing?
Oh, I
No
think
trial,
I
you haven't confirmed. You're not able to confirm satellites are going into a vacuum in the sky, right? So
am correct.
not
Are you
really,
still
because
Googling?
you're using modeling. You're using data and then modeling that data to be able to present something. You're not actually providing evidence.
I mean, if you take a picture of something that's across the room, is it still there, right? Like you're just putting a camera up or a radio in longer distance. So once again, it gets back to the chain of custody thing. It's all good.
Yeah. Are you still Googling for this amateur footage that's
Honestly, it's
going in circles a little bit here as far as being able to actually go look at conference proceedings. Because I have stuff. I have stuff from Maxar and stuff from other commercial entities, but once again, the quality of evidence versus the source of the evidence, I think there's a very narrow gap here, which will actually be a productive conversation to have with y'all.
Well, this was simply your claim. I mean, you said,
No, I agree.
why don't you just send a camera up? You could just hitch a ride, and it's very easy to do such a thing. And you said that people have done that.
He forgot what he was
commercial
doing in
entities.
5-10 minutes. He forgot what he was doing in 5-10 minutes talking with us, yet he's working on
Disagree.
space stuff. Wow.
Just disagree with that. No, I'm saying that I found commercial organizations that have a decent amount of capital that are doing it. I'm trying to lower that capital restriction to find evidence that would support my actual claim.
From a regular person.
Yeah,
Correct.
just a civilian. That's all. Like you said. I mean,
Yeah,
that was
exactly.
your claim, so, yeah.
No, agreed. Exactly. I am a bit biased as I work with organizations that have 9 figures of capital to sort of expend. So I'm trying to find a university lab that's working with 6 or 7 figs, able to do the same thing. Oh lordy!
I got a question for you, Josh.
¿Qué pasa?
Have you ever used the 8 inches per mile squared math and compared it to like a Earth curve calculator and see if it lines up?
Like a geoid model, right? Because it's a
Just
function
an
of
Earth curve
what azimuth you're
just an
pointing
Earth curve
towards.
calculator.
No, I have not.
Yeah, Earth curve calculator uses the geometry of the Earth that uses the radius as an inference. Doesn't even use 8 inches per mile squared. But yeah, give it a shot, man. Like, do an observation, make it let's say 100 miles, and make the observer height like something dumb like 10 feet. Just simplify it for number reasons, and then
I guess
use 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You can put that to find the distance to the horizon. You subtract that distance from the total observation, and then that number you make 8 inches per mile squared, and that'll give you your hidden height. It works every time.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying I haven't actually done the exercise in a while. It's been a few years.
So you have done 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I'm recalling I got into a conversation on Clubhouse in 2022-ish, where I didn't think that the horizon for a 6-foot observer should be about 3 miles. That didn't make sense to me, so I actually ran the numbers.
Yeah, that one's easy. All you got to do is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So 1.225 times the square root of 6, and that'll give you your distance to the horizon, approximately.
Yeah, agreed. Remembering that it was a few years ago. I got clowned on because I fucked up a decimal.
Let's say it's a 10-mile observation. You got 3 miles to the horizon. You got 7 miles to the remainder of the object. So you do 8 inches per mile squared. So 8 inches times 7 squared, and that'll give you your obstructed height. It works, dude. To say that it doesn't work, that's
no. I'm just saying the parametric, like a parabola, is not the same thing as a hemisphere. So there's only certain distances.
It's good up to 1,200 miles, it's good up to 1,200 miles. So I don't understand why.
Exactly. Exactly. It's a parametric that's easier to work with.
Yeah, everybody knows that already, and you know that we know that. Okay, we're saying that over an observation of say 10 miles or 20 miles, that's going to give you the correct answer for how much drop over distance there would be.
Yeah,
sure, that's fine.
Your contention was the formula, and we've all agreed that it's parabolic. It's not useful over distances of, let's say, over 1,000 miles. But we all know that we're observing less than that. So, being as we all agree on that, is it fine?
That's fine. We can throw it out. That's fine.
So at the beginning we thought it was a problem, but now we reached an agreement that it's fine.
For specific distances, correct. It's just not something you can just throw out without capturing the nuance.
Even at 1,000 miles, what's the difference between you and I? At let's say 8 inches per mile squared gives me an obstructed height at 1,000 miles of 124 miles, but the Globe Earth calculator says 122.8 miles. What's a mile 0.2 between you and I at 120 miles?
That's fine. I'm not disputing that. I'm just disputing when it's used without, also claiming that it's a parametric and it doesn't, the map is not the territory type of deal. That's fine. I'm okay with it actually being
You
used
included it and dismissed it in the same fucking sentence.
So we can use
exactly.
it. So
yes,
we can
as long as you, that's fine. Use it. Just note that it's a parametric.
Yeah, we do. So,
oh, that's fine. That was the initial contention earlier. It was that it wasn't being.
So then the equation is perfectly fine then.
As long as it's denoted to be a parametric, that's fine.
Which it is. So
it is. Okay, we're good.
So no, you're good, right? This was your contention. So being as we point this out because we're doing it, we point it out straight away. That there shouldn't be much of a contention. You can use other formulas, but they're still good to denote a rate of change of slope over, let's call it local distances, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles. Right?
That's fine.
Cool. So we don't measure that.
Exactly.
Yeah, the equation says we should because it's a rate of change of slope or whatever denotation, but we don't measure that. Why?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
No, it's because it's not there.
I'm interested. I'm interested as to why. One thing that like I said, I've been thinking about this stuff for a while.
I'm trying to figure something out, man. You're like, oh, it's a parametric, so it doesn't really equivalent to actual Earth curve. But yet you'll accept two fucking stick shadows or a stick in a well, 500 stadia apart as evidence for fucking Earth curve measurement.
Josh, I hope you're still looking for that footage. I hope you're still looking for that footage, brother.
Currently restarting my computer, but yeah. 8% of the way there with a Windows update. Happy to send a picture if y'all think that I'm, pulling shit out of my ass, but no, I guess the one thing as far as trying to figure out where that sort of dissonance is derived from, I'd be interested in seeing if anybody has actually dug into differential Snell's law as opposed to
differential Snell's law cannot be applied to an observation through the atmosphere, where we don't have the conditions that would be possible to use the differential version of Snell's law in a real world observation, right? That could possibly be because that could be used in a lab setting, right? In a controlled setting where you had a steady change within the medium of the refractive index, not in a system that's constantly changing and shifting, and you're unable to validate exactly what's happening with the refractive index between point A and point B. You're not able to show a single observation that anyone's done throughout all of the history of humanity where they've used the different version, right, of Snell's law that would apply to a single medium. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
Even the mainstream sources say that wouldn't be applicable to a real world situation.
Well, no, I think it is applicable. It's just not. You just can't. You can't.
You don't use it.
Know what everything. It's like Navier-Stokes, right? For fluid dynamics, you have to understand how each individual molecule is interacting with every single individual molecule around it, right? So to actually understand how the light is passing through a non-uniform medium over large distances, the computation would be insane, and to do a real world observation would be nuts. But I'm trying to understand where the gaps are that are causing this dissonance between, macroscopic view of our surroundings versus terrestrial long distance observations.
Yeah,
so
you would also need to take take into account the meteorological conditions that would be necessary. Right, it's almost like a situation where you would have to go out and have your shins burning and your kneecaps freezing at the same time because of the crazy difference in the temperature gradient vertically.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
And have that consistent over a huge distance, right? But we don't have the the framework or whatever you want to call it for that situation to be present, because if we know the water temperature is say 40 degrees and the air temperature is also 40 degrees, okay, and we're doing the observation over say 10 miles over the surface of that water where we know the temperature of the water, we know the temperature of the air, okay, we don't have a windy day or something like that, we have very stable temperatures and we're using infrared. Okay, we don't have the setup for this extreme refractive index, essentially a duct to be creating this.
Yeah, but how can you claim that the air is quote unquote
the same temperature as the water, like whatever
Okay,
temperature you're
so
claiming
we
it is, right?
have okay, just for
Because it's a
example,
three-dimensional medium, right?
well, for example, we can use the data from
A four-dimensional
a
medium.
buoy. What we can use a buoy, right? That's in the observation, right? That's local. Okay.
Well, exactly,
And
right. Like, you can
so
approach
that's been
differential
done.
Snell's law, right? You can approach, you can have, a buoy every X number of, distance that is able to give you, the gas conditions. So then you can, we could draw control volumes around each of the buoys, like halfway in between. And then, it's not one medium into another, like one Snell's law, but you could, increase your data resolution to get closer to differential Snells, right?
Yeah, it's still not going to work. It's still not going to account for the observation. Okay, you can't even replicate what you guys are claiming is happening on a small scale. We can replicate
exactly.
all
That's what I'm trying to
all
figure
of the
out.
real world conditions. We can replicate inferior mirages sinking, all of these things. It's very easy to replicate things disappearing bottom up over a flat surface on a small scale. But when you guys are claiming that you can have a curved surface, right, that has something physically hidden behind it by a large amount, right, and then you're manipulating the conditions over the, in the small scale test, and then all of a sudden the curved surface is completely flat, right? There's no distortion, there's no optical distortion, and everything's visible, and it looks like it's all just flat now all of a sudden, magically. Right? That's not even possible to replicate. No one's done that. That's not possible. It's even silly to suggest such a thing because it would be outlandish to suggest that refraction could do such a thing because it cannot.
All right, computer's back up and running. I'm gonna hop on mute for a bit. I have a call at 11, so I got like 20 minutes here. I'll be sure to get y'all the data you're interested in. But I'm gonna try and actually get y'all something, or else put egg on my face and concede. In 20 minutes if I'm not able to find anything. But until then, I'm gonna hop on mute. But I'll still be here.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully his Windows update would have been completed by then.
Yeah, it just finished. That's why I'm doing it.
Hey DJ, do you know of any cameras that were once labeled top secret? They were declassified.
No, I'm not sure. I know there are certain cameras that cost $500,000, $1 million that you have to have certain clearance to be able to own.
That's interesting.
Yeah, we were talking with that about that with the guy Lanolin in my server the other day. He was showing these cameras that are it's like $500,000 just for the sensor, and yeah, these are like crazy thermal cameras and things like that. But he said you have to have all sorts of qualifications and clearances and things to even be able to own one, to get your hands on it. Yeah, here's a pretty crazy picture. I mean, a pretty crazy type of camera. I'll post in the side chat.
So apparently, guys, all you got to do is hitch your ride on a rocket, and there's many examples of this, but he just can't find one right now. I'll shut up.
Yeah, just stick your thumb out, dude.
So many examples. You need a little while to find one.
It's like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You just hop a ride onto a rocket.
So this camera in the side chat, long wave infrared, could be used to see upwards of 100 to 200 miles. Telescopic lens of 100 to 200x. 1K sensor, but a single camera could run somewhere into the millions. That's crazy. And require some serious credential.
Piece of junk.
Military contract exclusivity.
Yeah, why would they need a camera ground level that can see hundreds of miles?
DJ, did you say you'd had a video that I'd find interesting?
Oh yeah. It's it's about like the first photographs that came out of Australia.
Oh, awesome.
Which doesn't match up with yeah. Oh, I thought I posted it. Yeah, I'll post it in your DMs and in the side chat.
Cheers, man. Thank you. Have you started to be a little bit skeptical about pictures that you keep getting shown?
No, I don't like. There's a lot of these old world channels now that it's just like it's AI voice, and then half the pictures, on 80% of the pictures they show are clearly AI generated. It's just annoying. That's all.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and this is now why I'm looking at what we're told to be old pictures and stuff, because just from the lens of understanding things can be manipulated, and this AI stuff is clearly obvious to be seen, but you just wonder about other stuff. But Australian
Here's
photo.
a video. Here's the link. Yeah, first photographs of Australia. And I'll send it in your DM.
Cheers, man. Thank you. Talking about old photographs, I was looking at apparently at old photographs from pre-Soviet Russia. So we're talking like before the First World War type of thing, and like before the wars, but towards the end and the middle of the 19th century, and specifically their logging practices. Right, lots of photographs of like Russians cutting down trees and breaking logs and carrying them around and so on. And within these perfectly normal sized Russian people, there's this giant standing there with a tree over his shoulder, or like a couple of trees underneath his arm, whilst a couple of the regular sized normal people are like using like 2 or 3 people to carry one log. This guy who looks about 12 foot tall is like carrying about 3-4 trees. It's just interesting because they come from old archive photos from Russia.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, you know. I'll see if I can dig it out for you, man, and send it your way.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Did you watch the Suits of Armor video I sent you the other day or the other week?
No, I haven't seen that yet. I definitely want to see that one. I've got a list. I got a playlist ready to go. which I should be watching right now and doing work right now, but here I am.
Earth? I didn't ask, man. It's incredibly rude of me. How's the flat Earth video going?
Oh yeah, I'll be working on that today.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I came across one the other day where I literally just had to go because it sounded completely ridiculous, and I didn't want anything to do with it. But the idea, no, I'll tell you anyway. We've all heard of the old Singer sewing machines, you know, the big cast iron things that you might find in your grandparents' house when she used to do sewing or whatever. We've all heard of these things, right?
Yep.
Apparently, they're not sewing machines.
What?
Apparently, the technology within the very first sewing machines is exactly the same technology you find within armaments and guns. It's like the mechanism that drives the needle downwards and so on. It's just, I can't remember the specific term for it. It's a lock and something, but that technology is exactly the same technology you find in. I think it's repeating armaments, like machine guns and so on. So it's the earliest form of that. You find it directly in the guns and directly in the sewing machines as well. So that the suggestion was that I'd either taken one technology, the armament, and then put it into the new technology, the sewing machine, because the drive mechanism literally was the same thing, or the whole thing in itself was some kind of weapon. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, so yeah, I had to walk away from that one saying, "Oh, come on, man, I can't deal with this
Yeah,
shit."
look out. We got some ancient babushkas armed with singers.
It's exactly that. Yeah. Bit of a wander down the what's it the musical revolution of like about 200 years ago. So the time of the harpsichord and the piano and the violin and so on. Orchestral music, Brahms and Beethoven and all of these people, right? Specifically, the technology of the violin, piano, and so is incredibly far, way in excess of its time. Right? A grand piano has got over 10,000 individual pieces to it, for example, right? And each individual piece has to be to as close to perfection as possible, because if one thing is not perfect, it will ruin the entire instrument, for example. Some of the wood that is used within like the violins and specifically like the grand pianos, it is still in really good condition today, where most wood would would split, or it would bend, distort, and warp over time because of moisture, damp, and temperature and whatnot. The majority of these pianos don't. It's because of the specific type of wood that's used and that's how it's treated. For example, every single grand piano, the wood in it has to be dried for at least 50 years. That's an awful lot of pre-planning and an awful lot of fucking wood, for example, right? But yeah, look into the grand piano and the technology within that. It's probably well beyond its time, to be fair. Again, I'll see if I can find you the video, dude.
Yo, debate me. Like, the Earth is round and everybody knows it.
Okay, so have you got any verifiable evidence of that?
Yes, images, videos. Like,
Okay.
AI didn't exist in the 1960s, by the way.
Okay, that's nice. So how do we verify the pictures to be true?
How do we verify the opposite?
Okay, so I'll tell you. So the pictures showed that the Earth is a sphere, a planet, right? That the surface is curved. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so when we measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure the surface to be curved over distances of water that should show curvature. We measure it to be flat. So when we try to verify that image of a curved surface, when we go to measure the curved surface, we don't measure a curved surface, we measure a horizontal one. So the images are not validated. What is confirmed is the measurement of the surface of the Earth. It's horizontal upon the surface of water.
It's round, mate.
That's not directly attacking anything that I've said. That's you just affirming your belief.
How do you believe the Earth look? Do you just think it's a plate or something?
No, I'm telling you the surface of water, and it will shock you, right? The surface of water is horizontal when contained at rest over any and all distances, right? So in your glass of water, in your bathtub, in your fishing pond, in your lake where you sail a boat and your sea that you can sail across, the body of water is horizontal across its surface, right? If 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water is horizontal upon its surface, then the Earth's flat.
No.
So
No.
is it a plate or a fucking, like, Minecraft block? Like,
Don't know. So I'm only able to tell you the measurement of the surface. I can't tell you how big the Earth is, for example. I can't give you its overall shape. It might not be a true geometric shape, right? Like a cube or a circle. It might be in a regular shape, like a leaf or a lake. I don't know the shape of the Earth, my friend, but I know the surface of water is flat.
But if you take people taking picture from Mount Everest, and it shows the curvature.
Would you like a panoramic observation from the top of Mount Everest? You know, where you turn around 360 degrees and you literally see a horizon encircle the observer.
Oh,
The
you
horizon,
see the coverage. You see like a
yeah,
bowl.
no shit. Like, the Earth is not fully round. Like, it's not a perfect sphere, but it's not flat. Like,
we'll do it like this.
It's not like how Vikings believe. We evolved. You know what I'm saying? It's
I
not
asked
like
you
the water ain't falling down by the edges. You know.
Okay. No one is necessarily addressing anything that I've said. You seem to be coping with yourself or soothing yourself. All right.
what do you think the
Hold on,
images
my
you
friend,
see?
please. Hello. I'm addressing your claim that you can see the curvature of the Earth at the top of Mount Everest. I've pointed out turning around, and then you decided to straw man the argument, ad hom me, and talk to your friend. You understand the premise that I'm asserting to you. Observing a horizon when you turn around 360 degrees. You're saying that one part of the horizon is higher than the rest of the horizon, denoting curvature. I'm pointing out to you that that's not. You simply turn around.
Why can I not post pictures in the chat?
Are you going to address what I said?
No, that's fake.
Well, do you believe that the other planets in this solar system are round?
My friend, in the side chat are the very images that I'm talking about. Panoramic observation from the top of a really tall mountain. You're claiming that you see the curvature. That's one part higher or lower than the rest of the horizon. That's not observed when you simply turn around.
There's a 3D camera, bro.
Can you
doesn't
address?
work like that.
Okay.
Okay, is Mars a sphere? Is Venus a sphere? What do you say there?
Okay, now listen to this closely, right? I'm making a claim about the Earth because the Earth is the thing that I have too. I live on the surface of it, for example. I haven't been to Jupiter or Venus or Mars or any of these other things to come back and give you a knowledge claim about what they are. So quite simply, I don't know.
But why do astronauts
But do you
say
know
that
what
they
the
see
do you know what
the
a telescope is?
Yes.
Yeah, and you can see the other planets.
proves it?
Sorry, other planets.
Bro,
Which,
oh my goodness. Why do astronauts say that when they look
at the
back at
moment,
Earth?
you're trying to give me evidence that the Earth is a sphere, and your best evidence so far, and I'm grading them, is a telescope,
Bro,
which is not looking at the Earth.
people figured this out
Hello?
with basic math
Hello?
in the 17th
Hello?
century.
Hello? I need you to address what I've said. Last thing that was said before you start waffling on about something else. That I
Oh,
do a telescope. That's not looking at the Earth when you look at other things up in the sky. Can I get a session on that, please, before we move along? That's not looking at the Earth, right? When you get a telescope and look at, say, Jupiter, for example, can we reach an agreement that that's not looking at the Earth?
we're not looking at Earth, yes.
Okay, so
But
we're trying to
there's a
prove
but
what
to
the
it.
Earth is.
There's
Why
a
are
but
you,
to it.
why are you not listening? We're trying to prove what the Earth is, or you are, and you're trying to look away from the Earth and infer something about what's up there and it being here also. Can you do better than that, please?
But why do astronauts claim it's round when they have been up in
No,
space?
I can't divine the motivations of. Can
It's
you?
actual people up in this. They claim it to be round, and they actually been outside the Earth.
How do you know that? How do you know where they've been? Are you in the pocket?
Admit to be round, that means we should measure the curvature on the ground, which we don't.
Okay, but there are mathematical
So you're
equations
following
proving
along.
the square of the Earth.
Hello? Just so you're following along, that's two claims that you've made that we can't verify. Remember, the pictures from space showing the Earth to be a sphere. Well, when we measure the surface of the Earth, it's not a sphere. And the claims from the astronauts that the Earth is a sphere, well, when we validate that claim and measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure that curvature, so not a sphere. So that's two claims you've brought up that can't be validated. End, and a telescope that's not looking at the Earth. Can you try again?
Oh my! What? Why? Okay. Do you believe the moon is rotating
Tanner, no more
around the Earth?
questions. No more questions, Tanner.
Oh yeah.
You're
Okay.
gonna
Okay. No
tell
more
me
questions.
the
It's too
answer
hard
to a
to
no.
make.
Listen, Tanner. You're gonna tell me one answer he gave you in the 40 questions you already asked. One answer.
Huh?
Tell me an answer that he gave you to one of your questions. Any of the questions. I'm trying to figure out if you're even paying attention to the answers or we're just wasting our time. So tell us. You asked a lot of questions. Tell us one of the answers.
That he made?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
what's called?
tough, isn't it, when you're not paying a fuck
No,
attention?
bro.
Go on fucking mute,
listen.
dude. Go
No,
on fucking mute. I couldn't take any more of that Jedi, dude. You're just talking to a fucking brick wall.
Oh no, you're fine, man. If he's had enough of it, then that's fine.
So he asked you like 40 questions and did not listen. Like as soon as you answered, another question comes out. Like he didn't even think about. It was tough for him to even concede that looking at the fucking Jupiter is not looking at Earth. Like that was like pulling teeth.
Yeah. Well, there was two of them, no? Where's the other one gone?
So Tanner, we can try again, okay? But if you ask a question, actually listen to the answer, and then you can have like an interchange on that instead of you just fucking shotgunning bullshit and not listening to the answer. Because if you're not going to listen to the answer, why should he even talk to you?
That's fair, to be honest. Like,
I know it's fair. We do this all day long. You gonna do better now, Tanner? Thank you. You probably didn't even hear what I just said about
and nu, du är fan unmutad. Prata nu för fan.
He is on mute. He's been on mute for about 15 seconds.
Hello?
You guys are talking in DMs, talking nonsense, aren't you?
I don't even know
We
this
do
guy.
this all day long. We know all you guys just gimmicks when you come in
Yeah,
the chairs and the nonsense you guys do. You're not clever. You're not tricking us. You're not doing anything. You're just wasting our fucking time.
No.
So ask a question and get an answer, and actually listen to the fucking answer, please.
So I ask a question now?
Yeah, and listen to the answer. That's the key part.
Okay, so I will ask and then listen. Okay. So why are there math proving flat earthers wrong?
Okay. First of all, you can't prove anything about the natural world with math. Math proves math, and that's it. You can calculate anything with math. I can calculate how fast Superman flies. I can calculate, how much fucking radioactive poison got shot in Peter Parker's arm that turned him into Spider-Man. Like, you can calculate whatever you want.
Okay, I listen.
So the
But
math, if
but
you
we'll
want the geometry, if you want the geometry of Earth, those measurements prove that the Earth is flat, not that it's a globe. In fact, so you
So
want to do kilometers or imperial, because in 15 kilometers distance, the surface of the Earth should curve down 20 meters. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but
Okay, that's a lot, right? So that's like a 6-story
where's
building.
can you
Well, that's
prove
like a
this to me?
6-story building, right? So if there was a 6-story building 15 kilometers away, you should not see it at all. It should be completely blocked by the curve of the Earth.
Listen.
But we have observations of 400 kilometers. Yeah, the world record observation is 475 kilometers.
Okay.
Is
Can you
that
prove me
far?
this? Can you like show me the equation or
Yes,
whatever?
in the Guinness Book of World Records. Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat.
So I just hear what you say. I cannot make sure it's true.
I understand.
Hold on, can't you just Google the radius of the Earth? All reverberations are going to be based on that R value. For example, the diameter, the circumference, the rate of change of slope, and where a geometric appear for an observer stands at an altitude on that curved surface. It's really simple mathematics. It's geometry, right? It's a geometric claim that the Earth is a sphere. That means it should show certain attributes. One of them would be a rate of change of slope over a distance of the surface of the Earth, like say 10, 20, 30 miles. That rate of change of slope over a distance of water is not measured. What is measured is water's horizontal upon the surface. So we test the claim with geometric shape by measuring its surface. A curved line can't be a straight line. And considering we don't measure any curvature, what we do measure is straightness, horizontality, if you will. So the Earth is flat.
so you tell him to
But when you say,
Google stuff,
when you say the
but
math
if you
proves it wrong,
Google
okay,
if you
give me this.
Google is Earth flat, it says no. So like,
So what, dude?
Okay.
So what?
Okay.
Your math.
What I'm asking you to Google is the claim about the numbers attributed to the spherical nature of the Earth, the radius, for example. That's where we get the rate of change of slope from. What we're doing is trying to validate that claim. In this instance, it comes in mathematical formula. In other instances, it comes from anecdotal evidences from what? People that have said that they've gone to the moon, or pictures from space. They all show that the Earth's a sphere. That means we should measure curvature. We don't. The Earth's measured flat.
So the whole key point here is Google might say Earth is not flat, but you can go out and check if Google is right in the real world. And when you go check, you'll find out that Google is wrong about that.
Okay, but listen.
But what?
It's something
You
called
got something?
atmospheric refraction.
Atmospheric refraction.
Your math is right, and that it should curve 20 meters, but it's roughly 18 meters. But
Did you
the light,
Google that?
the way you can see that is by on a camera. For example, if you zoom in as you showed, you will see the whatever. but that's because light bend with
See the whatever.
the curvature of the Earth.
Where will I see the curvature of the Earth?
No, the reason why you can zoom in and see something 50 meters away when it should be in the curve 20 meters is because, and you can see it as a whole thing, isn't because Earth is flat, it's because of the I cannot
Yeah,
pronounce.
you're just learning about it now when I've been talking about this for 10 years. You're going to tell me what's happening? That's funny.
Well, it's true. The Earth is round.
No, it's not true.
People are
because no one
educated,
can
you know that, right?
demonstrate- Listen, no one can actually demonstrate it's true. That is an ad hoc, what's called an ad hoc hypothesis. It's talked about after the fact. So what is the evidence for this atmospheric refraction? Can you tell me what it is?
Wait.
The actual evidence. I want that. So if you're going to say the Earth looks flat because of atmospheric refraction, you need the actual evidence there actually is atmospheric refraction making the Earth look flat. So what is that evidence? Oh, there isn't any. Want to know what the evidence is? The evidence is the Earth looks flat. Yeah, the Earth looks flat. That's our evidence for refraction. Because we all know it's a globe, right? That's the argument. We all know it's a globe, so if it looks flat, there has to be magic refraction making it look flat. It's making the globe look flat. Now it gets even weirder, Tenor. Now think about how crazy this is. What creates atmospheric refraction? Well, that's a change in air pressure density. Well, what creates that?
I got the proof for
well,
atmospheric refraction.
Gravity creates, does gravity create the air pressure gradient? You know how air pressure goes down as you go up? Is it gravity that makes that happen?
It's the dense of the air molecules.
Yeah. Does gravity make that happen?
I don't know. I'm not too well known in that.
Okay.
I don't know, to be
Well,
honest.
that's what they say. They say gravity makes it so that the air is thinner at the top of the mountain than the bottom of the mountain, right? Because air pressure created by
I don't know.
gravity. Well, that's what they say. Okay, I'm just telling you. And because of that, you have an air pressure gradient, and light bends around the curve of the Earth, making it look flat. So you have to go, hey, how crazy is it that gravity makes the Earth into a ball, but then makes that ball look flat from the surface because it bends, it makes an air pressure gradient that bends the light around the ball to make it look flat. Now, if you want to believe all that, instead of the real answer is it looks flat because it is flat, go right ahead.
But wait.
Yeah, it's crazy. It looks flat because it is flat. What a novel thought.
Proof for what I told you is, for example, if you're on a highway and
that's a mirage. We're not. This isn't a mirage, dude. You're talking about an inferior mirage.
Listen.
Yeah, an inferior mirage. That's called where you get a double image reflected below it. So there's an inferior mirage and a superior mirage. An inferior mirage is where the bottoms of the object, say you have a car out there, and then you see a reflection of the car, and the tires are touching each other. That's an inferior mirage. A superior
yeah, but
mirage
that proves
where you get a
atmospheric
double image
refraction.
where the roofs of the car would be touching each other.
But that proves it because of the.
There's no double image.
It has to do with the temperature of the air,
But
and
there's no
that
double
proves
image
it.
in this picture.
It doesn't have to do anything with that. How
There's
you see it.
Well, that's what a mirage is. It's a double image.
Yeah, and it proves atmospheric refraction.
No. It doesn't prove atmospheric.
And light curves.
Yeah, it doesn't prove that light curves. In fact, even in the academic literature, it says that it's caused by what's called total internal reflection, not refraction. Yeah, because it's a reflection. It's not refraction. It's a reflection.
Do you want to know what proves curvature of?
Yeah. Tell me what proves the curvature of the Earth. One thing
light
can prove
curve.
the curvature.
You know light curves, right?
Yeah, like those. light only curves under special circumstances.
And that's what makes it seem that you can see it as flat when you zoom in. But
how do you know the light is curving?
it's because of temperature and the air density.
How do you know what the temperature and air density is?
How do I know what?
How do you know what the temperature and air density is? How do you know
it
what other
var-
conditions exist that can curve
No,
light?
but the temperature is different all around the Earth. That's
Yeah,
why it
no,
would show difference.
is it locally different?
What do you mean?
Locally. Like if I go to the beach, is it different at the beach? Like one part of the beach is hotter than another part of the beach?
No. How would I know? Like,
Yeah. How would you know?
yeah, but
This is what
that doesn't prove anything. You're saying a different case
This is
scenario.
what you were claiming is. Look, bro. You said refraction is curving light around the ball to make it look flat. You haven't provided any evidence that that's true. You're just saying it.
No, but you can see it in different
That's a
experiments
mirage. That's
that people
different.
do.
That's actually layers of air. It's a completely different phenomenon.
No, but it proves it.
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything. It's not even the same
It does.
phenomenon. It's not even the same
If
phenomenon.
you put a straw in a glass,
Yeah,
it will
but
seem
air's
bend.
not water.
No, oh my goodness.
The difference in refractive
Oh
index of air and water is 30%. So the
What
refractive index of
happened?
water is 1.3, and
Okay.
refractive index of air is 1. So we're only talking about in air, so you're in the same thing. There's only air.
So do you know the third form of water?
So you're going to make another false equivalence,
That is
or
not
you're going
false.
to just provide evidence that this is actually happening.
Maybe it's
We
proof.
don't want with that it could happen, or maybe it would happen, or it should happen. We want evidence that actually is in this photograph.
What?
The photograph that I posted, the long distance observation of 275 kilometers. Do you have any evidence of refraction bending light around the ball in this photograph?
Huh?
You have
I
any
think
evidence
he
of
speaks Japanese.
creating this observation and making it possible? Do you have any evidence that's the case?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Because I have evidence it's not the case. And this
I
might
don't
seem
understand.
technical because it is. So when you have high refraction is based upon the wavelength of the electromagnetic radiation, specifically the colors. So the way a prism works is because since each color has goes through the prism differently, because of the it has a relative refractive index based upon its color, you get a spreading out of the white light into a rainbow. Okay. Now, if refraction was happening in this observation, you would get the same effect because it's 275 kilometers, and there has to be a hell of a lot of refraction between the camera and the mountain, right? But we don't see that. We don't see what there's actually a name for it. It's called chromatic aberration or chromatic dispersion. Now, we should see this dispersion, but we don't see it. We never see it. Whenever you guys say, hey, refraction's going on, well, why don't we see dispersion? They see it when they look through telescopes, but they don't see it when they look long range on Earth. So why don't we see that? If refraction is happening.
Because light curves.
Okay, if it was curving, you would see chromatic aberration. Do you understand?
I don't know what that means in English.
A prism.
I don't even.
You know what a prism is? A rainbow?
Yes, I know what a rainbow is.
Okay,
Yes.
a piece of glass, you shine the light in and it makes a rainbow. Prism.
Okay, yes, got it.
Okay, that should happen in the air.
You mean that it bends?
No, that it should make a rainbow.
It doesn't do a bend in a rainbow.
I know it doesn't do that. That's the point. That's how we know there's no refraction.
But it doesn't prove because rainbows only
It
show
does prove it.
circumstances.
It does prove it because it's not an optional thing. It's not like, oh, we want to make a refractive atmosphere that doesn't do this. It's not possible. They're intrinsically related. Refraction is based upon the wavelength of light. So blue wavelength, red wavelength, orange wavelength, all the colors, they all have different wavelengths and they all refract differently. So when the light bounces off the mountain and comes towards the camera and the camera takes a picture, you should see a red mountain, a blue mountain, and a green mountain. You understand that, right? You understand that they make telescopes for astronomy that remove this specifically. I'll show you. I'll post one in the chat, dude. You're just reading bullshit off Google, dude. That's all you're doing. You're reading bullshit off Google and parroting shit you don't even understand.
What's up? Hey, Indio 007, how are you? Hey, Indio 007.
Okay, so I posted an image in the chat, an example image. Now, this is a photograph of Saturn. You can see it's red on top and blue on the bottom. This is caused by chromatic aberration, which is a result of
Well,
refraction. This
Indio.
is what you would see. You would see blue on the bottom and red on top if there was refraction going on. You don't see this, so there ain't no refraction going on, bro.
You are
It's just
listening
that
me,
Hail Mary out of
Indio.
nowhere. Who
Sorry
you
for
talking to, bro?
interrupting you.
I'm talking to somebody, brother. You know, you have bad manners. You always come into a chat and just start blabbing.
Okay. Rah. Now you are free, Indio 007.
There's another image.
Hey, ZD is laughing. Oh my god.
It's a cope.
Yep.
They're trying to convince them, trying to stay on the ball, and it's probably hard to convince themselves at this point. Yeah, they're resorted to spamming emojis in the chat as if that was going to prove the Earth is a ball.
Oh, your pick is very great. You are making a flat Earth. Oh my god.
No, I didn't make the flat Earth. It already was flat. It's always been flat.
You mentioned the color like orange,
Lulu.
white, and blue. Where's color in your Earth, bro?
Well, since you can't control your mic, I'm gonna just mute you.
I'm
I
just
told you, you two are giggling in your back chat. You think it's funny. You got cooked, dude. You guys are just spamming freaking globe emojis because you can't actually make an argument on how you. So Tanner, tell me how you know the Earth is a globe. Now, don't tell me how you think somebody else that's not you knows. Tell me how you know.
Because I read about it and it's true.
No, how do you know? What's your evidence that you accumulated?
My evidence.
Yeah,
It's
yours.
information that is published.
Yeah, so what? Lord of the Rings is published.
But
Like
that's a
Lord of the
comics.
Rings, and I move it to the
That's a
nonfiction
comics.
section of the library.
That's not science. That's
become
not
true.
reality.
Just show
Yeah,
us
no,
what has been published that you have read that shows that the Earth is a sphere, that we can validate.
But why do NASA say that? I'm pretty sure they got educated people that work for them.
No. You made
Or
a
they just,
claim.
or they use homeless people they picked up and they made
Tanner, no,
theories.
get him off this shit, Jedi. Tanner, I asked you how you know.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, how you personally know your primary evidence that you have. Not about somebody else. You. Don't tell me how NASA knows or how frickin' Neil Armstrong knows or how the guy down the street knows. Okay, how you know.
How I got to? What do you mean?
How?
But
Yeah, what do you mean? Because you don't know. And you don't know and don't want to admit it. That you
I know.
don't know the Earth is a globe is that somebody whispered in your ear, hey, Earth is a globe. And you were like, okay, I believe you. And that's the situation.
No. Once I
Oh, then
dropped my pen
okay, then give me your evidence that you
and it
have.
fell
That
to the ground, and it proved it.
we fall to the ground. Okay, so did we start falling to the ground before or after someone said Earth is a globe?
Bro, it always
Yeah,
been
so
a globe.
like people have been falling to the ground for a long time. Why didn't anybody a long time ago go, oh shit, you fell. Earth's a globe.
But it proves with mathematics.
No, it doesn't prove anything.
People
Falling.
figured this out many hundred centuries ago, and now they're
Yeah,
talking
cool. You're
about
still
flying
telling me how
cars.
other
And this
people know.
is,
I asked you how you know. Remember how you know?
I don't know.
Exactly. I rest my case. Case
But
dismissed.
but educated people know.
Yeah, I am educated. I know the globe Earth nonsense better than you could even imagine or dream of knowing it. It's bullshit.
It's like saying I'm educated in whatever nutrition. I
You're
say
not
McDonald's
educated.
good for
You're
you.
not educated in this. You're not. You're not educated on why there's a globe. You're not.
Yeah, because you don't even need to be educated to know the
Oh, so
Earth
if
is
you
round.
like you just said, educated people know the Earth's a globe, but you don't need to be educated to know the Earth's a globe.
So you shouldn't believe
You're not
what.
even making sense, bro.
So you shouldn't believe what NASA posts. Is that what you're saying?
Why should I? What do you mean? No.
So
Why
you should
should
be,
I?
because
Why
it's the
should
truth.
I? Huh?
It's the truth.
How do you? But that would already assume. I should believe them. Why should I? How do you know it's the truth?
Oh, so are you denying other stuff
How
also?
do you know it's the truth? Don't ask me a question. Answer.
Because it makes sense.
The story makes sense.
My God, dude. So you know it's the truth. So everything that makes sense to you is the truth. Okay. I hope your
Oh, so
girlfriend
you don't believe the media?
goes
Or
and
what?
bangs your brother and then says, I went to the movie theater, and you're like, it must be the truth because it makes sense. You're
Because
a fucking
educated people that know stuff.
Educated.
Yes.
But you're not one of those people. You already admitted it.
Yeah, you just
No, but I
regurgitate.
listen to them. That's a
No,
different.
you regurgitate without question.
I
Is what you
think
do.
your conversation is very,
So you shouldn't believe in
Before
media.
you jump in,
interested.
I'm pointing
So you
out to this
guys,
gentleman that he just regurgitates without question. I want him to answer that. He agrees that that's what he's doing, right?
Huh?
You're just regurgitating your education without question. You don't question what you're told. You're just telling us, regurgitating, like throwing it up back to us.
But it's the truth.
It's the truth. How did you validate it to be true?
Because it makes sense.
Because it makes so we're going to go around in circles. So your method.
Hold on, Jedi. Tanner, appeal to common sense is a logical fallacy. So you can't determine what's true just because it quote unquote makes sense. It's fallacious reasoning. So we're going to ask you again. How did you determine it's the truth?
How I determine?
Yeah, how did you determine what NASA says is true, what the educated people say are true?
Because I compare it to what other people say.
That doesn't make any sense either.
It proves the other
because you
one.
haven't validated any particular. So
I
you
don't
compare
understand.
something you don't know is true to something else you also don't know is true. and see if the two things you don't know are true match? What do you think our purpose here is?
What do you mean?
What do you think? Why do you think we're doing this?
Why are you
I'm sorry to
sitting
cut you
here?
off, Jedi. Yeah, Why do you
To
think we're
convince
doing this?
other
Why do you
people
think we're doing this
to.
chat?
Yeah, what do you mean? To convince other people. Yes.
No, that was your first mistake. Okay, we're trying to teach you how to fucking find out what is true, and you just
Oh,
said, yeah, no, to how to, not what is true or not. We're not trying to tell you what is true or not. We're
but
trying
what?
to
That's
show you how
exactly
you
what.
figure out what is true. And appeals to authority, appeals to credentials, appeals to common sense are all logical fallacies. You know what a logical fallacy is?
I know what logical is. I don't know. No.
Yeah, but do you know what a logical fallacy is?
No.
You know what a straw man is?
No.
Straw man fallacy?
What?
Okay. Trying to teach you
I
how
don't
to
think he
figure out what's
understands
true or
anything about
useful
logic.
logic. What, say it
I
again?
forgot.
What? Somebody said something, what?
Yeah, Indio, do you think that he just have he's ignorant about logical fallacies or logic
No, bro. It's a language.
with logic in general?
Okay, so a lot of
What?
logical fallacies have Latin names, and if you should still recognize them. Do you know what an ipsy-dixit fallacy is?
What?
Yeah, exactly. So you don't know about logical fallacies in any language,
I cannot. I don't know what it means. I
including
cannot
your own.
translate it.
Including your own.
No, it's just basically bad logic, right? We have logic, and then we have fallacious. Fallacious logic, bad logical reasoning, if any reasoning at all.
Oh.
I'll give you an example. Now, if we wanted to know if water boiled at 200 or 100 degrees Celsius, would we take a vote?
Huh?
Would we vote on it? Whether water boils at 100 degrees
No, you
Celsius,
would prove it.
will we have an election and vote?
No, you prove it.
Okay, so that's a particular type of fallacy that's called an appeal to majority fallacy. That you can't prove that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius by voting.
Exactly.
The number of people who believe it, right? So more than 50% of the people believe Earth is a globe, but we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and say, hey, most people believe the Earth is a globe, but that does not prove the Earth is a globe. That's an appeal to majority logical fallacy. So the other logical fallacies I listed, hey, it makes sense. That doesn't prove a proposition because what makes sense to you might not make sense to somebody else. It's subjective. So you can't prove anything using that as an argument. Okay. That's what we're trying to teach you, how to actually find out what is true. You don't have the tools to find out what is true. I can give you any information and you don't know how to process it. This is why they should teach you logical reasoning in school, but they don't. We're gonna bounce out, Jedi, or whoever wants to take over.
The
Yeah,
Lulu.
rough, isn't it? Getting schooled by a flat earther.
Nah, bro, it's painful to hear this.
Dude, you guys clearly came in
This was-
here, didn't have any idea what you were talking about, don't know anything about the globe, right? You think you can debate something you don't know anything about, and you base your worldview on something that you don't know anything about. It's just blind faith, bro. It's kind of like a religion in a way.
No.
Okay. Oh, what's the
It's
radius value?
language.
What's the radius value? Tenor. What's the radius value of the globe? Don't look it up. Tell me what it is, or say I don't know. You don't know. See, you would have said it if you.
4,000 kilometers.
Incorrect. Completely incorrect. Okay, so you don't even know the basics of what you came in here to debate.
Oh my goodness.
Bro, how fast does the globe spin at the equator?
Doesn't prove anything, by the way.
You don't know any of these basic questions. You've based your worldview on something that you
No,
don't
it's
know
like
anything
saying
about.
it's like denying.
Oh
like,
yeah, really? How
no,
far away is the
it's
sun? How
it's
far away
like
is the sun? You
I
don't know
don't
that
know.
either, do you? You don't know
Oh,
anything.
no, listen. It's like saying
You just believe it's a globe. No, it's not like saying it's like trying to debate against something that you don't know anything
it
about, and you
doesn't
don't know your
doesn't
opponent's
matter.
arguments,
Doesn't matter
and you
if I
wonder
know.
why you get wrecked.
Doesn't matter if I know the millimeter.
Well, it does,
You don't
because
know
we'll ask you
anything.
how it is demonstrated to be true. And because you don't know the basic things, how they were proven, you haven't got a clue either. So you don't understand the subject that you're debating, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, look, I could ask Jedi. Jedi, what's the radius of the globe?
3,950.
How far away is the sun in the globe model?
93 million miles,
How
approximately.
fast does the Earth spin at the equator?
1,009 or something, over 1,000.
Yeah, exactly. See, the flat earther can
1,600.
answer all of the questions, the basics about the globe, because he's researched it. You guys don't know what you're talking about. So what's the point in
It doesn't
debating
matter.
people that are
Doesn't prove
Dunning-Krugers?
anything. It's like saying.
Well, you wouldn't enter a vegan debate if you didn't understand what a cow was.
Doesn't.
We have been in there,
The
bro.
thing is you've come in here and you're sniggering
Now
and you're talking about your education compared to us teaching you what you already think that you know, which you don't.
What?
I mean, I'd take a step back or appreciate where you are. Either way, you probably owe us an apology.
Oh.
Right.
De är fan helt pantade alltså. Det är fan sjukt.
Oh. English only.
Is this racism?
I think
No, it's an English server. It's the rules of the server. I didn't make the
Yeah,
rules.
but it's just our dialect of English.
How would that be racism anyway? It's just a
Because
language.
my profile picture.
Do you even know what racist means or racism means?
It's our dialect of English that we were speaking, you know. So respect.
Liars, yeah. So liars also get
ancient.
banned. Yeah. I see your profile picture, bro. Yeah, that's what I picture you as. Pink rooster, chicken, a pink chicken. Yeah.
Oh, that's racist.
Yeah, bro. Like my profile picture is as delusional as Earth being flat.
Okay, but it's measured that way. Does anybody want to speak about how it's measured?
There is no pink chickens, you know.
Sorry, we understand there's no pink chickens. That's lovely. But there's also no measured Earth curvature, which would be the primary factor for a shape being a sphere, being curved upon the surface. Now, does anybody want to address this stuff?
De är helt fantade för fan. Jävla psykopat.
Yeah, it's
All right,
rough,
so
isn't it?
Yeah, it is tough. Again, I can't moderate people if they're not speaking English, which puts me in a position.
Bro, I don't understand your dialect, man.
You don't understand.
Yes.
I can slow down for you.
You're talking royal English, man. I don't
Yeah,
get
I'm speaking proper English.
Yes.
Yes.
Speaking of water.
No, I don't boil a bottle of water. I pronounce the majority of my T's. Some of my H's I drop, but that's just because of the region I'm in.
Hey.
Do you believe UK is an island?
Do I believe? No, I know the UK is an island. There's a difference between belief in something and knowledge of something, right?
No.
You understand?
So what do we?
Yeah,
what do we got going on in here? Is there a couple of people that have got intellectually obliterated and now they're going to talk about people personally? Is that what's happening?
No.
That sounds like what's happening. Did you guys get wrecked when you came in here? You didn't know anything about the earth you live on? That's so sad. I feel bad for you.
So yeah, the UK is actually on an island. Yeah.
What?
No, it's not, bro. It's
I
not
don't
an
believe that because do you know how a water molecule is? How it's.
You guys
No.
about done here?
It's not an island, by the way.
Then what it is?
It's just
I believe
landmass.
it's another planet, to be honest. Because you cannot feel that.
I think so. They're starting to dribble. So maybe
Yeah.
they're
Okay.
done.
There goes. We'll see which one's the leader. I got rid of Pink Chicken, dude. Is he the courage?
Who is that? Fuck.
Who's the muscle and who's the brains?
Who's the hero and who's the psychic?
Yeah.
He's the pop star, and how many of you are his entourage? I like that.
Oh, well, I have a question, if I may, please.
Yes.
Go ahead.
For how long is he gonna be muted? Just out of curiosity, asking.
Maybe for the rest of the day. It's kind of up to him or the rest of the crew. Are you part of his crew? Are you the guy that kind of stays quiet and lets Pinky in the Brain do all the talking?
No, man. I was here yesterday as well. I did not cause any trouble. But you don't remember
Okay,
me,
great.
I guess.
Perhaps I wasn't here, or maybe I talked to you. I don't know. Either way, it kind of depends on Pinky and the Brain here. So, Tenor, do you want to have a reasonable conversation, or do you give up?
I never give up, buddy. Not if
You
I'm
never
right.
give up. Terrific. So we're going to have a reasonable conversation about the Earth, right? Or are you just here to troll?
I'm not a troll.
Great. So why do you think the Earth is curving when you experience it as flat?
And when I experience this flat, it's a.
You don't experience it as flat?
I do. Not always. It's not always flat.
No. Oh yeah, right.
It is.
Sometimes there's hills and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hills,
please,
hills and stuff.
Please don't bring up mountains.
Waterfall. Yeah, stuff like that.
Okay, great. So, do you experience any Earth curve consistent with a radius of 3,959 miles?
If I experience?
Yeah, have you ever experienced that kind of curvature in your life? On the Earth?
Just when I fly. Not
When you fly, great. Can you show me, when you're flying, how you experience Earth curve?
It looks round.
It looks round? What do you mean it looks round? I've been on lots of flights. I've looked out the window. It's as flat as can be. Maybe you should get your eyes checked.
Yeah, when you look down, yes, but not when you look out.
No, I look out too. Yes, the horizon is flat. I mean, if you think it's curving, then apparently you think you live on a toilet paper roll. Have you ever looked out the other side of the window? On the other side of the plane?
What?
You don't even realize you think you're seeing Earth curvature from a plane window? That means that you live on a toilet paper roll, a cylinder.
I don't get what you're saying.
I'm sure you don't get it.
Was it supposed to be that?
If it's curving left to right out of one window, you still don't live on a ball. It would be a cylinder. Have you ever looked out the other window? You have to think about this. This is a tough one. I know you got to think.
If I ever looked out the other window?
Yeah, if it's curving left to right out the other window, that means you're flying over a cylinder, essentially. Do you live on a cylinder now?
No.
Okay.
It's because.
So,
oh my goodness.
what? Because what?
It's a ball. It's curving on both
Really?
sides, but it goes upwards. Like.
It goes upwards. Okay. Do you have any Earth curve measurements that you can show me to prove your claim? Or do you just believe what everybody told you in the TV?
Shouldn't you believe what people told you?
Absolutely not.
So you, but I'm pretty sure I believe stuff that happened in history. Other stuff like that, very bad
You
stuff.
believe stuff in history? Great. That's even worse. So how are you going to validate anything that occurred in history?
What do you mean? Is that bad? Do you deny stuff in history?
Do I deny stuff in history? No, I want people to prove things to me that happened in history. And it's going to be pretty difficult sometimes for them to do that.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, whatever.
Yes, I believe.
So you're done here too, right?
I
You're
believe
done.
in space.
You believe in space.
I
So,
believe
so this
space.
is a religious belief for you.
I believe
You
space
worship
work.
the
I mean,
sky.
NASA. I
There's a
believe
lot of
NASA.
beliefs going on. No one's talking. Look, you're not talking about much knowledge, things
I
you know,
believe-
just lots of beliefs.
I trust NASA.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. You've got a lot of trust.
Yes.
What we're talking about is things, the story that you keep telling us, we try to verify whether it's true or not. And when we try to validate it, we find out it's not true, i.e. there's no measurable curvature on the surface of the Earth. You just trust. We're trying to help you break away from this trust that you've got, from belief into knowledge. You can prove to yourself the surface of the Earth is flat. You just got to go and look at it and measure it. It's that simple. This conversation should be really easy.
Do you believe the police keep the city to the law?
Which police?
No.
Where?
You have trust.
What now? What, 2 weeks ago? 2 years ago? 10 years ago? Be more specific. This is very general. Again, it's about my belief in something. We're not talking about beliefs. We're talking about what we know or can demonstrate to be true or not.
Yeah, once again, showing your ignorance. Police enforce corporate policy. It's kind of in the name, policy, police. They're policy enforcement officers. They enforce a policy for the municipal corporations that they work for. They're subcontractors. But they don't actually enforce even what's written in their own laws. You don't, I mean, you could turn on the evening news and find out that's the case. What other bad examples do you have? Do you have another bad example that's going to blow up in your face? Do you have another bad example that will blow up in your face, like the police?
Of trust.
Or history? Yeah, of trust.
For example, I trust the winners of World War II, for example.
You trust the winners of World War II, for
And what happened
example.
in
Which
and
ones?
what happened in Auschwitz, for example? Yes, I trust that. For example, I don't deny that.
Okay, that's nice.
Okay.
Because that happened.
You trust stories about things that happened, what, 70 years ago?
Yes.
80 years ago? Okay, why?
Huh?
Why?
Why I trust that?
Yeah.
Because they say so.
Because someone told you. Why do you just believe what people tell you? Complete strangers that work for the state. Why do you believe complete strangers that work for the state? And the state, of course, is owned by a corporate bank. Why do you trust them? You think they have your best interest in mind, do you?
It's true. It's proof. It's
Maybe
proof.
it's an attribute that blind believers have.
Oh my goodness, man.
Dude, you sound like Neo from The Matrix. You're starting to freak out. It's true. It's true. What they told me is true. I don't know how to prove it, but they do. They're telling me the truth. I promise. Do you worship these people?
There is proof.
There's what?
There is proof of Auschwitz. That's why I believe it, and they say it.
Sorry, you're mumbling now. Speak more clearly.
Yeah, say it with your chest, homeboy.
Huh?
Say it with
Speak
your
up.
chest.
I believe what you're saying about, for example, Auschwitz, because there is proof for it.
Okay.
And what's the proof
of Auschwitz?
Yeah.
Does that mean that everything in history happened? If I don't care what the story is, if you say it's true because of the other particular thing, does that mean that all of the historical narrative, depending on which country, all of the historical proven of it to be true?
You're disappearing.
No,
You're
I
cutting
just
out.
answer the question.
You're
You cut out,
disappearing.
Jedi.
Yeah.
Let's try it this way. So you believe that something occurred 70, 80 years ago in Germany, some kind of tragedy, because of what evidence did they show you? Was it photographs and then they wrote some stuff down in a book? Okay. So if I show you a photograph of Superman and write a story about him down in a book,
That's
does
unrealistic.
Superman all of a sudden?
That's a
Oh, wait a minute. Well, I know. No, so now we're gonna. That's sort of non sequitur. It's a red herring. I'm just asking you if you're going to apply the same logic to the same situation. If I put a photograph in a book about a Superman and tell you all about what he can do, long, long ago in somewhere galaxy far, far away, then by your standard of evidence, you should believe that too. I think.
No. For example,
No.
Because we never left in the galaxy, and if people disappear,
How do you?
and then you can bond things, you can figure it out.
What?
Oh, so you're going to affirm the consequent. Okay. So that's another logical fallacy that you've applied.
So everything in Earth is not true? What do you mean?
No. Why would? My goodness, man. Why would you go to that extreme? It's silly.
But it's these questions that don't make sense. It's another turns.
Actually, your question was the only one that didn't make sense.
No.
The problem isn't believe all things or believe no things. The problem is have discernment, and we're asking you how you even determine what's true. Said, hey, I believe Auschwitz. They go, well, why don't you just believe a story about Superman? And you have no answer because you have no standard from which you find the truth with. You just pick and choose whatever feels good to you, and that's how you figure out what's true.
What?
Yeah, what? Dude, you lick your finger, you stick it up in the wind, and whichever way the wind's blowing is what you believe.
Improve.
Well, that's physics.
Sorry, that's physics.
Yeah, if you can feel the wind going west, you know that the wind is like, well,
Coming from the east.
it's basic sense.
I mean, that makes basic sense. Would you agree that we measure the surface of water?
There is water. You're glitching.
Would you agree we can use water? You know what water is, right? The liquid that you drink?
Yeah.
Cool. Would you agree that we measure it to be horizontal upon the surface, actually?
Horizontal.
Yeah. Straight line from left to right.
Well, the Earth is a circle, so I guess so.
No,
At
I'm
least
asking you about water. We get to the Earth in a minute.
water being horizontal.
Yeah, it's horizontal, right?
All of the water in the entire Earth, or just
Well, apart from the ones that are going down waterfalls or falling down like into a valley, but water will seek at a level and when contained and at rest will be horizontal on the surface. That's perpendicular to vertical, right?
Okay.
Cool. We can also use water as a reference tool. So we can reference other things to it to see if it is level with the water. For example, some shelves that you put up, or when you construct something to be true and level, it will be parallel, as a straight line, and equidistant from another straight line, this being water. Usually it will be parallel to the plane of the horizon, for example. You hold your glass up at the beach filled with beer or whatever cocktail you drink, and it will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's the surface of the Earth, the water on it, right?
Mm.
Cool. So this is how you know that you are level with the world. It's to be parallel with the surface of it. In this instance, water. Water is 70% of the surface of the Earth. Now we're going to start talking about the Earth bit, right? Now, 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and it's observed and measured. This is a key word, measured, with tools and so on, to be horizontal across its surface at all distances that we can measure. So therefore, being as the primary factor of a sphere is it's curved upon the surface, we should measure its curved nature over that distance of water. We don't. We measure it to be horizontal. It's kind of obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why we say the Earth's flat, because it's measured that way. 70% of the surface of the Earth is, therefore it's flat.
No, but
No.
one more thing.
Do you actually believe the world is flat?
Yes, because it's measured that way with tools. You
Bro,
understand the
this
term
is just
surveying. You understand who a
the
surveyor is and what he
measurement.
does, for example, right?
Can you say that again?
You not understand the term surveying. You understand what a surveyor is. His job would include surveying the land. That would mean measuring it. For example, before we build upon it, like build a bridge or a construction, a surveyor would come in, measure the land, and then we would adjust the land however we needed it. We would use horizontal reference datums, line of sight. We would use lasers, different types of equipment to see and measure the surface of the land. Its grade up a hill, for example, the rate of change of slope over distance, for example. So when we measure with tools, we measure the surface of the Earth, primarily water, to be horizontal over distance.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, as you said, a belief. It's not belief, it's knowledge. I know because it's measurement. Measurement being the empirical standard in this instance. The Earth being a geometric shape, right? That's geometry. This is math. To figure out the shape of an object, we look at it and we measure it. When we look at the Earth and when we measure the Earth, we measure it and it's flat.
Well, it depends where you look
Bro,
at it. If you look at it from like outer space, it would be another shape. It would be a
Oh,
bro,
circle.
so you've done that. You've been to outer space, seen the
No,
Earth being
I've
a
not
sphere.
been to outer
Okay,
space.
cool. Yeah, I know.
I've
I said
been.
that with my tongue on my cheek, right? No one has. We'd have to trust this, right? And the way that we verify this claim that if you go to space, you could turn around and take a picture and it's a sphere. If we can't do that, then we measure the surface. And when we measure the surface, we don't measure it to be curved. Now, I know that you're going to say that the Earth's really big and considering really small, we're not really going to measure curvature. Well, according to the claim, the radius, diameter, and circumference, we should most definitely measure curvature, right? For example, 66 foot over 10 miles, 260 odd foot over 20 miles, right? It's exponential because it's a curved function, right? Eventually, it's going to wrap around and come behind you. So when we try to measure this rate of change of slope, curved line from point A to point B, what we actually measure is a horizontal between point A and point B over the distance of the Earth. You want to figure out the shape of an object, you look at it and measure it.
why do you guys like talk about measurement? Because
Because
measurement
it's
is
the
what
standard when
we
we're dealing with a
humans measure.
geometric shape. For example, a sphere, it has, right? A surface would have dimension. For example, we understand the difference between a straight line and a curved line. We understand what shapes are attributed to straight, flat surfaces, which ones are curved surfaces, right? If the surface of the Earth was curved, it would probably be spherical in nature, some kind of spheroid. Oblate is the claim, still with a rate of change of slope over the distance, right? So we should measure that. We don't. We measure the surface of water to be horizontal using surveying tools. So, yeah, it's a bit of a problem.
So,
Any
But
other questions?
if you
if
look
the
ahead
Earth
on like
is,
If you look
yeah.
ahead, go on.
if you look ahead and like from a higher distance, you can't see all the way if the Earth would be flat.
Well, of course, because your eyes have a limitation result distance. Right? For example, things appear to get smaller. That mountain that's far away, you know it's really, really big, but actually to where you are, miles away, it looks small. Right? So you're going to have a limitation to how much of the Earth, depending on what you use, and your vantage altitude. And of course, the meteorological conditions and so on. Light can only penetrate the medium of air, for example, before it completely attenuates and doesn't penetrate at all.
Okay.
So you can see as far as you can, right? Depending on the limitation of your optic, right? Your eyes might, let's say, binoculars or some kind of zoom camera, something like that. That will be the limitation to how far you can see, right? Your altitude, right? From the beach, climb that cliff, get in an airplane. Your altitude is just going to help you resolve more of the surface, right? That's just going to be based because you're further away from it, see more of it. Okay. And the other limiting factor is going to be the meteorological conditions. There should be another limiting factor, though. That should be the curvature of the Earth. The curved surface, if something was, for example, to sail away from your position at the beach, it would eventually, if the surface was curved, go over the curved surface, and the curved surface would be between you and the boat, interrupting your ability to see it, because there's a great big curved surface in the way. That should be observed and that should be measured. We don't observe or measure that. Again, that's one of the reasons why we're here.
Okay.
I've got a question.
Okay.
First and foremost, can you hear me properly?
Yes.
Okay, good. And the second, don't get personal. That just adds a bad taste in my mouth. If we know that every planet in the solar system is a globe, why wouldn't we assume the Earth is a globe?
Okay. Every other light fitting on my ceiling is spherical. So therefore, the floor that I'm standing on must also be spherical. This doesn't logically follow, right? To say that the Earth is like those things in the sky, and I'll give you, for sake of argument, that they're spheres, Jupiter is a sphere. For you to say that the Earth is also like that, a sphere, then you must observe and measure the curvature of the Earth. You must prove it is like those things. You can't just turn around and say it's like those things. You've got to prove it first, Sunshine.
What about the moon?
Okay, what about it specifically?
So you don't think that people have been to the moon, or
Okay, whether people have been to the moon or not, what's that got to do with the measurement specifically?
because planets are round and
Okay,
therefore the Earth has to be round.
okay, so the Earth has to fit into the category of planet. Okay, that
Yeah.
means it must have the identity to fit into that category. Now, a planet has got very specific identities to it. For example, it's a sphere that rotates upon an axis that orbits around another sphere, the sun, or a sun. So the Earth must show those constituent factors. It must show a rate of change of slope, and it must measure to have motion. Do we have any of these measurements, curvature, or any is like those things in the sky that we're presuming the spheres in motion for the sake of?
Oh, this is.
we've got to prove that that the Earth fits into the category of planet, right? We can't just say that it does or assume that it does based on some, I don't know, preconceived bias that we've got or whatever story we've been told before. The premise must be proven to be true. For the Earth to fit into the category of planet, it must show the identifying factors, that being curvature upon the surface and motion. I'll tell you, it doesn't fit those identifying factors. It doesn't show or measure curvature over the surface, doesn't measure any motion, whether on its axis or in orbit around the Earth. So observably and measurably, the Earth is flat and stationary, from all intents and purposes, underneath the heavens above, sun, moon, and stars.
But how is a day functioning if the Earth is flat?
Okay, okay, so how do we identify day? And how do we identify night?
Night is dark and day is light.
Okay, so why is it light in the day and dark in?
Well, because we as humans determine it to be, because we can only see in daylight.
No, the sun's up, right? We know it's daytime because we can see the sun. It's the sunlight.
Yeah.
We see it at night time. So the cause of day and night is the sun. It moves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for example, when you wake up in the morning and you see throughout the day, you notice it's higher up in the sky. And when you go to bed in the west, you notice the sun move across the sky, right?
Mm.
Yeah. So from observational point of view, you want to understand how the day and night works. Well, that's the sun moving. We see it, it's day. When we don't, it's night. Was it day and night for different people at different times? This again shows the motion of the sun, right? It's going to be above different locations of the Earth. So that can be described or measured as, say, solar noon, or about that time when the sun's high in the sky. So as the sun moves across the Earth, it's noon as it keeps moving across the Earth, leaving its light and other people in darkness, and coming up to morning for other people as the sun approaches. Same with seasons. The sun does that. Sun doesn't rise or set exactly at the same position day after day. That cycle is repeated on a yearly cycle, right? That yearly cycle gets broken down into the sun's motion, right? At some points we see more of it, at some point less of it, depending relative to its position. We call those winter, summer, spring, autumn. Some places won't experience that seasonal flux as much. Some people have extreme deviation. Others, again, this is primarily caused by the sun motion. Okay, so that was a long enough silence. Has anybody else got any other comments, questions, things I'd like to raise pertaining to the subject of the Earth? If you're new to the channel, welcome. We're open to all questions. If anybody wants to debate the subject, then please feel free to bring up a claim if you prove that, or debate that claim however you wish. Sometimes after a conversation, it does take a moment of silence for people to think about what's being said. That's fine. Appreciate that. Please take your time if you want to consider what's been put forward. If you do have any questions about what's been said in the previous conversation, again, please feel free to ask. If you're new to the channel, please don't be shy. You can unmute yourself, say hello, say hi, tell us what your name is, introduce yourself, and tell us why you're here. We're not necessarily that hostile, but should you be hostile to us, we can act accordingly. But that doesn't have to go that way. I prefer a robust conversation. Information exchange is always good, doesn't necessarily have to be a debate. But like, if anybody has any comments, questions, I'm not necessarily interested in your concerns, to be honest. But any comments or questions, that would be awesome. Encore. Got a couple of people muted in the channel. I noticed are I'm colorblind. Pink? Yeah, it looks pink. Pink hen. There we go. What's up, Pink hen? How you doing? So, Luca, you are unmuted, my friend. He's just flashing in the background.
Probably fell asleep or something.
Probably. That's fine.
I think he's doing some business.
We've got quite a few names in the chat that I do not recognise. And what I mean by recognise is not as flat earthers and people from 24. Obviously, lots of new people come into the channel, and I always try and look out for new. So lots of names that I don't recognise. Also, lots of names that I daren't pronounce. So I'm kind of shying away from doing that usual thing that I do by going through everybody's names, because I see at least two that I will be able to pronounce. So I do apologise if I screwed up. But I like the name Receding Hairline. That's pretty cool. So welcome to the chat, Receding Hairline. We've got Sheikah as well. Was that you that I was speaking to earlier? I see Tenor's unmuted again. We were having conversations with Tenor earlier as well. Hope you're doing well still, Tenor. Like I said, if you've got any questions or whatever, please feel free to ask. There's a star near the bottom. We'd look into that. No, that's VTech. That's fine. Who else have we got here?
Why you muted me, Luca?
Pardon?
You muted Luca, man.
Yeah. I've got a question.
What's that, my friend?
What's the topic?
The topic is the Earth and whether it's a planet or if it's not.
Oh, I guess I don't know, like it's a planet or something like that. But it's something very different, I guess.
Different than what? When you say different, as in it doesn't share similarity with, say, Mars.
Yeah, like different from what everyone is claiming.
Okay, I can appreciate that. Why do
Yeah.
you say that it's different to what others are claiming?
Yeah, because we don't know for sure. It's just an assumption.
So what everybody's being taught is an assumption that the Earth is a sphere, but we don't know. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Yep,
Okay.
we don't know.
Okay. I say we can know. I say that we because we can observe and we can measure the surface of that, we can know its surface description and what category of shape it can fit into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if the Earth was
How's that gonna work? How's that gonna work?
how?
Like, can you give me an explanation that why would call it what you call? Like, I'm kind of interested.
So an explanation is for what? Sorry.
Like explanation for what you claim to the Earth to be.
Okay. So, for example, if it was claimed that the Earth was a sphere, then the surface would curve over distance. But whatever the claim that the Earth was, you would verify that claim by measuring to see if it fitted that claim. Right?
Mm.
Yeah. So what we do is we measure the surface of the Earth, because in one instance, if it was a planet, it would curve over distance. So when we went out with measuring tools, we should measure that curvature. We don't measure that curvature though. What we measure with measuring tools is the surface of the Earth, water primarily, but other Earth surfaces like dry seabeds and salt flats and so on, to be flat across distances, horizontal. So we understand that contradictorily, that a straight horizontal line cannot be a curved line over distance. So we can know that the Earth is not a sphere because we don't measure curvature. We can know that the Earth is flat because we measure it to be horizontal over distance. So measurement being the empirical standard, right?
Oh, I got you.
Good.
Okay. So by measuring by our own senses, we can conclude that the Earth is flat. So that's what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah. Literally, is it? No more, no less, really.
Yeah, that's a very good perspective, I would say. But it's also like, there's gonna be a lot of disagreement, and I just don't know whether the Earth is flat or whether the Earth is round. But I would say, yeah, it's a good perspective to see the Earth. And yeah, that's all from my side. And thank you so much.
No problem. I appreciate your time. Please come again soon.
Yep.
Could I get the math behind could I get the math behind everything?
The math behind everything. Okay. I can give you 0 being the rate of change of slope measured over, let's say, 20 miles. I could probably give you the tools to measure that, but maybe I'm not answering your question correctly.
If you could just... I would like to recall that you said that my memory is failing me.
I didn't say that.
You talked about math and measurement.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see the measurement.
Do you know what a circle is?
Yeah, I know what a circle is.
So you know what pi and radius and diameter are?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So from circle, we can go to sphere, understanding the difference in 2-dimensionality to 3-dimensionality. This would fit into the category of planet, wouldn't it? Sphere being a planet, it's a
operating at a
geometric
higher
plane.
level of math right now.
It's just geometry. You're asking for the math. I'm pointing out it's more specifically geometry in this instance. You're asking how we prove a geometric claim. I'm saying to prove a geometric claim, we observe and measure the object. In this instance, the Earth.
What's the measurement and how were they done?
Okay, so the measurement is 0, and the distances are 5, 10, 15, 20, and lots of distances, primarily done with laser line of sight targeting systems like lasers, like I said, theodolites and other instances, and other technologies, electromagnetic waves, for example, but primarily by looking and lasers. So surveying tools. Would you like the examples?
No, you can go ahead and explain more.
Okay, so for example, on a horizontal target of 6 foot, you will have a direct line of sight to the target. You
Wait.
understand what I'm saying, right?
Could you say that again? I didn't hear you properly.
No problem. If you have a horizontal surface,
Yeah,
and a laser, and a target, let's say at 2 meters tall each.
Yeah.
Yep. At say a distance of 10 miles.
They should be at the same height.
Yeah, they're at the same height. You will have a direct line of sight from the laser to the target on a horizontal surface. The laser will be parallel to the surface, right?
Yeah.
Cool, awesome. On a curved surface over distance, if the laser is leveled, it will not have a direct line of sight. For example, over 10 miles, the laser will shoot over the top of the target if the surface was curved. You understand that premise also, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So when we go out and test, basically this is what we're testing, right? So we go out with lasers to see which one of these two scenarios to. Do we or do we not have a direct line of sight with the target over distance? Because we're told that we shouldn't over distances, let's say more than 10, right? If we've got things that are low to the ground. So when we go out and test those claims, we don't measure that. What we measure is a direct line of sight between the laser and the target.
But couldn't that be, let's say, how do I say it in English? Wrong factor? You get what I mean, right?
No.
If you're standing on a hill, for example, and where the laser is shooting at.
Yeah, we're making sure.
No, but that's quite 10 miles apart.
Yeah.
It's kind of.
For example, maybe I should have said this: that the area between the laser and the target, for example, is a lake, like a body of water.
10 miles.
So let's say there's 10 miles of water between the laser and.
Hello?
Yep. Hi.
Hello. Yeah, there's 10 miles between them.
Yeah, of water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're making sure everything's at the same height. The laser line to be parallel for all intents and purpose.
Yeah.
Right. Or not if the Earth's surface is curved. Wouldn't be parallel, it would be tangential. What we measure is parallel.
Yeah.
That's why we say the Earth's flat.
Okay.
It's not just 10 miles, it's 20 miles, it's, distances around this number. There are more, like 40, 50 miles, so I know 70 kilometers, but the more reasonable ones that I suggest most people can achieve is around 20 miles, for example.
How could you be sure that the laser is pointing 180 degrees?
Because the majority of lasers, especially.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
You've been cutting out, Jedi, a little bit.
Cheers, mate. Can you take over then? I'll sort this issue out.
Okay. So, well, interestingly enough, and I don't know on all theodolites, but in the case of this laser, we'd be using water to level it to make sure it was parallel with the surface, right? So 180 degrees to vertical. That's how we would level it, with water or a bubble or a spirit level, you know. So that's how we know. But there are more precise leveling tools out there. Most of them are just highly sophisticated spirit levels, but it's still water you're using. So that's how you know it's level and flat. But within 10 miles, you have to understand this. We should be expecting, over a 10-mile distance, 66 feet of drop. Okay, so that's a 6-story building. So you're not going to miss that. Even if your level or your laser is a little bit out of level, okay, you're not going to be missing 66 feet.
Yeah.
Now we've done this over larger distances. I mean, the greater the distance, the bigger the laser you're going to have, more powerful anyways. So we have measurements of up to 40 kilometers, which is somewhere in the ballpark of 26 miles. So over 26 miles, we still hit the target across these lakes. So there is no curvature on the surface of the Earth, not at all.
Okay.
And we've got some documentaries and some PDFs. You know, these PDFs are about 100 pages with all the technical data, all the steps they took, all the measurements, all the distances, all that stuff. So there's about an hour-long documentary with a PDF with all the technical data. It's about 100 pages. We can give that to you if you want.
Okay. Should I add you then?
Say again?
Should I add you on Discord?
Yeah, you can do that, or we can just put it in the side chat. Well,
okay, sure.
And I'm driving, so if somebody else could put the FE Core 26-mile test in the PDF in the side chat, if you have it handy, that would be great. Thank you. So yeah, there you go in the side chat, posted by Old Dude. Thank you, Old Dude.
I have a question.
Okay.
What do satellites go around, or what route do they have?
There's no satellites orbiting a sphere.
They doesn't exist?
Nope. Not in the way that you think it does. The Earth has to be a ball for some kind of technology, you know, being tethered by a force, non-force. hurling around a ball planet. You got to have the ball first. If there's no ball, that entire story falls apart.
Why do they say that?
I don't know.
But there are pictures of them.
No, there's no photographs of any satellites in space.
Sure?
There's cartoon images. Oh yeah, 100%. Go look up satellite imagery or satellite images or images of satellites. They're all just cartoons. I can show you a really cool. Tell you what they do have though. They do have satelloons. You know what a satelloon is?
No.
There you go.
Is that what he sent?
Yeah, old dude sent it. I sent the same thing. We've got a bunch of pictures of these. These are highly publicized. NASA and Google and whoever else is, putting technology in the sky. They're hanging them from high altitude balloons. Now, these high altitude balloons can stay aloft for, I don't know, I've heard a couple months, maybe 3 months at a time. And then eventually they start to kind of fall down. So they have ways of retrieving them with aircraft. They strap them to another balloon and put them back up there. It's a huge program.
Okay. What about the space station, the international one?
What space station?
I don't know the name of it.
You talking about the ISS?
Let me see what I.
International Space Station? Yeah, that's just more propaganda.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. There has to be a space and a ball, remember? It's essentially just another satellite, but if there's no ball and there's no space. Also, there's some documentaries out there with, I don't know, hours upon hours upon hours of all kinds of anomalies. They're getting caught faking what they're doing. Okay, this is not just we're speculating about what's happening to NASA. They've been caught red-handed multiple times faking stuff, faking live streams, faking interviews, faking you name it, green screen, augmented reality, all that stuff. They've got cables and harnesses. It's all on tape. They've busted themselves. It's kind of hilarious.
Okay. What do you think about rockets?
I think they're cool.
Do you think people went up in them? Into space?
I doubt it. I doubt it. No one, listen, there is no space. You're going to have to get that space idea out of your head. There never was a space. There never was a ball Earth. I know it's hard to hear. Relax, bro. You're going to be all right.
Huh?
Hello, guys. How are you?
Earth is flat. Is that the truth?
Hey, bro, I want to teach you a little bit of manners. I don't know where you're from, but when people are in here talking, you don't just barge in and start yelling, hey, hey, and then ask your own question. You sit down. No, we were talking. You just weren't listening. So sit down, put yourself on white mic, and listen. You'll get your turn. Anyway, there's no space. Never was a space.
What about the stars we see in the sky?
What about it?
Aren't that in the space? Where are they?
Those are lights in the sky. You kind of described it. Those are lights
the light, the moon,
in the sky.
the sun. Yeah.
Yeah, lights in the sky. That's what they are.
That's the space is a black thing where there is those lights. Where are the lights? Who put them there?
Well, probably whoever created the place.
Yes, I know. But space is the definition of the place where those lights are in. That's the space. When you say there is no space, what do you mean?
Well, let's put it this way. There's a big story being told about those lights in the sky. All of the stories that you hear about those lights in the sky require the Earth to be a sphere. But
I
since
have
the
a
Earth is
question.
not a sphere, all of those stories are essentially bunk. If we take out the Earth being a ball, the entire fantasy, the entire concept of heliocentrism falls apart.
Yes,
Now,
but how do you prove that the Earth is not a sphere? How do you
well,
prove that the Earth is flat?
you measure the surface. You measure the surface. We've measured the surface. There's no curve, so it's not a ball.
No. But if the sphere is very big, if you measure the a small place of that very big sphere, it will
Yeah.
be flat. Yes, in your.
Yes. You understand?
You understand me?
You need You need to understand something. I don't care how big the sphere is.
Yes.
Spheres have this very interesting property where they will always curve away from a point in all directions.
Yes.
Even down to the micron, there will be curvature to measure. I don't care how big it is. So you can
No.
always measure. Oh, yes.
I
Okay,
have
I'll
a
tell you
question,
what.
please. I have a
Hold on,
question, please.
hold on, fellas. Don't compete. Try to take one at a time. But let's do this. If you think that the Earth is curving, can you show me Earth curve measurements that I can verify?
No. But I ask you, how do you prove the Earth is
I already
flat?
told you, and you didn't accept it. So I tell you what. Since you don't, okay. So if you don't accept my answer, why don't you prove to me that there are Earth curve measurements that I can verify?
I can prove to you that Earth is not flat.
So
For
you don't have any
example,
proof. You don't have any proof that the Earth is a ball,
I will give you the
but you
first
know that
proof.
I'm incorrect.
yes, I know you are
No,
incorrect. Let me prove it.
fellas, relax. All I need
You
is
need to
Earth curve.
relax. You need to relax.
Fellas,
You talk a lot. You
fellas,
need to relax. You don't hear
fellas,
what am I
relax.
talking, my friend.
No, you're not understanding me.
You just shouting.
All you
Why
need
are
to
you
do.
shouting?
No, I'm not shouting. You're
Let
shouting. You
me
could
give
probably
my
back off your mic. Hey,
let me
bro,
give my
listen.
opinion. Let me give my
If
opinion. You just
you are gonna
shouting
talk through me,
because
I'm just gonna mute you. Okay, so we gotta mute this guy because he doesn't
what a fucking
want to
idiot.
shut up. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you're
Okay,
done.
can I answer my question?
Okay, what's the question?
So, if you walk to edge of the earth, so you will fall into the sky?
What? What are you talking about? Do
If
you
you
believe
walk,
this?
I'm just this is question. So it's flat. So you have the end of this earth.
Where's the end of the earth?
You in the end point. So the earth is
Where's
flat.
that at? Where can I
So
find it?
I am asking you, bro. I am asking this question.
What you told me that you're the one that told me there's an end of the earth. I'm wondering if you can tell me where it is.
You say it flat, so it should be end, right?
So if the
Oh my
earth is
goodness.
flat, is it infinity?
I didn't say that either, but you said that there is an end to the earth, and I want you to know where I want you to tell me where I can find it. Where is it?
So when you struggle, you be angry and you mute someone. You
Do I
talk with
sound angry to
Zoro.
you?
Yeah,
Bro,
he will
do
beat
I
you.
sound
You're super loud, man. For real though.
well? Turn me down then if it's too harsh. I mean, you guys have control over my volume.
Yes, but compared to his, I have you 100, he's 100, you sound twice or 2.5 times higher than him.
Well, back it off, or turn your micro or your headphones down. I mean, this is not hard. I shouldn't have to walk you guys through this. This is your equipment.
So
No,
can
it's
you
because
prove
your screen.
the earth is flat? Can you prove it? You don't prove anything.
Yes, we've already proven it. We've checked for Earth curve. There is none. It measures flat. In fact, every industry on the Earth, being the navigators, the map makers, right, the topographers, people who measure the Earth every day, the surveyors, they measure the Earth flat. That's why I ask you if you have proof of the ball, that would be Earth curve measurements, and there are none. There are no measurements of curvature on the surface of the Earth. None.
proof?
So, like,
Proof?
if the Earth is flat, why we can't? I can't
I'll tell
see America
you what.
from Africa.
I'll tell you what. Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. Do you want me to give you two really good ones right off the bat?
Yeah.
Okay, number one, we have this thing called
Bro, I
angular
use telescope.
size.
I use telescope.
Holy
I have.
cow! Holy cow! Why are you talking through me? What's the point of this?
Okay, sorry.
Why are you this
Go
rude?
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Just go
Well, then
ahead.
shut up.
Whoa!
I tell you, bro, you be angry to mute me. Oh my god.
Like,
Why are
yeah,
you still
you ask
talking?
a question and you don't want to
Do
let
you?
him
I
answer the question. You're talking over
yeah.
him.
So if you ask a question, let me answer it.
Go ahead. I
So
tell you, go ahead.
you're still talking. So there's something called angular size change with distance. This is very common for everyone to experience. Do you realize that when you get farther away from things, they get smaller in apparent or angular size? Do you understand that?
Yeah, can I say why the moon and the sun is not flat?
Holy cow. Holy cow. I haven't even gotten to the second point, and you're asking a different question. I want you to
Yeah,
acknowledge that I answered a question for you. You're kind
yeah,
of
he
rude,
wasn't
dude.
interested. He wasn't interested about the answer. He just wanted to talk. So he just thrown the first question that he has in his mind. He's not interested in hearing any answer. I think
Obviously.
yeah, he wanted to gotcha like, oh, I have a question they will struggle to answer. So when you started answering, he just tried to start thinking about another question that he will fail to. What about the moon?
Yeah.
What about that? What about this? Waiting for the moment where you will say, and oh, you said I don't know. So the earth is not flat because you said I don't know. You don't
That's not.
want to pay
You cannot.
attention.
How can you
Yeah,
be
we
sure about
had
that?
I have experience. Fuck, I
But
have a
you cannot
daily.
assume that.
No. It's not. I'm not assuming. That's the normal reaction that I have experience with different
But you
people
cannot.
from different country every day,
You
all
cannot
the day.
assume and
So
judge.
no. I'm not judging or assuming.
You are.
I'm giving you the data of what happened in
You are.
reality.
You are.
You ask a damn question waiting for just a gotcha. Someone will say, I don't know. You were not interested about an answer because obviously you didn't hear the answer and you were not prepared to hear the answer. You were talking over him while he was explaining to you and while he was answering. So you jumped to something else completely different from your first question. I'm giving you something that happened. It's not an assumption. I'm not judging you. What?
So, anyways, yeah, Tenor, you have to understand. I've had hundreds, if not thousands, of these conversations. Okay, so this is more of a study in psychology more than anything else because we hear the same arguments every day, same reactions every day to the same claims that we're making every day and the same evidence that we're giving every day. This is what happens. People go into a cognitive bias problem and they start to freak out and they don't listen to what you tell them. They go from one question to another question, all of the whatabouts, and it turns into a shit show, quite frankly, because people really can't act like adults as soon as they figure out that we took their ball away. And they do that too. They'll under their breath they'll go, "What the what?"
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah.
that. I was about to
Yep.
talk about. Yeah,
So,
bro,
you know,
you don't do
you're highly predictable.
you don't study psychology, aren't you? You never heard about those things. You don't know how humans work and how they think. Yeah, you would know those things, and you can predict how people can react to a new idea. It's not a judgment.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, there's a a lot of heavy sighing and stuff too, like that. Tanner, maybe you should take a nap, man. Just sit back, drink some water, relax.
Yeah,
It's
sure,
gonna be
sure,
all
sure.
right.
The water doesn't have a curvature, so I don't want to drink it.
So who's the new guy talking over everybody? Who's having another cognitive problem?
So Sigma.
Has he gone away? Is he quiet now? He came in going sure, 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 and now he doesn't want to talk. Where's your courage, man?
I think you scared him with your aura, man.
Everything is just virtual. Shouldn't be scared. Scared about truth? Yeah, I have that in. Some people are scared, and some people don't care about truth.
Look what? Look what?
Tanner, I think you're done, man.
What? I'm trying to get Luqua's attention.
Well, send him a DM.
He doesn't know how to write.
I've had enough of that. It's a fun game for folks, I guess, just to go into VCs and sigh and chew and.
Funny anecdote, says who, and I had that experience just recently. It happened in reality. It wasn't in Discord. So my brother-in-law, it was in my house. It happened in my house. He asked me why I am talking to people about flat Earth. I shouldn't do that. And my reaction was just really honest. I couldn't stop myself. I told him everything. I told him that you are in my house, my domain, in my territory. I'm not coming to you to talk about the flat Earth or going to people to talk about flat Earth. Plus, I mean, all our rooms or Discord channels concerning flat Earth community, we talk about that to people who come to us and ask those questions or try to troll us, thinking that they know something about the globe Earth. So that was a real funny experience that I had. Imagine someone coming to you in your territory like this, like what's happening now with those globetards, coming to you and they just do that shit. They ask you to not talk about flat Earth, or they just ask you why are you constantly talking about flat Earth. We are not doing that with the walls. We're doing that with people. So people come to us and ask their question. Imagine the retardation went.
Yeah, I mean, it's a broad spectrum, There are some people that ordinarily would be pretty kind and reasonable people until they get this information, and then they just turn into complete douchebags. And then there's the people that are douchebags anyways. And that's just what you're going to get no matter what. But it seems maybe a little bit amplified when they find out about this, information.
Yeah, I told him that. And I asked him the question: why that reaction, that kind of critical thinking happens when they hear about flat Earth? Why it never happened? Why they never said those things to people who are talking about globe Earth every time, all the time, and they push that on them. They force the information on them. They don't. Those people don't have to go to NASA to ask NASA about the information concerning globe Earth. No, they put that in their indoctrination facilities like schools. So why those people never talk about, why are you talking about globe Earth every time, all the time in the news, and you are presenting that in every start of a movie or a new news in TV? Why don't they do that? Because they are blinded by that thing that they are believing in so hard, that globe Earth that doesn't exist. Something comes against that, yeah, they will be triggered and they will ask you, why are you talking about that thing?
Well, they've done all the legwork up front. So when they're kids and you indoctrinate them, they never ask any more questions. They just go on with life. It's totally normal. I mean, I'm a little bit offended now, but I more laugh at it, right? So if I watch the news or Discovery or whatever, which I don't, but if there's a clip of it out there, it is pretty funny. I find it hilarious, and I also, to a degree ago, I can't believe I fell for it, but I did. So, which I think is a good position to operate from. Like, I don't want anyone to come in here thinking that I believe that I'm better than they are. I've definitely been where they're at, so I can identify. Although, hopefully they won't have an extremely emotional response to the information when they get it. I understand it's painful. I understand it doesn't make any sense to you. Although at the same time, it makes perfect sense to you because you've never experienced the globe. So the reaction that we get is what we get. We try to work through it. We try to give people an opportunity to kind of pull their pants up and act like grown-ups. Sometimes they can't pull it off. Like Tenor here, he off. He got some bad news today, and so he's going to kick and scream and fight and flail and sigh and chew into the mic and ask dumb questions. And it's just how it goes. And it wouldn't even be worth it to kind of point it out to him that we could just start from a clean slate, like, hey man, do you think you could just relax for a second? We can have a real conversation. You could act like an adult, like your parents loved you at some point. Bring yourself back together and let's have a conversation. I don't think any less of you. I know this is hard news to hear, but usually they can't pull it off. Let's see if it works. Hey, Tenor, I'm going to unmute you. We'll start with a clean slate. You can act like a grown-up, and we'll have a nice conversation. If you have any legitimate questions, we'll talk about it. But chewing and sighing and cussing and telling people that they're stupid under your breath while your mic's open, that's not going to work. So any of that, I'll just mute you again and kick you out of here. Make sense?
Yeah, first moment I heard about flat, and yeah, I said that underneath my clothes. I said that to the guy who I heard talking about flat. I told him that he's stupid. Turns out I was the stupid one. I was the indoctrinator. You don't notice that first time. You don't notice that. Sometimes it takes so long sometimes you will never notice that. We witness people that they just continue doing the same exact rotation every day, every time you see them in those channels, repeating the same stupid sentences, same broken questions. Yeah, I had that feeling. Yeah, and I understood human psychology is the one doing that shit. Is the one making you think that, yeah, we are the stupid ones because you believe some things that you watch in TV or you heard in school. We don't know. You don't know anything about that shit concerning the globe. You don't have any knowledge. 0%. You understand that thing? They tell us there is no 0%. There is. You have 0% knowledge concerning the globe Earth. Everything that you have is just 100% blind belief. You believe data, you believe images, you believe videos and testimonies. And that's all what you have.
Well, to be fair, I mean, that is knowledge, right? In the sense that someone told them something, they retained it. Like I retained it. I have all that quote unquote knowledge that was stuffed into me, right, when I was a little kid in school. But so there's like a little bit of pride, a little bit of arrogance. Like I know where I live. I know it's a ball. I know it's in space. I know what the moon and the sun are. Like there's a protection over what they've invested their time in. You know, because if they didn't get an A on the test, mom was going to be mad, and the rest of the kids in school were going to point their fingers and laugh at them. Like there's a whole shaming. It's basically trauma based, mind control. It's like you get the right answer on the test, or you're going to be shamed and ridiculed. I mean, that's abuse, but nobody understands it that way. So they go, I went through all this trouble to make sure that I answered the question correctly. Is the Earth a sphere? Yes. Does it spin on an axis? Yes. Does it orbit around the sun? Yes. How far away is the sun? Oh, it's 93 million miles. All that stuff that we remembered. It's kind of disheartening to find out later that it's like, oh, you mean I got ripped off? You mean someone ripped me off? Well, yeah, someone ripped you off. It's okay. Your life ain't over, but now you're going to have to make a business decision. If you actually look at the information, if you look at the measurements, if you can free yourself from this, prison within your mind, the business decision is going to be, well, if I know the truth now and I can validate it and I can measure it, and everything makes perfect sense, even within physics and geometry, do I have the courage to even tell anybody about it? Or am I going to have to just kind of believe this or know this quietly? Because all my friends are going to treat me like I just treated the guy that told me about it. And I don't know if I want to go through that. I went through too much trauma as a child in school, getting the right grades. I don't want to get made fun of again. I've earned my stripes, damn it. Well, that's the end.
No.
Couldn't do it, could you? Couldn't pull it off. You could have just kept yourself on mute, but no, you left the mic open and one a sigh, one a troll, so that's the end. It's crazy. You sound like an adult too. You sound like a grown ass man. How do grown ass men act like this? What's the deal?
I believe he's just way too sure about what he think he knows.
Maybe mental issue, cognitive dissonance. They are forced.
I mean, probably he's so sure about it that he, I don't know, acts this way.
Yeah, maybe those actions that they are doing might be controlled only by having some critical thinking. So using your thinking instead of just doing those thinking about those reactions. Oh, I will do this. They're stupid. Those sounds. So instead of that, the critical thinking will block them. So if you have more critical thinking than cognitive dissonance, you wouldn't have those issues. Maybe you would have them, but not at that rate and not for a long time. So you will obviously use your critical thinking. You will understand. You will try to find proofs for the globe. You will try to determine what is your standard of evidence first. For example, for a normal example, you will, as a human, you will try to find your proper standard of evidence. Are images and videos your standard of evidence? If someone is arguing with you, does that person have just to show you some images and videos and testimonies about that thing that he is arguing about, and you would have to believe that shit? Or we know that no, I can argue with you about unicorn, and I can present those kind of evidences to you concerning unicorn. You won't believe it, meaning that it's not your standard of evidence. So, as a human, an intellectual creature, you would have to use that shit that you have as attributes on you. So, if it is not your standard of evidence, don't put it when you are arguing against other people. Don't use them because they are not your standard of evidence. Don't present images to other people when you are arguing about something because it's not part of your standard of evidence, or you are cherry picking. They don't think, they don't use their brain, they just regurgitate. They have like reaction when your heart just have that reaction. You pull your hand off, and that's the thing that they are doing. It's a reaction to a new coming to their brain, a new idea, define the belief that they already have.
Well, we can't forget, right? Like the 5 stages of grief, the first 2 are denial and anger. So we're going to catch the bulk of that right up front. And, I got all kinds of grace for that if people can gather themselves back together. And let's talk about history for just a second. Not 5 minutes ago, I gave this guy an opportunity to act like a grown-up, and he had the opportunity. We were going to have a clean slate, and he couldn't pull it off. So that's more about self-control than it is, going through the 5 stages of grief. I don't have any control over people's self-control. All I can do, so that this doesn't turn into a shit show, is mute them and move on. So I'm going to talk to adults today. Anybody else who can't pull that off is going to have to stay on mute.
Yo, Taiso, I just want to check and compare the reaction. Can you tell me what is a natural phenomenon?
What is a natural phenomenon?
Yeah.
Something that occurs in nature unassisted by man or his influence.
Nice. So if you see an airplane going through a building, like what happened in 9/11, for example, will you consider that a natural phenomenon?
No,
Can
it's
you
not a
give a
natural
name?
phenomenon.
Can you give a name for that? Those kinds of phenomena,
Well,
synthetic,
I mean,
artificial, something like
yeah,
that.
yeah, that's what it is.
Nice.
Synthetic or artificial, man-made, man intervention, right? Like,
Yeah, that it's been a long time. There is an issue about the meaning of the term in Earth awakening. It's been a long time.
oh,
The discussion is still rolling. I just got bored because it's time. So people don't understand what is natural phenomenon. I swear they don't know what is a natural phenomenon.
I'll tell you where they get mixed up. They think because it happens in reality that is a natural phenomenon. That's where they get all bogged down. If they
Correct.
see it happen in real life, they just call it a natural phenomenon. Like, no, that's not how it works. Nature is doing the thing, essentially, right? Nature, in reality, is doing the thing. Not me, not something I built. Nothing like that.
Yep. Yeah, they have that misunderstanding. So for them, because in ancient philosophy, they had that battle between natural and supernatural. So they just want to distinguish between the supernatural phenomenon. They think that science is based on that to determine what is natural and super. No, it's not. We are also determining what is artificial, synthetic, something that is made up by the one that is already natural, which is human. Those are not considered natural phenomena. And I swear, people don't understand this. They have like a firewall in their brain. They don't understand any word. They will just repeat the same misunderstanding that they have as if it is correct.
Yeah, sometimes I think they don't want to know. That's just me. It's almost as if they have to be able to keep that, right? They want to keep it synthetic because then they can kind of shoehorn science into everything. That's their favorite thing to do. If I can somehow make this science, then it will bring validity to my argument, right? And we had a guy here the other day, so he was talking about basically testing things that you make, right? Like research and development. You invent something, and then he was talking about cooking oil, I think it was. He was saying, isn't it an experiment if I wonder to myself, hey, I wonder if this olive oil will catch on fire? And I'm like, that's not science. And he was insistent that it was. It's like, no, you don't even have a naturally observed phenomenon. But he didn't care about that part. He just wanted to talk about how it seemed sciencey because things were being set on fire. So I don't know what to do anymore. You know,
the test that I've done, it works with the majority. So if people don't prejudge you, so they don't know that you are flat earther, they don't have presupposed idea of you. So you ask that question for to people from any country, any side, that doesn't matter. They will have the honest answer. They will tell you what is a natural phenomenon. But if you put the question while you are talking about, or you are making them remember the scientism, and you're talking about the scientism, globe Earth, and those stupid ideas that requires those shitty methods, they will distort the meaning of the word. But if you take them off guard and you ask them what is the meaning of natural phenomena, they will give you the same answer as you gave me earlier, the correct one.
well, I would hope so. I mean, I don't think I've had that experience every time. I will ask people what a natural phenomena is, and they'll go right to dropping a pen. In fact, I think what they're also doing is including man as part of nature, right? So because I am a part of nature, anything that I do could be construed as a natural phenomenon. It's like, no, You're sentient. You're consciously doing things. These are actions you are performing. I don't care if you drop a pen. That's not happening in nature.
Yeah, I understand, but in reality, they will even not try to find the definition because they already know what is the definition of the term natural phenomenon. If you ask them, they will try to find the meaning of the term natural, just natural, and it's completely different of the term natural phenomenon. It's something different. This here you are talking about an action that's happening, and natural, it's a general term. So they know what is the meaning of the word, and there is no other difference. Natural, in every citation, you will find what you said, the correct meaning, without the interference of human. That's a natural phenomenon, and they will run away. Then directly, they will just turn to dishonest, purely dishonest. I tested that because, like I told you, it's been like a month. We are doing the same thing, same circle, same rotation. So I just had to find what's really happening. Ask people from different countries with different languages. I use the term in Arabic, and I ask Arab people. I ask my wife. I ask my surrounding, and I ask people that I don't know in Arabic, in French, in English. They know what is the meaning of natural phenomena. When it comes to scientism, and you introduce the question while you are talking about the scientism or flat Earth, globe Earth, the meaning of the word is just distorted as what they want.
Yeah. I think maybe we should start doing that before we even start telling people that they don't understand what science is perhaps we should ask them right off the bat, can you define what a natural phenomena would be? So you may get through that part, but here's another thing I'm noticing is that they'll say, okay, well then you've got natural science, but then you've got science. So they separate out natural science, and then they still use that word and they throw it on top of everything else that is pseudoscience by definition, and they're okay with it. So the conversation still doesn't go very far, you know. They just kind of want to keep that ball. They want to keep that ball, and they don't want to go home. They just want to sit there and play with it in front of you. See, no, I have science. Like, no, you don't. But I can't tear that ball away from you. So whatever.
Also, what I witness is that they forget pseudoscience. They always forget that, and you can ask them questions, any type of analogy of something that is not science. You claim that it is science. You put that, and you don't follow the scientific method. Give them your conclusion. They will put it under any banner, but they won't say that it is pseudoscience, even if science. Even if they follow the scientific method, they forget that that term exists, that shit exists, scientific pseudoscience compared to scientific.
Necros, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I think your kids in the background are like making your noise suppression go off or something.
I'm sorry, I changed place. Reached.
Well, I'm convinced that most people don't actually know what the scientific method is, because I certainly didn't. I had bits and pieces of it, but I probably would have said the same things that most of the people come in here today saying. Uh, I'm very grateful that, and I know his name's not popular around here, but I'm very grateful that I stumbled across Quantum Eraser so that I could get lined out, because it's very linear, it's very comprehensive, deductive system of finding out what causes an effect. And if I had not gotten that education, I'd probably be just as lost as anybody else, swimming around in the pseudoscience. So, and I think everybody here, could probably say the same, or most people. Some people knew what the scientific method was, but I think a lot of us did not. So.
Talk to any glober who knows quantum eraser, and if you talk about science and scientific method, they will just assume that you have all those things from him. I didn't, by the way. I know quantum eraser and never used him as someone who teach me what is science and what is the method. He wasn't the one who introduced the shit to me, but they will assume that. I don't know. Is it because he is the talking about scientific method and science correctly in YouTube or internet or something like that? I don't know.
Well, I would say in the 24/7 Nathan Oakley Quantum Eraser, sphere, kind of this corner of the flat Earth internet, most of that came from him. I don't think anybody would argue with me about that, but they certainly could. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's kind of where most of us figured this out. I know. I imagine there's plenty of people out there teaching on YouTube the correct scientific method, but I have never.
It's already in the globe paradigm. They have the correct. If you research that, it won't be flat Earth websites that will give you those scientific method steps. Observation of a natural phenomenon, hypothesis, an independent variable, which will be the cause. Dependent variable will be the effect on the phenomenon that you are seeing. You repeat that in this experiment by varying. That shit is just already known worldwide. It's not flat Earth exclusive. Like I told you, I didn't learn that from flat earthers. It's just in general, it's something known. The question is just why they turn to ignorance when it starts being about flat Earth or scientism. Why they turn to ignorance concerning science and scientific method when it's something against their globe or against their belief. They want just to change and completely destroy the scientific method. Suddenly.
Here's what I've learned. So I've gone to some other channels in this server. I've been to a handful of other channels in different servers, different arenas of all kinds of different debating. The veganism, the religious stuff. You name it. There are some universals. If there are two competing ideas, but obviously one is true, people just go into denial mode. They'll deny everything. They'll deny even the tenets of their religion, because it's no longer actually about the topic. It's actually about the ego or the pride. They're more invested in saving face than they are even saving their sacred cow. So they'll throw everything out. They'll throw the baby out with the bathwater. So science is going to go out. NASA will go out if they contradict, their position that they learned from NASA. They're gonna throw it all out just so that they can feel like they sort of saved face and didn't look like a fool. And it's universal. It happens everywhere. Most of the time, when somebody is proven wrong somewhere in the beginning of the debate, quote unquote, or the discussion, they abandon any sense of decorum and just try to save their own ego. That's what I notice.
What happened here, man? Why is everybody quiet? Brother.
Well, we took people's beliefs away, and so they're mad. And they left.
Oh, damn. Flat Earth forever. Let's go, dude.
No doubt.
Well, I'm gonna go join a VC that's more active. Peace.
Peace out.
غلطة حياتي إن أنا سلكان سامت ناس أشكال وألوان ما لقيتش حد في جدعنتي ما لقيتش حد في جدعنتي معاك أنا جاي أجنك امسك
You guys mute me instantly, but you let this Indian play this shit for like for half a minute. Hell wrong with you?
You were singing a very nice song.
Yeah. Sure.
You are not singing very nice songs,
You're from
Klopdad.
India. You're from India.
I'm from India.
India. Yep. You're from India.
Redeem. Do not redeem.
Do not redeem. حبيبي يا بطل. Are you from India? Hello. Hello. You're from India? Are you from India?
Yeah, we got it, man. Calm down.
Anyone here from India?
I am from Pakistan and Afghanistan.
Gunslinger.
You're from India? India?
Man,
India? India? Hello?
nothing much.
Shut up.
Nothing much. I'm sick.
Ah, that's not good, man.
Yeah.
Lots of people sick this time of year.
And not that in your place, probably.
Most of the family's sick. We've got lucky for quite a long time. We haven't been sick, so it's good.
Yeah. But it's summer over there, yeah. So that's why I'm saying it. You know, it's
No,
winter.
no, no. I'm in Poland. It's freaking freezing.
You American?
No, I'm in Poland. Poland.
Ah, Poland. I heard you Portland.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Poland is harsh winter.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm in Croatia, so we got it good. But you fucking mainland continental motherfuckers got it bad.
Yeah, I think we had negative 18 degrees recently.
Well, you guys Eskimos over there.
Yeah.
We didn't have it below 1 Celsius, I think, this year.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
It's a Mediterranean climate.
Yeah.
Why don't you go during the winter back to your country?
We're planning on moving soon to Southeast Asia, so.
Southeast Asia. Then what you gonna do? You going to China? You gonna be China with them?
No. We're gonna be going to Cambodia.
Cambodia, goddamn.
Yeah.
God damn, where did you pick Cambodia up? What's there in Cambodia to do?
Dude, lots of stuff. Yeah,
Good.
Cambodia's awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know why, but Cambodia reminds me of Vietnam. Are they close?
Yeah. That's connected to Vietnam and Thailand.
Connected. Probably good flat Earth observations in Cambodia, huh?
There's right next to the city that we're moving to. There's a 110-mile lake. Sorry, 110
Oh
kilometer.
my god!
110 kilometer lake. Yeah.
You will provide us with the best laser test on that lake, but it's not frozen. I think that's your issue.
No, it's definitely not going to be frozen. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's like a warm soup.
Yeah. A swamp. Cambodia, man. You married? You got kids, DJ?
Married, yeah.
Nice. Why don't you? Why did you move out of Australia?
I moved to Poland because my wife's from Poland, and I also wanted to leave Australia as well, so it worked out well. But yeah, the only reason I really left Australia was to come here to be with my wife.
Yeah, but why did you in the first place? You said you wanted to leave Australia. Why? Just to experience something else, or were you like, "Fuck this place, I'm out"?
Yeah, it was. I only really left because, I didn't like Australia very much after what happened in 2020. It was crazy there with
What happened in 2020?
the crazy lockdowns and stuff like that. With the event that happened in 2020. So.
Oh, the COVID shit.
Yeah, man, it was
What?
pretty crazy in that country.
I don't know, man. What did you guys have that we didn't? With the restrictions and shit.
Well, I had detectives coming to make sure we were in the house, and threatening a $10,000 fine if they come to the house and we're not in the house.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man, it was pretty crazy for a bit there. We had police coming or detectives coming every couple of days, knocking on the door. Make sure you're in the house. If we come here and you're not here, if you're not inside the house, $10,000 fine per person.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's great, and they were doing that for. I cannot like fathom how would they be able to do that for each and every person. What they just driving by and knocking on people's doors and shit.
No. They were just doing it for certain people. It was because
What was you doing?
I had crossed the border. Yeah. So when I crossed the border, from between states, they gave me like a notice saying, yeah, you're not allowed to leave the house.
God dang, you're on the list.
For 2 weeks or something like that. Yeah. So they would
God
send
damn.
police and detectives around to make sure that we're home. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I remember this. It's kind of same shit was going on in here, but not like I don't know. A lot of people want to move to Australia though from Europe, from what I heard, or New Zealand, New Zealand especially.
Yeah, they're good. You know, it's a good country.
Mhm.
Like it's a great climate and that kind of thing. It's got a lot of good things about it, but it's also extremely expensive
Hmm.
and the government's I don't trust the government anymore.
Yeah, well, what can you do, man? What can you do?
Yeah, just move away.
Yeah. But where? That's the question.
Well, they didn't have all the craziness happening that was happening in Australia, in Poland.
Hmm.
They didn't
I
have any
guess.
crazy rules or restrictions or anything like that.
Hold on, let me go blow my nose.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
What are we talking here, guys? It's my first time joining this show.
Yeah, we're just using telepathy to talk with each other right now, so that's why it was quiet.
That's why I'm not able to figure it out. Wow, what a fun thing to do. So, how should I use it? Can you teach me?
Yeah, you have to sit down in a quiet, comfortable place,
Okay.
and then
I'm sitting right now.
I want you to picture a frisbee in your mind or a pizza, something round and flat.
Oh, I have just ate pizza, so it will be very easier for me to imagine pizza. Okay, so I'm doing it right now. Please continue on giving me instructions. Hey, I'm imagining pizza right now. Can you give me instructions what I should not do next?
Okay, next I'm going to send you it's called an astral SMS. I want you
Oh
to
my god.
decode.
Hope it's not a
Okay,
phishing site.
no, this is using mental telepathy. I'm sending you the message right now.
Oh, I'm receiving it. I'm
Um,
receiving it. What the fuck?
okay, there. Did you get it? It's like a fax machine.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's coming. Fuck. Literally, what are you talking? Joke aside, what are you talking bro?
Yeah, seriously, we haven't been talking about anything. It's been dead quiet in here.
Why are you all guys joined here?
Well,
You
we're
should just
waiting
leave
for
it.
people to show up to have conversations, to tell people what the Earth is about.
Okay, so Earth is a round planet on which we live. It's the third planet in our solar system, and it has life. It has it has plants. It has oxygen. It has water to drink. So that's why we can live here. But some curious humans are trying to, what, become an interspace. What do we say them? Um, Space traveler. What would we call some civilization that can move from one planet to another? There is some term interplanetary civilization. That's right. So some men like Elon Musk are trying to advance the civilization by doing that, and it's because we are polluting Earth. Like that's one kind of factor that you know what you are getting what I'm saying?
I'm having a hard time understanding, but
No. Is it due to my
uh,
accent?
it's not your accent, it's the quality of your audio. It sounds
Oh, so
muffled. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
I'm not
sorry.
I'm not audible. What should I do to be audible? I think I'm wearing it right.
I don't know. Are you using a potato for a microphone?
Oh, I'm using AirPod right now.
Well, that's better than a potato.
Yeah. So where are you from?
I'm from
I mean,
Flat Earth. Where are you from?
uh, can you repeat?
Yeah, I'm from Flat Earth.
Oh, I'm from Round Earth. So how's it like to be
Uh-oh.
live on flat Earth? Do you fall
Funny
when you
thing
go to the
is,
hospital?
Flat Earth looks the same as Round Earth.
Oh my God. So have you seen the end of the flat Earth? Have you ever fallen down in the universe? Like there must be something like that happening there, right?
Man, it's hard to hear you. Your audio, bro.
Have you ever fallen in the universe in the flat Earth?
Have I ever fallen off of the Flat Earth?
Yeah,
Ah, I
like
gotcha. No, actually, I don't think Earth is in outer space. I think an outer space exists above Earth.
outer space exists above Earth. Like there is literally nothing down there. That that is what you are saying.
Yeah, as far as I know, like when people start digging a hole, it gets denser and denser and denser and hotter and hotter and hotter.
But what is what is underground? Like we reach some state called dead end, right? Or some state called molten lava, like something like that. And there is
Yeah, I
lack
mean,
of oxygen.
there's that.
Yeah, there's
It,
that.
it gets dense and hot, man. Maybe if you keep digging, you end up in hell.
Oh, is it like that? Because on round Earth we have universe underground. If we dig a deep hole from North Pole to South Pole, that is not humanly possible. But if we do so, we will reach universe. It does not happen on flat Earth.
Well,
So
I
what
mean,
is the theory?
Earth
What?
basically is your realm, and it includes the ground and the sky, whatever the
Yes,
stars are.
yeah. So how's it like to live on flat Earth? Is it something different from round Earth? Like what are you talking about?
Yeah, the flat Earth is the same thing that you experience as a round Earth, except without the imaginary curvature.
Oh, so it is the same Earth we are living in, but we are just imagining it to be flat.
Yeah, you see a flat Earth. You don't feel Earth moving like a rotating globe either. So
Like what we are seeing and what we know about that. We see a flat Earth, not a round one. But we have images, right? So we can consider it to be round. And why should we be away from the reality?
still, you're hard to understand again. It's
Oh
not your
my
accent. It is
God.
your
Yeah.
audio.
Okay. But unfortunately, I don't have any explanation for that.
Yeah.
Mm. I will try to be more clear. So what was saying? Like we have images of round Earth. Do you get that?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Man, this sucks. Maybe come back
Uh,
again or talk to somebody else who might have better than I do. I don't know. But I have to step away right now and get some work done.
okay. Hmm.
Morbius, you're hot miking. Morbius, you're hot miking.
Nice.
Hello there.
Just me messing around with the soundboard. I don't know what they all are. So that's what's going on here. I don't know if you can hear this, Morvis, but you were hot miking. I muted you, but you can unmute yourself. You're a mod, right? So we didn't want to, in case something confidential happening in the background there.
Oh no. Anyway. Bruh.
No and no.
赤ちゃんが教えてくれたいろんな見た目になれるアプリなんだって。どれどれ
Again, just me messing with the soundboard. I'll pay no attention to this.
Hey, what was that? I wasn't paying attention.
people that only read headlines that they put it right there in the top headline. Art walk and cancel next to the same thing, next to each other. Texoma's homepage, the Art Walk and Cajun Fest has been canceled.
Be quiet, Friday. We had a few spurgs in here this morning at least morning on the US East Coast, about 6 to 8 hours ago. And I've got an auto troll in my DMs. Check this out. I'm going to post some screenshots. Actually, never mind. It's inappropriate. Well, the point being is that they've taken to using AI chatbots to troll us in DMs. Isn't that funny? It's been going on a while now. As old dude pointed out, they've even got personalities now. Ain't that something? Well, if someone's paying for it, then keep doing that.
I mean, if we're wrong, then we shouldn't be worth the attention.
What's up, T-Dub? How you doing?
Not bad, thanks, mate. Yourself?
Doing just fine. Spent this week transitioning into a new chapter in my career. It's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. It's going to give me much more flexibility. And hopefully, when the weather gets warm up here, I'll be able to use that flexibility to go out and make some long distance infrared shots.
Nice. I look forward to that. that this might turn out to be the year of infrared.
Hope so. If you're looking to get into infrared, you can DM me.
I might take you up on that at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. It's one of these things where a lot of problems can actually be solved by spending more money.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for the new P1150 or 1100. Is that what they're going to name it? Is that thing out yet?
Yeah, the 1150 is out. But if you have resources, there may be another path you might want to consider going. It's a bit more expensive, but
Yeah, I'm strongly considering putting some money into it. I mean, that guy you talked to the other day, what's his name? He had a $4,000 camera. I'm really, I'm thinking about it. My wife is not going to like it, but hey. Future Plain and Truth has to deal with that problem. Present doesn't care.
the fun part is the $4,000 camera comes in parts. So it's not $4,000 all at once showing up at your doorstep. You get a nice lens. Like you can get a great infrared safe telephoto lens for, $1,500. And then get a nice set of infrared filters. Those will go for, I don't know, $200 to $300 if you get like 2 of them. Maybe 400. Then you need a camera, something with a trigger on it to pull. Could spend about $1,500 to $2,000 on that. But the good news is, if you go this route, you can take your camera, and you can, assuming that you know to get it full spectrum converted, you can use it like a normal vacation camera. You can attach a flat pancake lens to it and just take it out in town and take happy snaps. You'll have a super high quality camera with a nice prime lens, and you can just use it for anything. Or get something that's a mild telephoto lens for everyday carry. But when you've got that free time, when you've got a day away from the family and the house all to yourself, and you want to go hiking, that's when you bring the bazooka.
Right. I need to do some math and find a good lake that is so wide in all directions that I can take a side shot from beach to beach. That's what I want to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can get the job done with a Nikon with a super reach like that, but there's a huge trade-off. You can zoom in pretty deep, but the image is going to be not as clear. And the trade-off is you can get a lens with a better aperture and a bigger sensor, and you won't have the reach, but you'll be able to get a clearer image, even if it's fewer megapixels. You achieve that by cropping it in.
Yeah.
And at full zoom, the Nikons aren't stabilizing the image well enough. You need a tripod. Not that you wouldn't use a tripod any other way, but in my mind, I would rather have clarity of a raw image over megapixel density. So I'd easily give up like 13 megapixels for like a 5 megapixel image if the 5 megapixel image was 3 times as clear. Plus the infrared modification and the lens adaptations you put on it can produce a better quality infrared than a converted P1150 or 950 or whatever the case is. Because the sensor in like these other kinds of cameras are going to be stronger, but the lenses are going to be, they're going to offer less bouncing around of reflected light, so you won't get hot spots as much. There's all kinds of crazy considerations like this. So I started going down the Nikon route. I'm like, yeah, I could get an infrared converted Nikon P1000 or 1150 or something, 1050. But then I started reading about all the trade-offs, and I'm like, okay, if I spend 500 more, what could I get? And then I'm like, all right, what if I spend 500 more? What could I get? What if I spend just 500 more than that? What could I get? And I just kind of fell down this rabbit hole. But yeah, I mean, if you got the capital, it's worth it. Cameras hold value. That's another thing. If you take good care of your camera, your lenses, it's not like a car. It's not like when you drive it off the lot, it's suddenly going to lose value, dwindle down to nothing. People like good cameras. Good cameras, they don't go bad. Even the electronic ones today. Plus, you just get better electronics. Like you get a better computer brain that's able to lock on to small things and recognize small things on the horizon. Capabilities that exceed that of the Nikon series. Something that's really frustrating for people who play with cameras and use them all the time. What's frustrating is your hit rate. So if you are a skilled photographer and your camera sucks, you may not be able to get the hit rate that you want out of it when you're operating at these extreme distances. And what I mean by that is you might have to take tons of pictures before you get one that turns out right. That's frustrating. It leaves you feeling uncertain, especially if you spend all day out there and you're not sure if a single one of your 1,000 pictures that you took is really going to do the job. But if you have a good camera that increases the hit rate, then you can feel more assured that your time is not going to be wasted.
Yeah, I'm hanging on to the edge of that rabbit hole. White knuckles, but I think I'm going to fall in at some point. Spend way too much money on it, and but some people play golf. Flat Earth is my hobby, so
Same here, same. I invested in some precious metals about 5 years ago during the lockdown. I took the Trump stimulus checks and I bought silver and gold. So I cashed some of that out and basically got this free. This really nice camera setup free.
That's nice. Yeah, I bought some S Gold stock at $20, and that thing is at 48 now. So I'm happy.
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
It's a long-term thing. I think I'm still gonna hold. I'm a holder.
I'm bullish on gold right now, even though it's pulled back a bit.
Only a couple of dollars. It was over 50 a couple of days ago, I think, right? And now it's back on 48.
Yeah.
Haven't checked it today. Yeah. Gold is good. Hey, Duke, if you want to play that new song you made, go right ahead. There's nobody talking in here right now.
Good evening, folks. You're live with Plain and Truth. Kick your feet up. Let's talk about this place we call home. He leans on the mic like a bar stool story, voice low, slow. Look, I'm not here to fight you, I'm here to walk you through it. Explaining feels, feet flows easy, reads the room. Tell me what scares you most about being wrong this afternoon. He laughs, imagine a spinning marble in your hand. Now pour a little water, watch where it lands. Does it cling to the sides when you whirl it around your wrist? Or does it fly, fling, drip, turn to mist? Plain and truth on the late night line, breaking it down one thought at a time. Piece by piece like a calm monsoon, slow pour logic in a quiet room. Plain and true, yeah, he draws that map, paints his world in a steady flat blue black. Feel what you feel, I'm just passing through. You decide what's real when the talk is through. Hey, I picture an ocean, he says, endless, level wide. If it hugged the curve, wouldn't you feel that slide? He pauses for callers, lets the silence hum. You're safe to question, that's how grown minds run. He mirrors their fear, you trusted books, same as me. Then the numbers start dancing and you wonder what you see. Airlines draw straight lines on that screen above your seat. If it's all one big bend, why's the route look neat? Yeah. Plain and truth on the late night line, breaking it down one thought at a time. Piece by piece like a calm monsoon, slow pour logic in a quiet room. Plain and truth, yeah, he draws that map, paints his world in a steady flat blue black. Feel what you feel, I'm just passing through. You decide what's real when the talk is through. Oh yeah, he shrugs in the booth. You don't know me, believe I just stack these stories like cards on the table cheap. Water finds its level, people do too. If my words don't land, that's alright with you. Plain and truth on the late night line, breaking it down one thought at a time. Piece by piece like a calm monsoon, slow pour logic in a quiet room. Plain and truth, when the night turns thin, fades his voice like a distant wind. Question it all, that's my gift to you. This is Plain and True, signing off at 2.
So we still got people that think they live on a spinning ball in the middle of literally nothing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's crazy. Why would people think that? It's almost like they got taught that when they were too young to think about it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, man, job's not finished. They're gonna be
No,
here forever.
sorry, Les, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that job's not finished. We're probably gonna be here forever.
The indoctrination runs deep amongst the population. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
We're a tiny little percentage of people that accept reality, and we're just here trying to tell people, why aren't you just accepting reality? What's wrong with that? I don't know.
Sometimes the truth hurts.
Oops, I had a YouTube window open. I just heard myself talk. Don't see new people. It looks like a bunch of crazy globe deniers in here. Somebody prove me wrong and prove you're on a spinning ball. Go ahead. T-Dub's currently antipodal. Let's see if he's at his mic. And he's not. Anyway, I'm just doing a little drive-by here while I have a few minutes. Thought I'd say hello.
All right, brother. Hope you have a great day, man. Thanks for stopping
You
by.
as well, sir.
Thank you.
Everyone have a great day. Make the most of your day on the plane of existence. The horizontal level plane of existence.
Yes, sir.
I don't know where it ends, but I know it's level. Anyway. Hopefully you guys will be joined by somebody that actually wants to sincerely inquire about this subject and think for themselves. But the odds of that happening are pretty small, but we can always hope.
Why is everybody muted?
I'm meditating.
I was listening to other songs and stuff, but so it's easy to hear Globers when they come in.
Yeah, we kind of self-mute so that we don't speak over other people. It's just a good way to organize it. One person talking at a time.
So, like, what's your best flat Earth proof?
Normally,
Fresh off
I
your.
normally
I
I'd
was
go
gonna
over
say.
it, but I'd say I give it to you because normally I'd go over it, but you know, I'm cooking dinner right now, so water is flat. That's my best one.
No, I was going to do this the fun way. Fresh off Yoda's list, the lack of curvature.
Oh man.
Oh, I love that. That's great, that list. That's annoyed so many people. Oh, man.
it a pancake, you call it a coin. A disc as a cartoon, a cheap hollow toy. They grin and they point to the infinite void, saying don't fall off of the edge, little boy. They build up a scarecrow of turtles in space, a cliff at the end of the human race. It's easier to fight a thing they invent than look at the evidence that we present. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating this silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand, you're fighting the claim that was never ours. You talk of your globe, a spinning blue ball with gravity's magic that holds it all. You quote a textbook, a NASA clip, with that overconfident smirk on your lip. You say pizza on elephant sea while ignoring the evidence coming from me. You calculate a curve with a stick and a string, but never question the whole damn thing. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating that silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand, you're fighting a claim that was never ours. Stand. We talk of perspective, of sun's gentle arc, of a local light circling over the dark, shooting lasers across still steady lakes, and the claims that turn out as fakes. You just plug your ears, sing your globe song, the same tired verse that we've heard for so long. You don't debate, you just want a cheap win, with a joke about where the elephants have been. Yeah. Was never our stand. Never our stand. Just listen for once. Just listen, it's all right here. Just look. Hello, Globe, my old friend. I've come to chat with you again. There is a liar softly creeping, told us lies while we were sleeping. And the model that was planted in our brain still remains within the pseudoscience. Yeah, in fantasy we walk alone on a spinning water globe until I measured that it wasn't that. I turned my camera to the long and flat when my eyes were stared by the path of the line of sight. It split the fight and touched the pseudoscience. And in the infrared I saw 200 miles, maybe more. The horizon without curving, walking level without spinning. People breathing air that dinos never shared. No one cared. Disturb the pseudoscience. Disturb the pseudoscience. Yeah, yeah. Fools said you do not know. Science like a cancer grows. Hear these facts that I might teach you. Take these tools that I might reach you. But no curve is where all this will fail. But echo the pseudoscience. And the people bowed and prayed to the model they had made. And the numbers gave its warning of the plane it was forming. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the Discord walls and encrypted calls that destroyed the pseudoscience. Destroyed the pseudoscience.
The flat Earth thing is such a bullshit. That's my
Really?
thing. Yeah.
Why are you so hurt about the flat Earth thing? Oh, we run away.
Yeah,
What a
poor
shame.
guy.
Wow.
I'm gonna be like him when I grow up.
Yeah.
The
It must be too
Glowbird
cold.
thing is bullshit. Now I'm going to leave.
Dave's
You okay
feelings.
with that?
Oh.
How you been, Dave?
Trying to talk and I was muted. Is my mic working?
Yeah, you're good now.
This thing on?
You are live.
We're live, right? Okay. We are searching for empirical globe Earth evidence. Go ahead. Who's got it? Anybody can go ahead. We just need empirical globe Earth evidence, like measurements of curvature and stuff like that. Go ahead, somebody. Mike's not working, or there is no empirical globe Earth evidence. Which one is it?
The latter.
Bueller. Bueller. Bueller.
Yep.
Sorry, Jimmy, that lagged like an absolute champion then. I pushed it like about 4 seconds before you even spoke. You know, I don't know if you've ever seen it happen, but you click the soundboard and it's like do 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 do, and then it plays. And just did it then. That was such a fail.
Yeah. Does that for me all the time. It's
As
like
you get more and more sounds, it does it. It gets worse as you get going more and more channels. So if you've got Nitro, the more servers you're in, the more sounds you can steal, and yeah, it just gets worse as you have more and more of them.
damn. I was trying to do the soundboard the other day when DJ was dropping facts to that dude, and I was just using the
That
and
one, yeah.
and it was just long after he said the punchline for the sentence.
Yeah, you've also got to take into consideration. If you have a look down the bottom where it says voice connected, I'm assuming you're on your PC. You'll have your lag meter just to the left of it, and like at the moment, I'm running 300 milliseconds. Like I know that doesn't sound like much, but yeah, that's pretty slow.
I'm on my phone, so it goes at the rate of cellular.
Yeah. So the other thing I've noticed you can do too on the PC, if you go to the soundboard, you can have a preview of that clip and preload it. And if you go through and preload, say, your top 5 favourite ones, then they'll work reasonably quick. You only get sort of half a second lag, not 5 seconds. Missed him. Oh well. No one wants to talk. Okay, play another song.
An old globe towered net surfing on a dark and windy day. Upon
Is it just me or did that cut out?
100% cut out.
Interesting.
You're being censored. I'm sorry.
Okay, love drama. Let's do this the old-fashioned way. At least I don't have to worry about stupid things getting posted up in the side chat.
Hello there.
Nice. Yoda's probably spent the last, I don't know, hour cleaning out his DMs.
Yeah, more like disinfecting.
You think that one got tossed here from another room?
Don't know, but it's funny when it happens, especially when they're halfway through a conversation and they just sort of come in here and start rambling about something non-related.
Yeah. It's really interesting how this topic ruins people, honestly. Like, I've never seen so much mental illness over any other topic, controversial topic on the internet. Like, the excitement of flat Earth is something that does get old after a while. You know, the novelty of it starts to wear off and you start to feel more comfortable with where you live and how you understand the world. You know, that honeymoon phase for pretty much anything that's new only has a finite existence. But here with these guys, like, these people are thoroughly, potentially permanently wrecked by this. There's no honeymoon phase. This is now their default psychological state. Whatever's going on with them, this has totally reprogrammed their brains. But then there's the argument, well, maybe they were always like this, and flat Earth as a topic is just something that unearthed what was beneath the entire time. That may be the case too. But I think for many people, there comes a time in this topic where you have to make a choice. If you choose to argue against observable, measurable reality as it truly is, then you're going to end up like that. And if you don't want to end up like that and you're still bothered by it, then exit the discussion. Don't come back here. Don't think about it anymore. Put it out of your mind. Go back, live your life the way it was.
I'm sorry, Cypher, we can't plug you back in.
The only way to really plug yourself back in is to occupy your mind with something else instead. Just put this entire topic out of existence. Replace it with something else, get a new hobby, obsess over a new thing. And every now and then you'll wonder about it, but
Can't unsee it, can you?
No, at the end of the day, you really can't, but you can at least stop obsessing over it.
Grab your wallet and go on a shopping spree. That'll get rid of it. Go back to consumerism.
Funny.
Talk about statistics for players.
There you go. The same kind of things happened on the FE side, but but for a different reason. A lot of elite tier flat earthers from 4 or 5 years ago who are absolutely awesome have not been back, have just sailed off into the sunset. Have gone to live their lives. It's not like they went back to the globe or anything. They just were satisfied and they're just not interested in being evangelists for this anymore. And that's fine too. I mean, you can go live a normal life knowing where you live. And also knowing that most of the people that you meet have no clue. But you can be a flat earther and not obsess over this topic either. And not care to be an evangelist, not care to put yourself out there as much, spend time in here flat smacking people. It's completely fine. For me, though, this is great. I mean, this is one part entertainment, and another part, it feels like a public service. I love being a public servant. What can I say?
Dang it.
Hello there.
Hey.
Okay,
Oh
security.
shit.
What's going on? Oh
Hold
yeah,
on, I'm
we're
getting
listening.
I'm good. One moment, I'm getting a phone call.
Don't be shy. Tell them you're a flat earther. See how that goes. Spice it up a bit. Yeah, drop an F-bomb at the Christmas table. You say you're a flat earther? Oh man, That'll make your day very interesting.
Welcome back.
Hello, hello. Hey, Josh, you there?
Yeah, finishing up some work. So mostly just listening. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. This will be super quick anyway. So, if you have a look in the side chat, can we agree that this isn't how much curvature you would see from this altitude, and that's not how much of the globe that section of America would take up?
Is that Baja California? Or is that Mexico? I don't know.
It's like
Where is that?
Santa Barbara, Santa Barbara.
It's deceiving when you're that close. It
w-
actually does take up a good amount. Like if you look at the rocket footage in my image, it's like
So
Planet
you think
Florida.
that? So you think from 450 kilometers height, you should see that much curvature?
No. I mean, the curvature I think has to do with some lensing, but I'm talking about the relative landmass size. Uh, is is accurate.
Well, it wouldn't be accurate if there's that much curvature.
Or, no, okay. The horizon
Well,
shape.
my main point is that this footage, it doesn't like. I mean,
It's a bunch of college
it,
students,
it's
man. Like you can
it's
if you want to talk to them, you can.
no. This is your claim. I'm challenging your direct claim, right? That
Oh, that's
you
fine.
could just send up a camera and see the curvature of the Earth for yourself.
Ooh.
Yeah, one sec. No, agreed. It definitely looks like some lensing going on, but the relative landmass size is accurate. I'll check back in like 5 minutes. I gotta get this out the door before close of business.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
What's up?
Up, whoever just said what's up.
I was saying what's up to Noki, who showed up.
What's up, Nuki?
Hello.
What's up,
Did you
man?
name yourself after a soup?
Is
Swap
that
around.
your cat?
Yeah, it's my cat. Yeah.
Nice. You got any questions on the topic, Noki?
Not really. I mean, I've been listening now for a couple of weeks.
All right.
It's funny how for our globe friends that pretty much any curve will do. Doesn't matter if it's dramatic, too much for a globe. Doesn't matter if it's too little for a globe. As long as they see an image with a curve, it'll do.
Yeah, it's like a desperate drunk guy at a bar by the end of the night. They'll just take whatever they can get.
That's right.
Can I get into Jersey Turnpike? Yeah, all of the mats.
And as the night wears on, they got to drink more. Keep reaching down further into the barrel.
I do have one question for you guys.
What's up?
Has there been any tests or experiments you guys have done that would destroy the refraction part? Like I know like a lot of time you guys do like laser tests and they'll always say like refraction, is the reason why you
What refraction?
Yeah, the answer is yes, but we need to discuss what refraction is.
well the bending of light, right? Over like they'll claim
Yeah, we understand what it is, but you're putting forward a claim that there is some kind of magical laser bending. Can you provide some kind of video of this laser bending down so then we can break it down?
I've got a different approach to this.
Yours, Yoda.
I'm not. Maybe I'm not being clear. I'm not claiming that like refraction is happening or whatever. I'm saying that you guys do that would completely negate the refraction.
Yeah, absolutely. I can give you examples that we've done, as well as examples that people that aren't flat earthers have done.
Yes, we
But
do.
this requires understanding what the claim is fundamentally regarding refraction. And what is claimed is that terrestrial refraction is the default state for globe dwellers to see beyond the curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because nobody can actually see the curvature of the Earth. And when people think they do, it's not where they think it should be based off of the geometry of the Earth.
Lies.
So they have a lapse rate that they claim has to exist. And here's the thing, for light to be bending, there has to be something mechanical happening within the air that we're breathing. In order to do that, it's not just the presence of air and water vapor itself, but something very specific must be happening in order for us to see the way that people who believe they live on a globe see. So what the claim is from the Glober's side is that when we're looking out and we can't see the curvature of the Earth, it's because refraction is bending up the surface of the Earth such that the curve is flattened out. So what's required of that? What's required is that every ray of light, I know rays aren't real, but just how we think of rays, how we model them. Every ray of light, your eye is picking up trillions and trillions and trillions of rays, and all of them are arriving at your eye, taking independent paths, arcing independent from one another, such that when you're looking over the surface of the Earth, every point on that surface is taking an independent path and flattening out a surface over tens, if not hundreds of miles. All of those rays, trillions of rays, are conspiring together to flatten out a globe surface, tricking you. That is the claim, and to me, that is ridiculous. That means that there must be conditions present within the air that's doing that. Like some ordered structure of the air that's intentionally making it look flat. And let's see, what happens if you're to spin 180 degrees and look behind you? The same freaking thing is happening over there. It's just looking flat everywhere you look. Does that mean that if you're looking where the sun is rising and that happens, and you're looking where the sun is setting and that happens, that the conditions of the air, the temperature and pressure are the same in front of you where the sun is and behind you where the nighttime is? I mean, they're clearly not. Clearly, we have weather patterns.
Question.
So what's really happening is the question. Yeah, go ahead.
If you think the Earth is flat, what is under the Earth? Like, what's the material?
No idea. People dig down and it gets denser and hotter the further they dig. So maybe it just keeps getting denser and hotter. I don't know.
Wait, so sorry for interrupting. Wait, so you believe in like the flat Earth or no?
Well, I mean, we've observed and measured the Earth to be flat, so no belief required.
But is it just ongoing, as you said, or where does it end?
I don't know.
where's
Maybe it ends with the pit of hell. Who knows, dude? I don't freaking know. I can tell you this. I have no reason to think that Earth is an object that's suspended inside a vacuum of outer space. In fact, the space that we do see that is above the Earth is above the Earth, not below it. The nighttime sky is, in fact, above the Earth.
It's above the Earth, bro. It's around the Earth because
No. For it to be around the Earth, it means Earth is embedded within a space, and Earth is an object. We have no evidence that that's the case.
But how can you explain it that if you would just walk straight in a line for like months, that you would arrive at the same place?
Oh, really? Has that ever happened before?
it kind of has.
Yes.
Because,
No, it actually never has.
It has happened because there was I don't
Nobody's
really
ever
know.
walked. Nobody's ever walked in a straight line.
Not
Listen,
in
you
a straight
can't.
line, but around
You
the
can't.
Earth.
You're gonna hit the ocean, right? You're gonna get
Because,
lost.
no.
People
No,
wander
listen,
around in
let me
circles,
explain.
lost, thinking they're going in a straight line.
No, it was like it was around the time where America was like entdeckt. I'm sorry, my English is bad.
Yeah,
But
discovered. Ich spreche Deutsch.
discovers, yeah. Are you
Ah,
German?
fuck, wieso kannst du Deutsch? Sorry.
I know Deutsch. Oh my god. Can I speak German if that's alright?
Komm mal aus Rostock.
Ach so, krass.
Aus
Okay.
Rostock?
Nein,
Ja,
aber,
als Kind.
aber nein. Du weißt ja ungefähr um die Zeit, wo Amerika entdeckt wurde, da ist ja mit dem Schiff herumgefahren worden.
Whoa! This isn't
No,
the German
listen, I'll
hub.
translate. He's
This isn't the
talking about
German
when
hub.
Christopher Columbus discovered America.
No.
And then they think that they were sailing west to go east.
No. Around that time, da sind auch andere Leute mit dem Schiff dann ungefähr losgefahren und dann hat ein Typ sich entschieden, um die ganze Welt zu fahren. Und das ist auch passiert, weil er ist dann, ich glaube, entweder vorbei an Amerika und er ist dann auf der anderen Seite der Welt gelandet und das war halt dann so Asien. Und deswegen, die Welt muss schon rund sein. Der kann
Right.
nicht im
So
Kreis fahren. Der kann nicht im Kreis fahren, dann würde er vorbei an Europa fahren und so weiter.
right, and then they discovered America because they thought they were going to Asia and they thought they were there in Asia at first, but then hello New World. Yeah, I get. No, I mean you can circumnavigate around a fixed point. So sailors were using the stars to navigate, right?
Yep.
When you're out in the ocean, you have no landmarks to use as a point of reference. Thankfully, there's a star that does not seem to move that much called Polaris. You can use Polaris as a fixed point of reference and navigate. If you assume that there is a position directly below Polaris, the assumption is you can navigate around Polaris and make gigantic circles. This means east to west are not straight lines, but they are directions that are going around this presumed point beneath Polaris. You can make big circles on a flat surface. Get it?
Ja, ich verstehe, was du meinst.
Okay.
Und dann, was ist aber mit der Theorie von von Einstein? Ey, hör zu, hör zu. Weil der Mond tut ja, um die Erde, herumkreisen, ne? Wie möchtest du dir das erklären, so als Flat Earther?
Yeah, so like what is the moon and how does it orbit the earth, right?
Ja.
Yeah. Well, what the moon is, I don't know. It's a big mystery. We do see the same face of it all the time, everywhere on Earth. For some people, it's upside down. Other people, it's right side up. We have flat earthers who live in Australia, and to them, the moon is like upside down compared to people who live in Germany or Canada. I mean, this doesn't mean that Earth can't be flat. Why? Because, well, we measure the Earth flat. We can use lasers, we can use infrared optics to do so. So the question is what is the moon? Well, it means you have to open your mind to new possibilities for what outer space is, for what the moon is, what the sun is. Are these objects that can be comprehended by us? Do you believe we actually landed on the moon? I don't. I have no reason to accept that.
Und was ist mit den Satelliten, die wir draußen auch also, die um die Erde
Yeah,
gravitieren?
Umwelt. Yeah, what are like stars and dude? I don't know what stars, planets, or outer space really is, and I don't think anybody really knows.
Nein, aber die Satelliten, weil die machen ja, von oben aus, diese Fotos, ne? Da sieht man auch immer
Yeah.
wieder, von links und rechts, die Bilder von der Erde, vom Weltall aus. Da merkt man
Yeah.
schon,
So what
dass
about
da
the photos from space and so on? Yeah, like NASA pictures, right?
Ja.
We see beautiful pictures of the globe from outer space. How do we know what Earth should look like to verify if those photos are true?
War das eine Frage
We
an mich?
don't.
Okay.
We don't know what Earth should look like to verify if those photos are true. Nobody knows. We just have to either accept or reject the evidence as presented. We have no way to verify the claims of those photos. These photos were taken by technology that very few people have access to. And this technology exists in an environment that contradicts what we know to be true with the laws of physics on Earth.
Could I ask a hypothetical question?
Yeah, sure.
No.
If you were to like instead of using a laser, use like a hypothetically if you could get like a rope or something long enough, wouldn't the rope have to go through the water? Like obviously I don't think anyone's gonna put that much effort into it, but if you were to like stretch out the rope, then it would have to go through the water. Couldn't that easily display that there's no curvature if it was above the water?
Weight distribution of the rope, if it's above the water, the weight distribution in the middle of the rope would apply so much leverage against the end points holding up the rope, that it would sag and potentially break under its own weight.
Good point.
Yeah. And this is how they discovered that they could build arches, because they would take the sagging effect from the rope and they'd flip it upside down, and now you've got a strong arch where the center of it is basically impervious to pressure. But the opposite happens when you flip it upside down. That center point becomes the weakest point. So yeah, the rope thing doesn't work for me. I tell you, my favorite evidence for flat Earth is infrared observations, long distance infrared measurements. Why infrared? Well, long wavelengths of infrared, like the 950 nanometer wavelength, is basically like magic. You can cut through so much haze. This wavelength is not bothered by the haze of the atmosphere. So you can keep looking and looking and looking and zoom in beyond what your eyes are capable of processing. And we have flat earthers who've gone in airplanes at very high altitudes, 35,000 feet or more, where the air is thin, where we don't expect that much atmospheric disturbance of light to be happening in the first place. And they take infrared optics up in their airplanes, and they zoom in and zoom in and zoom in on the horizon. And instead of seeing curvature of the Earth, they see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles of beautiful flat terrain. There are mountains that are obvious because people know what they look like from the ground and from other flights. There are mountains that they film that should be 180,000 feet behind or below the curvature of the Earth, but are visibly present. In one case, we have an observation from Western Texas looking southwest across the desert of America. And this observer took his infrared optics and zoomed in on the horizon and could see the Baja Peninsula, the coastline in the mountains of Baja Peninsula in Baja, Mexico, 760 miles from his position. If there was a globe, the curvature of the Earth should have been visibly present and obvious in infrared at about 260 miles. It's fascinating stuff. So if you want to find out, if you want to learn more, stick around. I have to step aside. I see my colleague Cyclone is here. Hello, Cyclone.
Warte, darf ich dich noch eine Sache fragen?
Hey, what's up,
Yeah, go.
boys? What's up, Yoda?
Our German friend has one more question. Go for it.
Ja, also würdest du auch sagen, dass Jupiter und die anderen Planeten oder Gasplaneten sozusagen auch flach sind oder nicht?
Nah, I don't think they're flat. So he asked if like the other planets are flat too. I don't think Earth is a planet, and I don't
Ja,
think planets are land in the sky.
aber Jupiter jetzt zum Beispiel oder Saturn?
Yeah, like what about Jupiter, for example? How could Jupiter be a gas planet in a vacuum? What happens to gas in a vacuum? It expands. So we have a huge problem. We have a contradiction of known laws of physics that we can test and verify on Earth, standing against claims from the exotic environment of outer space. Okay, I have to get going. I'll be listening.
Okay.
I'm open to DMs.
Who was it that was asking about the laser test and suggesting about the rope? Was that you, Noki?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Yeah. So look, just because the globe earthers have a cope by just saying the word refraction for every single laser that hits the target, which is every single one that gets shot at the target, It doesn't mean that that's a rebuttal or a problem with the tests. Now, there are a lot of tests that have been done where they did take refraction into account using weather stations and things like that, and also using repeated tests on different days and things like that. But at the end of the day, the lasers are hitting their target, okay? And they're done in different weather conditions all over the world, okay? So they're being done dozens and dozens of times in different locations, completely different distances, completely different weather conditions. So what the globe earthers would have to be claiming is somehow the laser is bending around a certain amount of curvature and just magically hitting the target, right? Just getting lucky, and then in completely different weather conditions, right? It's happening again, and every single laser test, this magical refraction just allows the laser to hit the target. And then when we're making visual observations, it just magically like flattens out everything to just make the Earth seem like it's flat. Once again, in all different weather conditions, different distances, no distortion, no miraging, just some divine magical refraction. It's just a cope at this point. And yeah, we've got infrared footage of ships that are 10 miles away, where the water temperature and the air temperature are the exact same temperature, right? Mitigating, the meteorological conditions that would have to be present to have this type of refraction that allegedly exists. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I get what you meant though. Like maybe there's some ways that you could do it where they can't even say that. But yeah, unfortunately it's not possible to torque a rope over that larger distance and not have it snap or break the equipment or sag in the center. I mean, people could do it like maybe if you got a rope and you put it like a rope that could go under the water and have some type of flotation devices so you don't have to put as much torque on it to straighten it. But yeah, that's something the globe earthers should do, right? They're the ones that don't have any evidence. Okay, we've got firstly we've got what everyone experiences to begin with, and secondly we've got probably thousands of tests at this point, all showing zero curvature. So the globers are the ones that should get out there, get some tests done.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, you kind of pretty much cleared it up for me. That's exactly what I was kind of thinking. I was trying to think of ideas of a test that could be performed where basically they couldn't deny it, but honestly, I believe they would just deny it anyways because the cognitive dissonance. But
All right, just started an event. Hopefully some people roll in now. And the name of the event, by the way, is Laser Test Disproves the Globe, I think. Sorry, Laser Test Debunks the Globe.
But how do you convince them that refraction is not going to,
We don't have to.
Yeah, so it's not possible for that to happen. Okay, we also have the laser test that I'm talking about here. We have a $5,000 camera that was used with a rectilinear lens. Okay, meaning that it mitigates distortion, lens distortion. Okay, and this guy has a side view of the entire 6 mile distance over the laser test that he did. Okay, it shows the laser is not curving. It shows the curvature is not there. And we can even compress the image, right? This is an 8K image. Well, not the one that I put in the side chat. This is just a copy of it. Okay, but we have the image, the 8K image. We can compress it horizontally and we don't see the laser curving down. But the laser's hitting the target from 3 foot height to 3 foot height over 6 miles.
I know you hung up on refraction. There's even been tests done, FE Core did them, where they put weather stations either side of their runs to allow for refraction. And in one of the circumstances, it even bent in the direction to make it better for the Globers, and I think they got point something of a millimeter over about 7 miles. So if you want to claim refraction, go for it, bro. But if they're only getting not even 1 millimeter over a 7 mile distance, then I don't know where you're going to get your extra 40 feet from.
Well, 90 meters.
Was that what it was? 90 meters. There you go. Ouch.
Yeah, so it's just a cope. Usually people that say refraction as an explanation, they just heard it on some flat earth debunking video or something like that. They just know how to make that noise with their mouth, essentially. Right? That's the extent of their knowledge on refraction, is just how to say the word. You could very quickly expose that they have no idea what they're talking about when they say that. And they don't realize that refraction is actually the worst nightmare for the globe. It's the right. It yeah.
So, Noki, as soon as you squawk refraction, what you've done in essence is thrown away any physical geometric claims of Earth, because everything's just based off refraction now.
Yeah.
In other words, you will never see it ever, and it doesn't matter how hard you try, you will never see it because refraction always makes it look flat.
Yeah, and it actually works in the favor of the flat earthers, because when people try to say, "Oh, how come the boat's hidden bottom up? How come we can't see the bottom of the building? Must be the curvature of the Earth." Well, hold on a second. What about refraction, guys? Okay, sinking refraction. What is sinking refraction? Go to Google, type in what is sinking refraction. Right? We don't even have to worry about the flat Earth claims. We can just use the globe. Right, the mainstream optics experts on the globe side. Right, so if I go to Google right now, what is sinking refraction? Let's see what comes up. Sinking refraction is an atmospheric phenomenon where a distant object appears lower, smaller, or completely hidden behind the horizon due to light rays bending upward. Right, so most of the citations will tell you that it's not actually hidden by anything. It's just an atmospheric effect. So was that taken into account when they're showing us their evidence? And the answer is no, it was not. And because the globe side is forced to make hyperspecific claims about, oh, this thing in the distance is a tiny bit lower, that's the curvature of the Earth. Well, okay, well, if you're going to make a hyper-specific claim, you're going to have to account for all of the variables, especially the one that you guys like to chant all the time, refraction. So how would someone even account for refraction? And then the Globers are just completely stumped at that point. They're like, oh, well, I'm not a scientist. I don't know. Their AIs aren't going to help them, right? Because the AIs are going to tell them that refraction is limited. The subject matter experts are going to tell them that it's limited. It's going to allow you maybe to see a little bit further than the globe would allow, but it's not going to compensate for these crazy observations that we make every single time we make a long distance observation. It's literally it's just a cope.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's they create a win-win situation for them. So when there are no refractive conditions present, according to them, there's always terrestrial refraction that's always ever present to rescue the globe. Yeah, I can expand on that a little. So, conditions for terrestrial refraction, they say, is the norm. And the norm, they say, provides an atmospheric condition. The normal lapse rate, they say, is when temperature decreases with altitude. So it's warmer close to the surface and it gets colder as you go up. All right, so that's okay, right? Think about mountain caps, the snow-capped mountains. You have like a lot of warm trees at the bottom, and then way at the top, the trees stop growing and it's frozen all the time. You got snow up there. That is what they would call a normal lapse rate. And they say under these ever-present normal conditions, you can always see further than the curvature of the Earth because these conditions lift up the scene in front of you that's normally curving to make it look flat. That's funny. Because if you then read what the definition of super refraction is, super refraction, right? You think super, that means lifting up. It's the opposite of sub, super, sub, super, super. The temperature is inverted. You don't have that gradual cooling as you go higher in elevation. Rather, it's a gradual warming. And they say under this condition, you can see further than the curvature of the Earth too. So whether you have a normal lapse rate or an inverted lapse rate, you're always going to see further than beyond the curvature of the Earth. And then they say, well, there's also subrefraction. Okay, so that is like terrestrial refraction. They're going to say you have a gradual cooling as you go up, but it gets cold really quickly. It gets colder faster the higher you go up. It gets colder with every increasing foot of elevation. And they say, well, under those conditions, light's actually going to produce a very tiny looking Earth. It's going to cause a sinking effect. So wait, you have similar conditions for terrestrial refraction. We've got a lapse rate where it gets colder the higher you go. And you say, if you do that, but more of it, it's not going to make the Earth look flatter and flatter and flatter. It's going to make the Earth look more and more and more curved. They're just all over the place with this. Their own claims regarding atmospheric refraction contradict themselves and are designed to rescue the globe. No matter what, they win. If you go by these definitions and don't understand the physical mechanisms at play, if you just go by these definitions and accept them at face value, the globe always wins. The globe wins no matter what. Every observation is explained by the globe. Earth looks flat? Yeah, because it's a globe. Earth looks like a globe? Yeah, because it's a globe. You see Earth curvature? Yeah, that's a globe. You don't see Earth curvature? Yeah, that's a globe too. This is unfalsifiable garbage. Because if you accept these definitions, you have no means to falsify the globe. And if you have no means to falsify the globe by accepting these definitions, then you're not really being fair, right? You can't call yourself a scientist, that's for sure. Anyway,
Hope all you Globers had your buckets out when Yoda's spitting facts.
Hmm.
War ja nicht so cool.
What's up, Timo Luffy?
Hello guys. What's up, Jimmyville 2.0?
How are you?
I'm great.
What brings you to the room?
I was just curious, why are there like 15 people and all of them are muted? Like, what are they up to?
Well, typically we are self-muted so that whenever people are having a conversation, we're not over-talking each other.
Oh, damn. That's some hell of a foresight.
Yeah. We're waiting on you. That's it? It's the only reason why you came in?
Yeah,
Jimmy, so
honestly.
Jimmy, so you believe you're a flat earther, I guess.
I don't believe that I'm a flat earther, no.
Do you believe that the earth is flat?
Not a belief, it's a known thing. Similar to how I know my height because I've measured my height.
I see. I recently always see this video. What do you think about that?
What video?
It's on chat.
What's the video about?
It's about flat earther accidentally proves the earth is round in his own experiment. So this guy's, doing some experiment trying to prove that the earth is flat. Turns out they prove that it's round. The video. It's actually went viral a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. What's the name of the guy?
I don't know. I just watched the video.
Oh.
I just
Is it where he makes a cardboard cutout, puts a hole in it,
yes.
and then puts a
Yeah.
flashlight through it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What did they say that he did?
I don't know. It didn't work as they intended, I guess.
Okay. What was the intent?
I think they thought they would see the flashlight if it's flat. They were not able to see it, so they just lifted up a little and they were able to see it.
So the distance that they had, all he had to do was pick it up just a little bit, and then he was able to see it?
I'm sorry, what?
Okay. What was the distance between the two?
If the Earth is flat, does it really matter the distance?
It does matter the distance because if he's proving that the Earth is a globe, now you have to include the globe's geometry.
No, but they were trying to prove that the Earth is flat. So in my by the way, I'm not trying to disprove you or anything, but in my logic, if the Earth is flat, they should have seen the flashlight. They were not. They did not. So they just lifted up a little, and after that, they were able to see it. That's my point of view.
Okay. So what you're saying is it doesn't matter the geometry of the Earth. Just as long as an observation satisfies your blind belief, you're okay with it being globe proof, right?
No, what I believe is, there's a thing called sea level. So the
Yeah,
seas are,
I agree. Sea level, right. That's my favorite proof.
Okay, so I'm respectfully asking you to make a comment about the video. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. My full comment about the video. Ready?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jaren's a dumbass. And then the people that made that video signed away their rights to Netflix so that they had no editorial power in the production of the show, right? All they did was self video, have a camera crew follow them around and make a video, and then Netflix took over the editing. Okay. They were supposed to use a laser. They didn't get to use a laser because dumbass broke the laser, right? Which I don't fucking know how that functions, but that's what they claim. Now they're going to use a flashlight and try to put this flashlight through one hole and then try and see it at the other end. And now you think curvature of the earth is causing the obstruction when you lack understanding in the way light perturbates through the air, and especially going through a porthole. And then now they stick it up above the cardboard, and now you're able to see the light. But it has nothing to do with the light having traveled through a porthole and then having to be viewed through another porthole. Also, the way that they edited that made it seem like, wow, I'm just completely stumped at what I just noticed. This must obviously be because of the curvature of the Earth. This must have no other possible reason. I think it's disingenuous.
Okay. Is there an edited version of that documentary or not?
No,
It's a mockumentary,
before the
not a
documentary.
documentary.
Yeah,
I see.
before the mockumentary, right? Because we can't call it a documentary. They had agreed with the flat earthers that they would actually hand over all of the unedited footage at the end because they were supposed to be doing it in good faith, right? They weren't meant to be making something that was against the flat earthers. Okay, but at the end, they refused to hand over any of the footage. And what Jaren says happened is he lifted the, like, he couldn't see the light, and then the guy lifted the light up, and then he's like, oh, I can see the light, right? And then they cut it, and then they switched to some footage of Jaren saying interesting, which he apparently didn't even say. He said that 4 hours earlier, and they edited that in. And then apparently what actually happened was he lifted the light back down again, and he says, oh, I can see it now. And then apparently they went back there the next day and they realized there was actually a tree that might have been obstructing the view, right? Sort of blowing around. Like, so I don't know why they set it up at nighttime and could have had a potential tree in the way, a tree branch or whatever. But the whole thing was a mess. Apparently the flat earthers and globe earthers both walked away from that saying, oh, that was a fail, right? That didn't prove anything. But the way they edited it in the end kind of just made it look like the flat earth has debunked itself. I mean, it's a tiny little clip. It doesn't show the full test, but we've got tests that just blow that out of the water, right? So that was only over a short distance. Okay, here's a torch test in the side chat over 13.7 miles. Okay, so he's just set up his torch on a camera. On a tripod, 5.5 foot high. Right, just a second. Yeah, so I'm just posting some screenshots, right? This is all out of a full-length high-definition video, but I took some screenshots just so I could show people on the fly. Okay, so basically this is him. He's got his torch set up, and then the image on the left is the cameraman on the other side of the lake, 13.7 miles away, and he can see the light of the torch. Okay, then in the video he says, okay, put your hand in front of the light. Right, so he puts his hand in front of the light like that, and then instantly you can't see the light anymore. And then he takes it away again, and you can see the light. Right, and they keep trying this until they actually get the light down to, I think, 9 inches above the water. Okay, so over this distance, there should be 78 foot of curvature blocking the light from being seen. But when he lowers it down, it's like 107 foot. So here's a proper test that's been done, right? Anyone can go and do these tests themselves to validate it for themselves. But yeah, the Netflix thing was just a train wreck, really. It was like a hit piece. It turned into a hit piece against flat earthers, like a mockumentary.
I see, man. Thanks for explaining.
Oh, no worries, man.
So, is this guy actually or was a flat Earth believer, or you think he's just a paid actor?
I think he could have been in it just for the money, because yeah, like he popped up in 2015, 2016 when flat Earth content was blowing up like crazy, and a lot of his content was just kind of copying content that other channels had made and making it like a little bit better production quality. And most of his content was about basically like teasing NASA, like bloopers and things like that. He made some pretty good content, going over NASA stuff. But he, in my opinion, he was never really on the technical side, where he was going over technical arguments, long distance observations, and things like that. For the most part, I don't think he was in it for the right reasons, but yeah. So I mean, he was like charging people $200 to have like an online dinner with him where he teaches you how to be a better man and all sorts of cringe stuff like that. So I don't know. He was never very well respected in the 24/7 flat Earth community. And also, this is the main problem. He had like this model that he would adhere to. He would say that the AE map, right, like the round map with the ice wall around the edges. He say this is the flat Earth model, and then the sun and the moon move this certain way over the top of the flat Earth model, and he would kind of stick to that, and that's not necessarily a very good argument either.
So, I'm just watching this video. This guy. Hold on a minute. His name is Mad Mag Hoggus or whatever. So, maybe you know him. He launched himself a self-made rocket to help prove his belief that the Earth is flat. I'm just watching that video. I've never seen it before.
Yeah. So that's just some more bullshit propaganda. Like that he wasn't. I don't think he was even a flat earther. Okay, I think he had a sponsorship that said something about flat Earth on the side of his rocket because a flat earther actually sponsored him for what he was trying to do, and he wasn't trying to see the curvature of the Earth or anything like that. Like the height that he was trying to get to wasn't even as high as like a small mountain that you could just walk up.
Yeah.
Okay, or you could just go on a plane. So he wasn't trying to get to a height where you would be able to see any curvature anyway. That's a blatant lie, and it's just portrayed to try to tease flat earthers. That's all.
Yeah, and the altitude is just almost 2,000 feet, so it's not even good enough, I guess.
Yeah, you could just go up on a plane, So obviously he wasn't trying to do that. He was just like a crazy daredevil. He was like a Evel Knievel type character, doing crazy shit, and that was a crazy thing to do, to shoot yourself up in a freaking rocket, and he paid the price for it. But yeah, most people say he wasn't even a flat earther. He wasn't like in the community or anything like that, but he was sponsored by a flat earth group or something like that, apparently. Yeah. So that's not, I mean, that's like that's propaganda. It's like aim to ridicule flat earthers, basically. Same with like if you go to Google and you type in flat earth and hit images, okay, you're just going to see propaganda. You're going to see discs in space with water falling off the edges and just stuff that no flat earthers claim.
So, do you have a picture or photo that you believe the world's like 3D version? For example, like when you Google it, the Earth is round. It's just 3D version and it's round. Like, do you have a picture of your imagination of the Earth? Like, this is that you can say like, okay, Earth is flat and looks like this. Do you have a picture or something like that?
No, because we can only get up to a certain height, basically, right? Not high enough to get much of a picture of the Earth. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth, and we definitely can't get high enough to get a God's eye view of the Earth, if you know what I mean. Okay,
Yeah.
you can send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet, and from that height, you just see a flat horizon. Right. There's even restrictions, like the Outer Space Treaty, that prevent people from actually going up past a certain height. I think it's about 120 kilometers or something like that. You're not even allowed to film above a certain height. They say it's for national security purposes and all sorts of different things. It's called the Outer Space Treaty. You can look into that if you want, but that's why like no one can independently launch a rocket or a satellite above a certain height.
Okay. Yeah, only nation states are allowed to do that. No individuals.
Right.
Well, like what doesn't make sense to me? For example, like let's say the Earth is indeed flat, and the United States government is hiding it from its own citizens, but they're also like the state of Russia, China, Turkey, Germany, France, and like those 200 countries in the world. So, based on your logic, do you think that all of those countries actually hide in the fact that the Earth is flat from their own citizens?
No, you can't hide the Earth because it's outside. And then typically people are just believing what they've already been told. So it's not a matter of anybody lying. It would have specific people in specific positions that are liars.
I think that would what Jimmy was just talking about would also include the majority of the people that work for the government and the scientists and the college professors and these people. I think most of them would genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe, and if there is a list of people that know it's flat and are deceiving people, then I'd like to see the list and the proof that those people are actually actively lying about it. Remember, the government's a big compartmentalized group of people, group of individuals, right? That probably genuinely believe the Earth's a globe. They probably never questioned it. Okay, they're just repeating what they were taught when they went through the school system, etc.
Are we just allowed to talk about the flat Earth on this Discord channel, or can we talk about the other things like 9/11 or if Zionists rule the world? Wait, guys, do you really believe the Earth is flat?
A flat
we
Earth
try to keep it
rim.
on topic. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Wait, you do?
Try to.
Yeah, they do, or they know it's flat. It's not a belief.
Oh, you know it's flat? Oh, okay.
Well, we have testing, real world testing, right? Where
Show
we've gone
me.
out and actually calculated how much curvature there should be over certain distances and checked to see if it's there. It's never there.
So, like, why does the Earth look around from the sky, like from the space?
So if you would be talking about images that you see on the TV and things like that, right, of the Earth from space, you know, you can check to see if that's real by testing the surface of the Earth. Okay, a lot of the images that NASA are giving you are admitted to be composites, right, made in Photoshop, comprised of stitched together images from lower altitudes, and then basically wrapped around a ball, and then colored in, clouds added in. That's what NASA admits they do. Now they do claim that they have the 1972 blue marble and various other images, you know, that are actually photographs. But at the end of the day, you just kind of have to have faith. You have to trust them. You can't validate those images. However, you can invalidate them by testing the surface.
So that would mean there's like an end, an edge of the world?
Not necessarily, but I mean, okay, so when most people hear about flat Earth, they've been brought up on this big giant space vacuum, okay, this heliocentric universe model where you've got all of these orbiting planets and suns and stars, right? Oh, suns are stars, they say, okay, and that we're a planet, right? We're like the other planets that you see in the sky. We're on one of those. And then they hear about flat Earth and they try to just think of like a flat planet. Okay, we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat planet floating around in the heliocentric / globe Earth concept of outer space, right? The big space vacuum. This is a completely different way of thinking about the system that we live in, right? So you could more so think about the Earth kind of like the foundation or the floor of this system that we live in. Okay, the celestials are in this. What's that?
So you're not saying that there's an edge? Like, if it's flat, then
Well, I would say that a lake would have an edge, for example, like, but not the
A
kind of
lake.
edge that you would fall off into space, if that's what you mean by edge.
Yeah, that's what I mean by edge, because if it's flat, then it needs to have, like, right? A surface that, like, I mean, and it end, right? It's a place that
Yeah,
it ends.
I agree with her. Actually, I was expecting like if the world, I mean, if the Earth is like flat, I was expecting to see an edge where I can fall.
Exactly,
What,
but, like, no one
what would
ever
you fall
did
off? What
that.
would you fall into?
Propaganda.
I don't know. That's
Or, like, there would
the
be just a glitch, like, because if the world is round, then you just, you know, if you go in straight line, it will never end, like, you will just circle around, but, like, if it's flat, then there needs to be, like, an end that I cannot go further, but, like, no one ever proved that there is such a thing. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
so
Like, if
you're still kind of thinking about a disk in space. We're not claiming the Earth is a flat disk or a flat planet that you could fall off into space. Now, you can't fall off a lake, can you? Okay, obviously it's just going to have a shoreline. You can't fall off the edge of the lake.
because it has, like
Like an edge, but a different type of edge. Okay, so we're not claiming that the Earth is in space.
Okay, so it's not in space?
Yeah,
So where
so,
is it?
have a look in the side chat, right? So that's not what we claim. That's what the media will show you that flat earthers claim.
So how do
That's
you
not
think it's positioned in the universe or whatever? Do you even believe in the
okay. Well, I
universe?
don't think it's well, I don't think it's the universe as we've been taught growing up. Okay, I would think of the Earth more like the foundation or floor of the system that we live in. Okay, then we would have the celestial bodies that basically move in repeating patterns in the sky in cycles. Okay, always resetting. And that would the sky would you could kind of think of it more like a giant clock, right? That's moving in cycles, just like we all experience. Okay, we're not saying anything that people don't experience. Okay, so we would say that if you want to have a large body of water, you need to have a container for that water. Okay, so whether you have a bucket of water or a pool or a pond, okay, or a lake or a sea, okay, it's where the water gathers in a container, in a physical container. Okay, so it would be kind of like the low spot in the ground. That's where the water is going to gather. And then the water over the surface is going to be flat, just as we all experience. Now, they will tell us that, okay, we experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but really we're really small and the Earth is really big, so you just experience it as flat. Okay, so what we're doing is we're going out and saying, okay, well, you're actually telling us that the water's bending over distance. So let's calculate exactly how much it should be curving over 20 miles, for example. Okay, and we can calculate that it should be curving 266 foot over 20 miles. That's like a giant skyscraper building, basically, like a 26-story skyscraper. Okay, so we can go and test for that curvature that should be there over that 20 miles using different methods. Okay, like shooting lasers across the surface of the water, like high-powered lasers, doing long-distance observations, all sorts of different ways. And every single time we test it, it's validating that there's zero curvature over these distances. We could zoom in across a 20-mile distance and see something 20 miles away, right? That's not blocked by any Earth curvature. If the Earth's a globe, it should be hidden behind a huge amount of Earth curvature.
I mean,
Okay, but, like, why would they lie to us that it isn't round? Why would, like, all the pictures from Earth and, like, from the
Why would you
cameras
let them lie to you?
actually, I
Why
have
would
a
you not
better
trust your
question.
senses?
I have a
Why
better
would you let
question.
them lie to you? Why would you deny your senses?
I actually have a better question. They partially answered it, so I think a better question would be like the time zones. You know, for example, at noon in London and it's midnight in New Zealand. You know, so how is the sun simultaneously directly overhead in London and completely invisible in New Zealand? If the Earth is flat and the sun is at the top, it should be day for everybody. Then why is it noon in London and it's midnight in New Zealand? How do you explain it?
Light doesn't travel forever. The air has a density and it causes attenuation of light over distance. This is calculated with the inverse square law of light. This is experienced by everybody. And
Wait, so
the
you
sun's a
think
local
the
light
flat
to an
Earth
area.
is spinning? Or no?
No, the Earth is not spinning. We've said repeatedly that the Earth doesn't move. The light
Then
is in the sky.
the Earth doesn't move. So you think Sun is revolving around the Earth? Like, what's the
No,
relevance?
not around it.
It
Okay,
stays
so
still.
Geocentric, man.
It stays still.
Okay, so this is what we experience. Okay, we experience the sun moving over the surface of the Earth, east to west. Okay, in a particular cycle that resets each year. That's what we experience. Okay, we're not trying to tell you exactly what the sun is, exactly what height the sun is, what medium the sun's in. We all observe the same thing, and that's that we see the sun moving across the sky. Okay, so if the sun were much smaller than we're told, and much more localized, right, to the Earth than in the heliocentric model, okay, then as the sun moves over the surface of the Earth, it's going to light up different sections of the Earth. Okay, and the light from the sun, it can't push forever through the medium of the air, okay, through the atmosphere, because light becomes absorbed by the atmosphere as it travels through it. Right? There's a certain extinction rate as well. So as it's called the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from a light source, it very rapidly decreases in intensity due to the inverse square law of light. Okay, and it also gets absorbed by the atmosphere. Think about this as an analogy. Okay, so let's say you go to the ocean with nice clear water in the middle of summer and it's midday and the sun's directly above you. If you dive down just 200 meters, right, it's pitch black. You can't see the sun at all. You can't see any light from the sun. It's just blackness. Okay, that's because the same thing's happening, but through a denser medium than the air. Okay, so the water is absorbing the light's scattering, it's reducing in intensity, but mostly it's the medium that's scattering the light, basically absorbing the light. Okay, so the air does the same thing over a longer distance.
But
Why
you
can I
should
still see the moon or the sun?
But you should still see it at a low angle, like, so you can see, for example, like you're in a stadium and you can see a spotlight across the stadium. So why is it completely dark and what blocks the way? I mean, it's just
That's a different scenario.
I was gonna say, like, even if the oh, go ahead, sorry.
You're talking about trying to compare a vast area like the surface of the Earth to a stadium, right? Your light has enough intensity to perturbate across the stadium, and your eyes are able to see the light. Okay. Now, the sun being farther away and not intense enough to perturbate the light in your area. How is this difficult?
I mean, that's visible light, right? Like, if this was true, right? If it's actually the attenuation of the atmosphere that causes night, you should be able to see, high energy particles that aren't actually attenuated by the atmosphere, at any time of night, at the horizon, at the azimuth that the quote unquote sun disappeared at or went out at. So you should be able to use like X-ray or gamma ray spectroscopy to even, see the sun, even though it's not there visibly. So like I that's one of the main holes I see with the atmospheric attenuation explanation of why there's night in some places, or sort of like the spotlight sun explanation, because other spectrum outside of visible should be detectable and they're not.
Is this because you're assuming things should be doing this and then they're not doing that, so it must be the case that it's not doing that?
That's correct.
Yeah, so
Well,
who did
no, right.
these tests? Who did the tests that you're talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, like, you see the sun has X-ray emissions and higher energy
No,
emissions.
that's you making shit up, dude.
What? Really? Okay, sure. I'm happy to pull a citation on that.
Cool.
Yeah, you agree that a medium will absorb the sunlight, the light, right? The visible light.
Oh, yeah, that's why we have sunsets.
If there was no medium to absorb this thing, then it should be doing this thing, but we're saying there's a medium, so it must be the case that it's his idea and not the thing that he just said. Well, if there was no medium, it would do it.
No, there is a medium. I'm saying when the sun's directly above you, you can detect X-rays coming off of it, right? And X-ray at those wavelengths are not attenuated by the Earth's atmosphere. So, if you just increase the amount of medium between you and the sun, it shouldn't matter if for high energy wavelengths of light. So they should
about
still quote unquote be there at the azimuths that the sun, quote unquote set.
That's wrong. If you increase the distance of the medium, of course it's going to affect it. You're a downright liar.
Wait, what? No, that's not true at all.
If you have more medium between point A and point B, it is going to affect what you're shooting through.
At different rates, though, right? Like if you're attenuating,
you just said blatantly that it does not affect it, and now it affects it at different rates. Make up your mind.
Oh Lord, you're assuming that 1% is.
I'm not assuming anything. I'm just going off what you said.
Yeah. Let's go look at the X-ray emission of the sun.
Let's go and sidestep what you said now. Does it affect it or not? Yes or no?
Oh, Jordan, y'all deal in black and white.
You can answer it.
Nuance has no place in this conversation.
Nuance. You're an idiot. Nuance.
Doesn't like getting called out, does he?
No, you're good. I'm happy to pull a citation. That's fine.
New person in the room. They're asking questions. Immediately dive in the gears.
No, it's fine. You can go back to whatever you're doing. I'll pull citations. Don't ignore me. That's fine.
That's cool.
Yeah, post your citations. We're happy to go over them. Right. So did you just claim that the X-rays are not? They don't suffer from attenuation, right? They're not absorbed by a medium.
I'm saying higher energy.
Is that what
particles.
you said?
Yeah,
Pretty sure you
I'm
said
saying,
that.
Yeah. I'm saying higher energy particles outside of visible or visible spectrum of light, would be affected.
So
by
name
medium
one.
differently.
So name one. So you said X-rays.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna go look, and I might be completely wrong, but it might be the other opposite of.
So from what I'm looking
microwaves.
From what I'm looking up so far, you seem to be completely wrong. I mean, you say things very confidently, but every time I look into the things
backwards.
that you say, quite often you're completely wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm shooting from the hip on that one. If you're, it must be backwards then. So it's lower wavelength or higher wavelengths, lower frequency. So you gotta look at radio and microwaves then, not X-ray.
Oh,
below visible light.
Okay. Right. The main thing is whatever's happening above the surface of the flat Earth is happening above the surface of a flat Earth because we can test for the curvature and it's never there. Right. And if you don't have any empirical evidence that such a thing exists, we have a default, a starting point, a base axiom that we all experience. Even if you believe it's a globe, you experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Water needs a container. It's flat on the surface. Generally, in general, right? Roughly flat on the surface. It's not curving. So whatever's happening above that surface is happening above a flat surface. Whatever the sun is, right? You think you know what the sun is because you've memorized what it tells you it is in the textbooks.
Yeah, I got the atmospheric absorption as a function of spectra. It's opposite of what I thought it was. I apologize.
It's okay.
So it's microwaves and
it's all
radio
good, Josh.
waves.
I like your questions and your pushback and stuff. It's all good.
No, I'm trying to figure this shit out. That's why I'm here. I'm a liar? I'm not a liar. I'm used to being right in a lot of things, and when I get outside my box, I get corrected, and I appreciate the candor.
You're
there's
used
no
to
reason
being
to.
right in a lot of things.
I am.
Who told you that you're right about everything?
He's used to baffling people with bullshit that don't understand what's going on, and that's why he's screwed over in here.
I know how it works. I listen to him all day long, and I call people out all day long. Not on
There's no
here
reason to get
at
emotional
work.
about this.
You're emotional.
Just to summarize it really quickly. So yeah, the sun emits X-rays. The atmosphere absorbs them almost completely through atmospheric interacted. Even a thin layer of air is enough to strongly attenuate X-rays. The full atmosphere makes the surface essentially X-ray opaque. So yes, the Earth's atmosphere blocks virtually all solar X-rays from reaching the surface.
Yeah. No, it's the opposite. It's lower frequency than visible. That we actually end up using a specific frequency for ham radios because it bounces off the atmosphere, the inside of it.
And how about
That's
the
how you're able
visible
to.
light? Are we seeing the
No,
sun?
visible light. Yeah, it gets attenuated. That's why we have sunsets. That's why
We
sunsets are
still,
orange.
we still see the sun or the moon from the Earth,
Yeah,
right?
you can see things in the sky, okay? Because you also, when you're looking up, okay, you're not looking necessarily through the densest part of the atmosphere as well.
What do you mean? I can see it in a different time of the day, or even night.
Yeah. No one's saying that the sun's not really bright, for example. Okay, but we also see it. We also have perspective. Okay, so as things move away from you, they appear to converge with the horizon. Okay, we have a limitation. We have a field of view. Right? You know how when you look down a hallway, everything converges into a point?
Yeah, so it's a point, right? So it should be visible anywhere with a good enough zoom.
No, that's why so you can't see stars when they're on the horizon. Okay, because they're not as bright as the sun, for example. Okay, so when a star is 1 or 2 degrees above the horizon, you can't see it. Even though, the reason you can't see it's because the atmosphere is blocking it. Its light's not able to reach your eyes.
Why atmosphere is not blocking the moon or the sun?
Yeah, it's much different than a star, right? Different intensity, and yeah, we
Just
don't
far
claim
away.
we
It's
don't
about
claim
the
to.
distance, not the brightness.
Well,
Not only the brightness.
what's the distance to the sun or the moon, right? You've been told a story. I was taught the same story that you were taught. Okay, I know the
Let's not fall
story
into it. Why I see the moon and the sun? Why
because
do
you
you
can
think
see them. Why not? Why would you not be able to see them?
you saying that the atmosphere is blocks them?
Yeah, once they get too far away, once they
How far
leave
should we
your
get? Why could not see them?
well, how big are they? How intense is the light from them? How far away are they? What are they? What medium are they in?
Who thinks that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we know that the Earth is flat. We all experience the Earth is flat, and when we go and test the Earth, it confirms that it's not a globe.
The Earth is not flat. It's a sphere.
Yeah. You can chant that all you like. We were taught the same thing, okay? But you're just repeating what you were told. Do you know the guy?
Okay, I will just ask you a
You're
question.
just repeating
Why
the
do you think that the Earth is flat and it's not a sphere?
Because when we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature. Okay, most of the sphere, most of the globe is claimed to be covered in water. Over 70%. You want me to give you the full answer, or?
Okay, I'm sorry.
How do you test it? By the oil rigs, I suppose.
Yeah, we can test it anywhere, right? Anywhere where there's a large body of water or a large flat surface. Okay, water's probably the best place. Frozen lakes, even salt lakes, things like that. Okay, where we have a level surface, we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over distance, and then we can test it. We can test it using all sorts of different methods, and that's been done.
What's the best one to test it? Like, what do you suggest to?
I don't know. Probably using probably infrared cameras.
Okay, it's
a good method. Laser tests can be good. I think just general observation is good as well. Just depends on the conditions. Depends on the equipment.
You should also know the size that they claim and the geometry based on the claim, because otherwise you're just going off what you feel like it should be. They've made an objective claim and you're trying to falsify an objective claim, not a subjective one. So, do you know what the radius value is?
Of a circle to by r.
Yes, that's the equation, right? That would give you the circumference using the radius. I'm asking you, what is the radius value of the Earth? What do they claim its size is?
So, do you mean that the Earth is so big so we don't see the ocean?
No, so what I'm saying is if you was actually able to dig a hole from the United Kingdom to Australia, that would be a diameter, and half of that would be the radius. Do you know what the radius value is of the Earth?
No, I don't know. I didn't search for it.
Okay. Step 1, learn that number and the geometry that's claimed based on that. That way,
Okay.
when somebody asks you how far away is the horizon, you can say, well, if the Earth's radius is 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation
Okay,
height in feet.
but the Earth is a
Then, when
sphere.
you go outside and
It's
you check, and you see an object that's 9 miles away, and the horizon is beyond that, and you decide to kneel down 1 foot above the water, and the
how
horizon is still
we
10
can
miles
see
away,
anything
you
far
know
from
that you're
9
not looking at
kilometers,
the shape of
but
the
the human
sphere.
vision is 6 kilometers. How did you see a thing 9 kilometers far?
Do you need an example?
Like, okay, I'm the one who's saying that the Earth is a
No.
sphere, it's not flat.
Right, right, and I'm trying to get you to observe the geometry and go outside and look with your own eyes.
Okay, you're saying that
Yeah,
if
I'll
you
show you an
drag a
example,
hole
bro.
from United States to Australia,
No.
what does
Sorry.
that mean? How did you prove your point by that?
No, I was trying to get you to understand what I said when I asked you for the radius value. And I said, if you can dig a hole from the United Kingdom to Australia, which are two opposite points, right? If you dig that diameter,
Yeah.
half of that's going to be the radius. That's what I said.
Oh, so you want the radius?
You already said that you didn't know what the radius is.
I
And I
know the
said,
radius, but
that's the issue.
I didn't search the Earth's radius. Okay, I didn't search for that.
The
That's
Earth's radius is what I was talking about.
so. How can I use that in my life? How can I prove my point that the Earth is not flat?
You would make an observation that shows the horizon to the geometry claim that they're making. If I'm at 1 foot observation height, I should see the horizon at 1.2 miles. If I'm at 6 foot observation height, I should see the horizon at 3 miles. I should not be able to be at 1 foot observation height and see the horizon 10 miles away.
So, do you see the horizon 10 miles away?
Yes.
Can you take a photo of it? No.
Here.
Can you take a
It's
picture?
loading. You see that image?
Okay.
That image is taken from a video done by a gentleman in California.
And this is 10 kilometers away, right?
10 miles.
10 miles, not kilometers.
Now, in the video, the guy zooms in on those rigs. And to the left and the right of those rigs, you can see land masses which are 20 miles away from the observation location. So, somewhere between the 20-mile away land masses and the 9 miles away rig, the horizon is in that distance. I'd be easy on you and say 10 miles.
I
But at
understand.
10 miles, if the horizon is 10 miles away and you don't know the radius value, you would use trigonometry.
So
And
I
the radius value based.
can I
Listen,
ask you a question, from
no,
Jimmy?
listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
If you're 1 foot above the water and you see 10 miles away, the radius value of that Earth is 264,000 miles.
Okay.
Based on the observation.
There's a video
No.
of the observation that he has in the picture, just in case you want to have a look at that as well. It's the same observation, just the video of it.
Why does the left one is lower? Isn't it proof that it is hiding from us?
It's 4 miles further away. Okay, and it's also a slightly shorter platform.
No, I mean the bottom of this platform.
No, you can
It
see the
is
whole
deeper
platform.
in the water.
Yeah, I'll show you a GIF that shows the whole platform. Okay. Also, what do you think it's hiding behind? Because you can see the horizon beyond it.
So it's just a mirage effect. The
No. We can see
atmosphere
the
is
whole
bending.
platform. You can see the
That-
whole platform.
So yeah, you can see it. What's the
Yeah.
problem?
Look, here's a enhanced image, so you can see it a bit clearer. Okay, you can see the whole platform. You can see where the legs meet with the water.
Yeah, the right one. Look at the bottom side. The right one is delved into the water a bit less than the left one. The left one is
No.
just
The right one's a different shaped platform. They're a different design. The one on the right is much taller. Okay, and the one on the left, it's 4 miles further away. So things shrink when they get further away. Also, it's a shorter platform, which has also shorter legs as well. And I can show you close-up photographs of them. I'll just find them. So a
So what does
comparison.
it prove? Like, what this image prove, in your opinion?
The image proves that the geometric horizon is not visible. The geometric horizon is where the shape of the ground is causing the obstruction.
I just see
If
the
you and your
geometric
buddy were
horizon.
standing on a hill and you laid down on the ground and your buddy walked down the hill, the geometry of the hill would be causing your buddy's legs to disappear as he walks away from you and down the hill. In this situation, the rig should be down the curve of the Earth. The circle, the sphere of the Earth should be causing the obstruction. But
Why should it be?
the horizon where that disappearance should be at is farther than what the rigs are.
That's because of the air temperature, right?
No.
You can see farther away. Because like if you
The
place
argument
the
is about the
spoon
horizon. I
in the glass
agree.
water,
You can
right?
have all kinds of temperature and weather causing things to appear differently, but the point of the argument is the horizon, because the horizon is the location where objects disappear bottom up, because the Earth is getting in the way.
You can see horizon here is a bit farther away, right?
Here. Put up another image.
And what's the point?
On a globe, the horizon would have to be at 1.22 miles away from that observer height.
With which temperature and height?
No, physically, geometrically. Okay, just based on the size
So
of
it
the
doesn't
globe.
count in the atmosphere, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't
So
count in this bending the light.
Well, you think the light's bending so much it makes the Earth look completely flat and makes the horizon 1,000% further
I'm
away?
saying it completely flat, but I'm saying this can be visibly, with the higher temperature, it can be visibly bigger than you calculate.
No.
Here's another image. You have more refraction happening, causing more distortion and blurriness of the rigs, and you can still see the horizon farther than where it should be, 1.2 miles. The horizon is still farther than what it should be, even though the rigs are more blurry from more distortion from the weather. Again, the weather is not the argument. The horizon, that disappearing point where things should be disappearing because the geometry of the Earth is getting in the way, that's not where it should be.
But
That's
you
the
actually can
argument.
see above the horizon, right? With the high enough temperature. Because of the refraction that you mentioned.
No, bro, you don't know what you're talking about when you say higher temperatures allow you to see further. That's not how refraction is even claimed to work on the globe model. You want me to show you an observation over?
Talking about the globe model.
Actually, DJ, can we go the other way around? How come our good friend here? How can get him to put up a demonstration of refraction allowing us to see further? He could post a video or a image. That'd be great.
This one.
Yeah. So, what's refraction,
So
George? What's refraction?
Let me explain you by analogy here. So you have a spoon in the water, like what you can see, that it bends. Like the actual spoon is straight, but in the water it bends. So basically, that's why it's happened, because the density of water is different from the density of.
Okay, we're not looking through any water. We're not looking through any water.
But we are looking into the dense air above, hot air above the.
Okay, well, that's not what you just described as refraction. What you just described was Snell's law. What you just described requires two separate mediums with a sharp boundary layer. That's the reason why the spoon or the pencil that you put in the glass of water looks like it bends, because of the two mediums. Okay, we're not looking through two mediums. We're looking through a single medium. Okay, so your example is invalid for this situation.
I fully understand your argument. Maybe it's my problem, but let's go back to this image. The left platform is far lower than the right one, right?
Yeah, because it's a shorter platform, right? And it's 4 miles further away. Do you know how far 4 miles is?
Are you talking about that we should see the upper part, or are you talking the bottom of the platform?
You can see the whole platform. None of the
Don't worry
platform
about
is
the height of
obstructed.
the platform. I'm talking about how far it delves into the sea, right? So I'm talking about the lower point.
Okay, so it doesn't matter how far it goes into the sea. We can see the whole area of the platform that's above the surface of the water. None of it is hidden behind the geometric horizon that should be at 1.2 miles away.
Yeah, that's because the air is dense and we have the hot air and the light bends. And we can see actually a bit
So you
farther
can't
than the
shoot. You
horizon.
shouldn't shoot any weapons at night, because if it's colder air at night, then you won't be able to see anything. But during the day, when it's really hot and shit's all crazy in front of you, you can see just fine.
Well, you can shoot it anyway. You just can't see. Sometimes you cannot. If you shoot, for example, okay, that's actually a good example. If you shoot a couple 100 kilometers, you know that the snipers really actually calculate the Coriolis effect. They actually
Snipers don't shoot a couple of 100 kilometers, bro.
They can. That's the record.
No, they cannot. The world record is 4 point. Yeah, yards. That's a big difference.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
but how many kilometers? That a couple thousand yards.
No. The world record is 4.4 miles.
Yeah, 4.4 is good enough to measure the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, he didn't account. His name's Shepard Humphreys, right? We contacted him, and he didn't account for Coriolis. He didn't account for Earth curvature.
I love this channel because your guys really passionate and really love to learn English with you because of that. So
it's good fun, man.
So you're just going to sidestep the facts that he just gave you?
No,
tell him how much you love the channel.
I don't really actually know that the name that he mentioned. He just he's not trying to propose some model and the explanation. He just pointing the names.
So here's the email. Okay, so you can look up the world record, 4.4 miles sniper record holder. His name's Shepard Humphreys. Okay, you can look it up. Right, here's an email from Shepard Humphreys. Right, because we contacted him and asked him if he accounted for Earth curvature and the Coriolis. And he did not. And he hit the target 3 times in a row.
So you think every sniper didn't mention that? Didn't so you generalize?
Yeah, you want a video of another sniper? So I've got another video of a sniper in an interview. He shows you his credentials and he says that nobody accounts for it. He said it can be in some of the field manuals because the people writing them believe that the Earth is a globe. But he said in the field, nobody ever accounts for the Coriolis effect when they're actually
it's because nobody
doing the
shoots too
shots.
far. In
No,
the
no,
field.
snipers. He's a sniper, military sniper.
Snipers, no shooting like couple 100 kilometers in the current wars.
That was your argument, was snipers. You brought it
Yeah,
up.
that's because we just quickly switched.
So now snipers, so now you admit snipers don't have to account for the globe.
No. The Coriolis effect, the kind of big topic to discuss. Can we get back to the?
We're discussing what you brought up. You said snipers account for the curvature of the Earth and the Coriolis effect.
I think the way I read about this and the way the snipers I read about, they were mentioned the Coriolis effect, and they were mentioned that if they not measure that, they will miss a couple like 10-20 centimeters, something like that. So yeah, that's what.
Yeah, but okay, so we just showed you an email. Okay, now I can show you a video.
What
so
is
that was the world record.
I saw I can show you the video on YouTube when
No, there is none. There is none where they're making up, aiming away from what they're trying to shoot at because the Earth is going to catch up to it. That sounds crazy, dude.
Okay, I can. This is exactly where I can show you this video. What does it prove? I don't know. If we mean the videos or mails as a proof, then I can show you this one. I don't think it's proof something. You have mail that shows that some sniper said that I just randomly shoot
the world record
and I hit the
record.
target. Yeah. He just targeted and he just shoot and he hit the target. And you have the mail. I have the video of another sniper. What it proves?
Yeah,
okay. The world record shot was videoed.
Okay, so now you have two people contradicting each other. One says they account for Coriolis. One says that they don't. How do you determine who's lying and who's telling the truth?
We can't. You can't.
We
have just different opinions.
Okay.
The question is, like the actually.
So opinions is how you win shooting contests.
Apparently,
like, I think even if you just randomly shoot, you can win this. But most of them, they probably shoot with their own understanding of the Earth, right? So some of them can even win if they don't believe in the globe or they don't believe in a flat Earth. They just can really good accuracy, right? They just very lucky. So they just shoot and they hit the target and they win. But some of them, after they win, they thought that we win because we mentioned the Coriolis effect and we count on that. Some of them mentioned, we just randomly shoot. We are really lucky guys. That doesn't prove anything. I have one really
All right, so I'm here with Mike, who's a former sniper with the military at our Flat Earth meetup at Gather Greenville. And Mike's going to tell us a few things about whether or not they actually account for curvature or the Coriolis effect when they're actually performing their sniper duties. So I'm going to turn it around to Mike and let him talk with you. This is Mike, everybody. You can see he's a legit sniper. So, Mike, do you guys account for the Coriolis effect?
Never.
Never at all. What do you account for?
Windage, size of target, distance of target, temperature, ambient temperature, elevation of target from shooter. Never Coriolis.
Do you account for curvature of the Earth at all?
Absolutely not.
But you do account for the parabolic arc of the bullet, correct?
That's correct. Bullet drop.
Yeah, not sure why you were talking or the clip was playing.
I have another argument regarding the I just googled the time lapse of the equator. I'm pretty sure you have an argument, and really interesting one for that. That's why actually I'm here in this community, because I really like
Just
your
jump to
arguments.
something else.
You're really
Did you just
prepared.
jump to something else completely?
We can go back, Bart, if you have something to say. You want to add something? Okay.
All right. So
Yeah, you're gonna say
Small.
snipers don't make up for Earth spin. Say that, and then we'll move on.
What? What do you mean?
Say this. Repeat after me. Snipers don't account for the Earth spinning or Earth
I
curve.
just send you the video that they account for that. We just have different videos, different point of views. What do you mean? I just sent you the video with another sniper that accounts with how many views? Let me.
Okay, George, how about we do this?
Did you just tell me that the number of views is the proof that it's real or not?
Don't be ridiculous. Like I'm not saying that.
George,
Then why
how
did
about
you
we do
say?
this?
How come you hold on, Matrix? How come you said, well, the number of views on this one
Wait.
it means something. What does it mean, the number of views? Because now I'm curious what
Doesn't
views
mean
mean.
nothing. You just
Then
said
why
one
did you
video
bring
after
it up?
another. Because you use as an argument some image or a video, and I do the same. I just send you the video with 2.6
Yep, that's great.
million
So
views.
you've both got arguments and videos that contradict each other. So they cancel each other out. So let's do this a little more sensibly. On the world record shot, what was the actual bullet flight time? Now, you believe you live on a ball.
You think I'm a
okay?
sniper
We
or
all get that. That's not your turn to talk just yet, mate. Just hold on. You believe you live on a ball. You believe the ball rotates at a very specific rate. Now, if you have a look at the bullet flight time and then go, okay, the bullet flight time was X, how far should the Earth have allegedly rotated in said time? Then you could work out how much deflection or deviation or how far off he should have aimed to hit the target. You will realize yourself that Coriolis is a load of horse shit.
I didn't get something regarding the whole shit, but what's your point? Like, what's your point? Can you just...
My point is you're arguing from a shit video. So let's do the calculations.
I do the same.
How far, listen, you're just talking about the video, not doing the mathematics. How long was the bullet travel time?
In your example or mine?
Yours.
Let's watch the video.
So, in that bullet travel time, allegedly, the Earth should have rotated underneath the bullet, thus giving you your apparent Coriolis effect. Okay? Do you agree with that so far? Earth rotates under bullet.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Excellent. So what you can do is go, right, the bullet travel time is whatever time it comes out at, and then you work out how far the Earth should have rotated. I don't think the guys are doing that, mate.
So you want me to calculate what is the Earth's curvature and what is the Earth's
No, I don't want you to calculate the Earth's curvature. I don't know where you got that from. I just want to know the bullet travel time. How long between click and then the bullet hitting something? What was that time frame? 5 seconds, 10 seconds?
Watch the video. I don't know.
24 seconds?
One video, I point another. That's not the argument.
Yeah, we got that bit. We've both got videos. Congratulations, you know what a video is. That's spectacular. Now, we want to know the bullet travel time in your video. Or better still, post your video up in the side chat so I can at least laugh at it. Make me feel better.
Yeah, you can laugh. You can explain why it's not shoot in the sky. Like if it's...
I don't have to explain anything. All I want to know is the bullet travel time.
What's your point? I don't really get it. You just walking around. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Validation.
Of the video? It's just the video. It could be wrong.
No, we're not trying to validate the video. Click on YouTube, type the name in, it appears. It's validated. That's not hard to do. We are looking at the content of said video, which hasn't been provided yet. We would like to know the actual travel time of the bullet of the shot in your video. So how long did that bullet fly for?
You can write a mail to this guy too.
Yeah, not interested. How long? Or is it just someone talking about we calculate for it? Is there actual video footage of them doing the shot and telling how long it goes for?
The same question to your guy. That
ours there is. Our longest world record shot, they actually show it and film it. So does your guy show and film yours? Yes or no?
What was there?
Yeah, no. Does your guy show his shot filmed and timed? Does he do this or does he just talk about it?
No, just video. As you
so you actually get to see him. So hold on. You actually get to see him sight the target and pull the trigger.
On a video, yes.
Excellent.
Maybe it's a montage.
Post the video.
It's all the controversial theory. Maybe it's
that's great. Post the video.
Controversial theory.
Like this is the
dude. I just want you to post the video in side chat. You can talk about it afterwards.
I already posted. What do you mean?
At what timestamp?
Why do you need timestamps? Watch the full video.
I'd like to find it first.
The speed? I'm not full.
I don't think the video, bro. You got to post the. Tell him where you posted the video. I don't see it anywhere.
Just post it again. This one. He just shoots in different sites, as far as I remember, and demonstrates how it falls off when he shoots the exact target with the different sites of theirs.
Are there cuts in the video?
Yeah, what's the distance? What's the distance, right? What's the calculations for spin drift? What's the wind? What's the wind doing on that?
You can write email to them.
So it's just a baseless claim.
Yeah,
it's just some guy on YouTube.
Yeah. Just a guy to tell him the same thing but the same claim is applicable to the mail that you're saying. You ask some guy that.
Well, this is the world record holder. He shows you all of the variables, right? The distance. Okay, this is the world record shot. What's the distance of the shot that this guy's doing? How much Coriolis? Where's the math?
You just have his subjective demonstration. Like, was he calculating that or not?
Right? The event was not an opinion. The event was a thing that happened. So then the truth of the matter would be in the object, the event that actually happened, not an opinion.
It has happened the same way it happened here. So somebody recorded it.
Well, what's the distance? What's the distance that he's shooting?
In the video, the video actually called 1,000 yards. Like, did you open it? Like, it's just basically named at 1,000 yards to demonstrate different how the Coriolis effect changed the bullet.
Really? So I'm talking. So the one that we presented was 4.4 miles.
Okay, so how is different? Like, here are some recordings.
This one's half a mile.
I was just about to say, how many yards are there in a mile, George?
You can Google it.
5,280.
That's feet, you ding shit.
No, shit.
Yeah, so 1,000 yards is half a mile.
3 feet in a yard. 3 feet in a yard.
When did they lose the last 6 feet of the mile? It's 5,286 feet.
So that's 24 seconds in the air, and that's 1,115 miles an hour in rotation. Or is that the speed of the bullet? I gotta rework that.
Basically, he just entered some points in his ballistic calculator and doesn't count anything.
Yeah, right. And so it's just all assumption.
That's all assumption. We just like I don't say.
So George, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to think about this most logically. If you're proving Coriolis, which would be better, to shoot east-west or to shoot north-south?
I'm not proving Coriolis. I'm saying that your argument with this.
Yeah, I don't give a fucking rat's ass about my argument. I'm asking you a very simple question. And for some reason, you want to sidestep it. You were stroking your ego about how your stupid video demonstrates and proves Coriolis, and I'm asking you which would be better to prove Coriolis. A shot north-south or a shot east-west?
East-west.
You're a clown.
Why not?
Which way is it supposed to be spinning?
You know how it's spinning, right? Okay, so it's...
Yeah, right. Which way is it supposed to be spinning?
So you know how it's spinning, right? Why do you know how
Answer again. Which direction is it supposed to be spinning?
Okay, it is spinning from, how it's called, the west to... Not
to the east.
Yes, right.
Excellent. So if you are going to demonstrate Coriolis, wouldn't you be better off shooting across the flow as opposed to with it?
Not really. Not sure.
Yes,
you're joking, aren't you?
Think about it, bro.
I'm not sure about this. Let me think about it.
Just think about it for 2 seconds, dude.
Maybe.
Definitely. Not maybe. If the Earth is supposed to rotate underneath the bullet, right, then you would want to shoot north or south.
So if he was to shoot to the north and the bullet was to... Why does this guy do that? Hey, George, we don't care. If he was to demonstrate this and shoot north and the bullet was to miss his target by, I don't know, 20 yards to one side, I'd go, hang on a minute, there is something going on there.
I think if you shoot to the north, it will drift a bit to the side. But it's better...
That's your claim.
Maybe. Yeah, like, why are you digging so much this video? Like, what is your point?
It's your video. You're the one that gave it to us to watch.
My only proof to this video, like what I was trying to claim, is that the video and the mail that you got, it doesn't prove anything. They just entered some...
So basically what you're saying is, I don't like your evidence. That's what you're saying. I don't like your evidence because I think it proves nothing.
Okay, your sniper, did he shoot by his like feeling, or he entered the numbers in the ballistic calculator?
Why would he need to enter the numbers into a calculator that assumes you're on a ball? Why wouldn't you just take... George, why are you fucking talking through me? That is exceptionally rude. Stop doing that. Now, number one, this is how easy it is. You get your scope. You look through it. You put the crosshair on what you want to put a hole in. If you're at a longer range, you may have... and he's still fucking talking. What is wrong with this guy? If you're at a longer range, you may need to elevate your shot.
No, it's not how it works for...
To allow for bullet drop over longer distances. And he's still talking.
You need to... you don't know how sniper works. You just
Hey, George,
I mean, you should.
I do bench rest shooting as a hobby.
Counter-Strike or something.
Okay, he doesn't know what that is. George, shut up for 5 seconds. George, as a hobby, I do bench rest shooting. Okay? Now, go and look up what that is. It mightn't sound exciting to some people, but yeah.
What's your point about shooting for 4 miles? Just roughly.
He's that stupid, he was still talking through the fact he was muted, so he wouldn't talk through other people. Oh my god.
I'm waiting you to explain what is the 4 miles shooting in your...
George, listen carefully. You must stop talking through people. You were just muted for 10 seconds, and through that 10 seconds, you continued speaking. No one heard you.
Okay. I'm not interrupting. And I assume you will not too.
Your question, please.
Yes, my question regarding the shooting. Like you mentioned that the shooting, like how you understand this, is you aiming and you just aiming higher a bit, but that's not how it works on 4 miles away. You need to have ballistic calculator. That assumes that the word is globe actually, and you point these numbers into it. So my question is, how do you shoot and 4 miles away if you don't see a target in your scope?
So why do I need a ballistics calculator? I'm lost at that fact. So let's say you and me, we go out to a bench. We line up our target. Now you've got your ballistics calculator. Your calculator's going to tell you to turn either east or west a particular distance in order for you to hit the target. Is that true?
My ballistic calculator will calculate all the corrections based on what I...
Will you be pointing your rifle more to the left in order for you to hit said target?
Which direction is the target? Where is it? On the north?
You're the one that's allowed target to the north.
It's in front of you.
Yeah, it's front, but in real world.
Directly straight ahead, 4 miles.
Yeah, but to the north, to the south, where?
Yes, to the north. North to Alaska. North.
So the question, where will my bullet hits?
No. Which direction is your rifle getting pointed? Have you got a ballistics calculator? Yes or no?
Actually, I have a rifle, but I'm never shooting the...
No, I didn't ask if you had a rifle. I asked, do you own a ballistics calculator? Yes or no?
Yes, only on my phone, but not actual one.
Excellent. So get on your phone, punch in 4 miles.
What
Shot. North. Distance, 4 miles. Elevation of target, 5 yards. And it will tell you, you have to point your rifle X amount of distance to the left.
It's a bit more complicated than that. We need to enter...
No, it's not.
The wind speed, the temperature, the range...
Wind speed, nil.
Now it's the wind speed and temperature. So it's not the Earth spin.
It doesn't counter that, like, it can...
Yeah, exactly, bro. Hold on, let me just read something out. Okay, so modern, like, this is all I typed into AI. Okay, do snipers use ballistic calculators? It says yes, they do. Okay, so it says that they include distance to target, bullet type and velocity, air temperature and pressure, humidity, wind speed and direction, shooting angle uphill or downhill, scope height, and rifle data. Okay, and then the next question I ask, so they don't account for a globe? It says no, standard ballistic calculators do not require a globe earth correction for ordinary sniper ranges.
Damn. You mean the AI said that they're not based on the globe Earth theory, the ballistic calculators?
No, right? And also the world record sniper holder, right, said that he didn't calculate for any Earth curvature or Coriolis.
And
He
check
hit the
this.
target 3 times in a row.
I know people who go hunting and they shoot at deer and they don't have to account for the earth spinning either. Isn't that crazy? They don't have to carry around like a deer hunter's manual on how to account for earth spin and curve. That's crazy. They just go out and shoot at it.
I just asked, and he answered that that it is based on the. I can send you a link. Give me a second. It is not in English, but I will just make it to be in English. And it's basically saying that it's totally based on the globe Earth theory. But give me a second. I will ask him to answer in English. I will share you the results.
So what that means, DJ, in effect, our friend who's done that 4-mile shot would have actually had to aim, if it was a north-south shot, 6.92 miles to the left in order to hit the target.
If you have an access.
How many degrees is that? Does it tell you how many degrees to rotate your gun on the tripod?
No, I just calculate straight line distance.
Asking me to calculate this. I'm not.
Go ahead, yeah, calculate your heart out, dude. Earth is still flat and stationary.
Okay, if it's stationary, can you explain to me? I'm assuming you will explain it this somehow. You will.
That wasn't an escape for you to move on to something new, dude.
It's not an escape, just learning English and trying to get some really good arguments, and you're providing really good ones. But if you want to talk about the previous topic, go ahead. What's your point? You want to argue with you and add some additional?
Yeah, you're going to say that snipers don't account for earth spin.
I'm saying that they're using ballistic calculator.
No, that doesn't say. It says nothing about earth spin in a ballistic calculator.
You're saying that ballistic calculators doesn't account for the
No, it doesn't. Doesn't at all, because it would have to have a measured radius of Earth, and they would have to have measured the speed in different locations to make sure it's accurate. So they didn't do any of that because nobody's measured the Earth curve or measured the Earth spinning.
Why do you think so?
And you talked through me. I don't know what you said, so that's the end. I don't know what you said. I'm not going to ask you to repeat it.
I'm waiting for you to finish your mind. Sorry about that. Okay, so you sound just a bit defensive, so I had to interrupt you. But sorry about if that was interrupting your point of view. If you want to explain your thought, just go ahead. I will mute.
He already said he's not going to repeat himself.
Okay, no problem. Is that?
So.
So I have another interesting topic to discuss if you want. If you open the link, there's interesting time lapse. How the North Pole and South Pole looks on the equator. And I'm really
just so you know, George, with your Coriolis crap, and I'm just going to nail this right hard and proper now, and for Triggering Triangle's answer, 59.97 degrees.
What is
That's
that?
how far he would have to tilt his barrel either left or right in order to allow for your claim.
So you almost have to shoot your you almost have to shoot your spotter.
Correct. So instead of aiming directly straight ahead at your target, George, on a 4-mile shot, you would have to turn and rotate your barrel 59.9706 degrees.
So can I?
So you're telling me that's what they did? That is ridiculous.
Excuse me, move over. I got to turn my gun towards your face. My spotter, I got to tell my spotter to move because I got to turn my barrel at him so I can make the shot. So the earth catches up to it. The target catches up to the bullet as the bullet's flying. Does that sound normal, George? Jorge?
Let me go ahead with the previous question first. Like, how did you calculate that? You probably entered it some way, some calculator that assumes.
I probably entered it. Thank you for assuming.
Right.
It was quite easy, really. We calculate off the alleged Earth rotation of 1,038 miles an hour, and you divide that by 60, and that gives you your miles per minute. You divide it by 60, that gives you your miles per second. You times that by 24, because that was the bullet travel time, and it gives you an answer in miles. That's how far to the left or to the right in miles offset from dead straight you should be. Then I draw a line. So I've got a triangle drawn on my screen, and I know you'd like this, Professor Triangle. I've got a triangle drawn on my screen. One straight line at 4 miles, then perpendicular to that at the end of it, or at 90 degrees, one that goes out the 6.92 miles, and then I finish the triangle off from the end of that 6.92 back to the shooter, and then I just measure the angle. Or actually, I click on my CAD program, and it tells me what the angle is.
So can you share this program that you are using, and maybe it could also?
Yeah, it's called LibreCAD.
Can it share the calculations?
I just did. I told you how to do it.
Where is it? I didn't see it.
Okay, let's go through this step by step. What is the alleged Earth's rotation in miles per hour at the equator?
It's in a calculator. Do you want me to be the calculator or what? You have it.
I want you to answer the question that I asked you. I don't want you to pretend to be anything else. Human will suffice. So please answer the question.
How do I know what is the speed of rotation? What do you mean? Like, what are you asking me?
Okay, you believe you live on a ball that's rotating in front of the sun, correct?
Ball rotating in front.
Okay, you believe you live on a sphere that's rotating in front of the sun, correct?
In front of the sun, what do you mean? But it's mostly correct, yes.
Okay,
that's my
so if the ball or sphere is rotating at what speed in miles per hour, is it allegedly rotating?
I didn't measure it. Do you want me to measure it?
You can Google it. It'll probably save you a long time.
I just want to quickly point out something I observed, which is kind of funny. Every single flat earther in this channel right now could easily answer how fast the globe is claimed to spin.
I know.
The only people that don't know the basics about the globe in here are the globe earthers. Isn't that funny? Yet you base your whole this is just the claimed speed, right? It's not actually moving. Okay, but the globe claims that it moves at 1,039 miles per hour at the equator. Okay, every single flat earther in here knows that, right? But you base your whole worldview on something that you don't even know anything about. That's kind of funny and scary.
Yeah, your model have some predictability, but how do you use it? Do you use it in the ballistic calculator, or you use?
No. Back to the question. So, how fast is the Earth allegedly rotating in miles per hour?
You already know that, Jay.
Yeah, but you don't. This is for your help, not for ours.
I don't need it for my help. Just
Oh, you
say
need
what
help. You have no idea how much. So how fast is it supposed to be spinning? Because what you need to do is on your computer, you need to click on the standard calculator so we can work this out. And you need to input that number to start off with. How about we just pick a random number? 1,038. That sounds pretty close. So you got your calculator ready? 1038. Now that's how fast it's supposed to be spinning at the equator in 1 hour. 1,038 miles per hour. So we need to get that down to seconds. So let's divide that by 60. That'll get us minutes. Divide 60. And that takes us to 17.3 miles per minute. Divided by 60 equals 0.288 and a shit ton of threes of a mile per second. Now, how long did the bullet travel? This is why, remember earlier, we were talking about bullet flight time. Most important. So, 24 seconds, was it, DJ?
Yes.
20 seconds? 24 seconds?
24.
Times 24. 24 equals 6.92 miles of rotation in the time that I'll make click the trigger to the bullet hitting the target. So that's how fast sideways the Earth should have moved.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No wonder they want to ban firearms everywhere. If you're aiming crazy shit like that just to hit a target.
What's going on?
Oh, our good friend George was telling us all about the Coriolis effect and how snipers have to account for it.
Wait, snipers are worried about the way their bullet looks to another observer?
Nice. Good form.
That's weird.
10 of 10. Say it again.
Can I play a quick video clip of
Yeah, go.
some snipers trying to account for Coriolis in the field? It's just a minute.
Can I ask you a question? It kind of related to this one, but
Yeah, you can ask your question. My clip didn't work for some reason, so go ahead.
So I was previously posted this. You can actually Google another one. It's just the first one I found. That's how the time lapse of the stars on the equator. And I just wondering, from the flat Earth perspective, how can it be explained like that? We have two different centers of which the stars or something way. Like
I
the
don't have
bright spots
one.
are.
I just have the north. I just have a North Star. I just have one. I don't know how you can see two.
In which hemisphere are you at? What country are you in?
Doesn't matter. I can only see one.
Yeah, you can only see one. You can actually see one in your hemisphere. That's the point.
Nobody knows how the sky works, bro. Okay, there's two apparent
everybody
points.
knows except the flat earthers.
No. You've been fed a story Like, we probably know your story better than you do. Like, we know everything about the globe 100 times more than you do. Okay,
That's why
you just
I'm
you
listening.
just blindly believe the story you got told, that the stars are suns many times larger than the Earth, millions of light years away, in a vacuum, big balls of plasma gas in a vacuum. You can't prove any of that bullshit, right? That's all straight up textbook definition pseudoscience. We don't know how the sky works, but whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a surface that continuously measures flat every single time it's tested. So whatever's going on up there is happening above a flat surface, and you have no evidence to debunk that at all.
Okay, I was just wondering if the argument will be if you have some kind of a model that have some predictability, or you will just go into this like oil rigs example all of the time.
Yeah,
Or-
but
or,
that
that's
destroys your entire model, right? So you're not predicting anything with the globe, okay? Right? The
The
sun.
mirage, mirage effect. You mean it destroys what exactly destroys?
No. There's no miraging effect in the observations that we're showing.
Can you just answer in your?
You don't even know what a mirage. You don't even know what a mirage is.
Not the argument.
I already
The
tried
horizon
to explain,
distance
but you're
from
not
the
listening.
observer
Yeah,
and the altitude the observer has, that's the argument.
Yeah, you don't
Not
even
the
know
way it
what a
looks.
mirage is, bro. Look, this is the thing. You're not predicting anything with the globe model. Okay, long before people thought the Earth was a globe, right? They knew when the sun was going to set. They knew what season it was going to be. Okay, these are post-dictions because everything in the sky goes in cycles and it repeats. Okay, you're not predicting anything. It's a post-diction.
Yeah,
I already
backwards engineer
explained to you
garbage.
with the lens effect. It's kind of similar. If you don't listen, that's not
What
really
lens
my
effect? Well, no, you don't know anything about
Can you
optics.
just
Clearly,
explain for? I'm really interested in your argument, and I'm really hope it will not fall off to the curvature. It will have some model of the floaters.
no. We
why
don't live.
have
We don't live
to-
on a model. We just use reality. Like you don't
Yeah,
need to have a
Isn't
model
that reality
Ferrari
our
if you have a
concept?
Ferrari, right? You
Isn't
don't need
that
to have a
reality?
model horse if you have a horse.
Time
Okay,
lapse.
we can just actually check the real world.
The
Okay,
real world
what
is
we
the
check
time lapse.
is your model that you
No,
claim.
it's not model. Sorry,
Right?
it's not a model.
Hold on,
I
bro.
just point to
Mr.
the
Interruption
time lapse.
King. Mr. Interruption King.
You're
Right? We
interrupting
test your model, okay, and it doesn't match up. Okay, and you have absolutely zero empirical evidence that it matches reality. We could sit here for the next 20 hours presenting test after test after test. And then when we ask you to present one, you won't be able to. Right? You'll just flail. That's what you'll do.
Okay, so I just presented you, and sorry, let me just now finish. I just presented you the time lapse, which is just actual observation, the same as you see on the lens, just at a different time stamp. It's within more hours. In actual time lapse of the stars on the equator, you can either not measure it in the equator. You can do it in two different spots on the Earth, but that's what I'm presenting on the
Yeah, it's
equator.
the stars. The stars are moving. It's above
Yeah,
a flat
so
surface.
why
Yeah,
we
we
have
check the
two
surface.
Why we
Because
have to
there's two apparent points of rotation in the sky, and the stars move, not the Earth. The stars, just like we all experience.
move into like what?
What's a star? What do you think a star is?
He still thinks they go in different directions.
Yeah, they all go east to
I
west,
agree.
bro.
That is some bright spots that we see that are around the Earth, right?
Yeah, and they all go east to west. Whether you're in
Yeah,
Australia, whether you're in the north, they all go east to west.
Yeah,
Right?
and in Australia they have some patterns. In another opposite side of the world, even a flat world, they have
still go east to
different
west
patterns, right?
Yeah, the stars move in the sky. What's a
Yeah,
star?
who cares what the sky does? Who cares what the sky does?
I really care. I'm trying to explain reality. My observation is the time lapse. showing exactly that we rotate around two spots.
Oh, okay.
Not
Okay. How do you
one
know
spot.
the Earth's rotating? How do you know the Earth's rotating?
I don't know that. I see this.
Okay,
with
so you just
observation.
assume it. So you don't know it's
Of course,
rotating.
of
Do
course,
you
of course.
experience the Earth as rotating, or do you experience the Earth as stationary?
I'm trying to explain what I see.
And we already know the globe-tard explanations,
I'm trying to change
right?
the topic.
You
please.
need
Just
to
try to explain
validate. You need to validate the explanations to make sure the explanations match reality. We can explain it to you 100 times better than you know it because we've been studying this shit. Okay, you
So
clearly
what-
don't even know the basics about the globe. We know your explanation. We don't need you to teach us anything, right? You're the one that can get educated by us, if anything.
That's why I'm here. I'm trying to get educated. Why
Yeah.
these two
Okay.
things are
So is there a requirement in your explanation that the Earth is curving? Does that
no
require your
requirements,
explanation to be
just
true?
no requirements, just free speech. Just explain in your point of view why there are two different spots that we are rotating around.
Excellent. It's because of perspective and the fact that you're using a fisheye lens, allowing you to see a wider angle of perspective each side of said viewer.
Can you imagine merry-go-round like this kind of stuff, like, right?
What
Can
the
you
fuck has a
imagine-
merry-go-round got to do with what I just said?
I'm trying to ask you what kind of lens should be that we have two spots. What kind of perspective? I understand that perspective is like what kind of perspective should be that we have not just distortion. We can have distortion on a lens. I agree with that. But if we have two spots that
You have no idea what the sky is, and you're asking us questions about it.
educate me.
No, we don't make claims about the sky. We've tested the surface, and we know whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface.
Ask us
Okay,
about the
you have a
surface,
fairy
dude.
tale. You have a fairy tale about the sky.
Just a time lapse, just to you do.
Yeah,
do
but
the
yeah,
camera
okay.
at
We
any
have a
point
time lapse. We
in
have
the-
the same time lapses that you have.
Okay. Well, do you have time lapse on the equator? The same one?
Yeah, they're all of the same ones. We all observe the same thing in the sky. Dumbass.
Share something.
Yeah, the same one. How do you know if every single time lapse? Just Google time lapse of the stars at the equator. There you go. That's what it looks like.
I already did it. I just shared.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Now what?
Why there are two spots that we are rotating around? Do you see the two circles that we are rotating around? There's two.
Okay,
things.
George.
We're not rotating. We're
you
not
know what
rotating.
perspective is? Things get smaller as they get further away. Yes?
Yes.
Excellent. Right. Is there a convergence point due to perspective? So you're looking straight ahead, things getting smaller as further away. Is there a convergence point?
Like for the moon? Should the moon converge, right? Or the sun?
I didn't mention the moon.
Like what then what is your point? Like if the moon.
So you're just going to act dumb and not answer the fucking question. Why are you deliberately being a troll, or you just really have no friggin' idea?
What he's trying to do is reverse the burden of proof, and he's trying to bait us into trying
I
to
don't
make
think he's that
claims about
qualified.
Well, he's trying to make us make claims about
You're
how the
not
sky works. We
answering the
don't know.
question.
Okay, we don't know how the sky works. Okay,
He
do
wants
you
to know
how
why
the
there's
sky
two
works?
points. It's just the fact that it's a panoramic lens or a fisheye lens, and you've got 2 points of perspective instead of just one, you looking straight ahead. Because the lens is so wide, you can see the perspective from both sides. That's all it is.
In any fisheye, you can achieve the different obstructions and different distortions. That's
We know.
But you cannot achieve two different centers like I shared.
Yes, you can.
Any example?
There's one that Travis posted up in the side chat. Fisheye lens, concentric circles, and oh my god, look what it's done. It's caused them to bend at each side of the fisheye lens, exactly like what we see in the sky. Beautiful example. Thank you, Travis. But anyways, George, it doesn't really matter what the sky's doing up there, and the stars are doing, and the sun is doing, and any bullets that happen to be flying overhead are doing, because the ground underneath it all is still measured flat.
Yeah, that's actually interesting example. But there are no centers. They are just, if you see on your example,
George, what
no
the
rotation.
shit do you think those rings are inside of the lens?
Yeah,
top
look at those
right,
rings.
bottom left.
It's just a lens, just lens effect.
George, I know you're struggling and you've probably forgot to put your glasses on. What is the ring that's top right, bottom left, inside of the lens? George?
Open just 2 videos. Why? And this
No,
one.
George.
You can
I
see
want
there's
you to
in
answer
this
the question,
video,
George.
there's no rotation.
What is the ring, George, that's inside the lens, top right, and the opposite side? Oh my God, like as polar opposite, I suppose, is a term we could use. What's the ring that's there?
What is the ring?
If we shrink that ring down, would that become a singular point, George?
I'm trying to understand.
And now you're laughing because you finally got it. You understand the stupidity of it.
I'm trying to understand your point, that you acting kind of weird, but
no, you're not listening.
I'm listening. What's your point?
Obviously not, because you would have answered the question. You see the lens, George? Yes or no?
I see.
You see the black cardboard with rings and dots on it rotating under the lens?
Yes, I see. I see the
Excellent. Now let's look through the lens. Top right, bottom left. Do you see the circle that's generated inside the lens?
No, there's no circle. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. There's a distortion. That's a lens distortion.
Okay, it's not a perfect fucking circle. It's a distorted egg shape.
It's an ellipse. Yeah, it's there. It's an ellipse. I see it. Yep.
There's no circle that we can see that the stars rotating around. We see the distortion, actually, that's true, but the distortion is not creating 2 centers.
Okay, George, hey, let me try a different angle. Inside the lens, top left, top right, bottom left. What do you call that shape where there is a line that is completed end to end? There's 2 of them. Inside the lens, top right, bottom left.
It's just a radial distortion. It's how it works.
So that's what we see outside at night time? Just a radial distortion?
No.
Yes.
Because here, if you can see that, can you...
Hey, George, see that lens that's on that cardboard there? That represents your eyes. When you go outside, you see the same shit.
Can you see the stars here that doing the circle?
No, I can't. I just see dots on a bit of cardboard.
Because there are no circles. They're just lens distortion. There's no circle in a round 2 axis.
Excellent. Say that again. It's just lens what?
Lens distortion. Here it's
excellent. Now go and have a look at the images you posted for us. It is just lens distortion.
It's not just lens distortion. They have 2 centers. Here they don't have.
Well, that's what happens on lens distortion from different perspective, George.
No, it's not.
How do you know that?
Because in this video you share.
Because what?
I don't see any axis, like 2 axes that we are rotating around. We just distorting, like then you see.
You don't see any 2-axis on the lens picture that Travis posted up. Do I need to get that picture and draw a fucking line through it for you so you can see it?
You can maybe, but
You don't want to see it, do you? You're just acting dumb. Because you know you've cornered yourself and you're looking at the stars with time-lapse photography through a panoramic lens means absolutely nothing.
Try to be less offensive, please. What's the...
Oh, you're the only one offended.
No, I'm not offended, but you are trying to be...
So what are you talking about offenses for? I've not committed any crimes.
That's good. So, in this lens image and GIF that was sent by Travis, where is the 2 centers that we have to rotated stars?
All right, I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. Copy. Ah, fuck my people are stupid.
By the way, what is this image? Like, what is this circling around? Where is it from? Or just some imaginary disk? Was it the actual observation or just rendering?
Okay, George, in the side chat...
George, where did the globe come from? Is it just imaginary, or does somebody actually measure that?
But the one I send you is the actual lens time lapse. Here,
Yeah, that's great. We don't care. George, side chat, 11 minutes past the hour. Focus.
Just ignoring that.
Yeah, George, it's because you keep talking shit. You come along and you've got this mindset of this is perfect globe proof. It satisfies my requirements. But what you don't realize is it doesn't prove anything and you still can't comprehend that. So anyways, 11 minutes past the hour. See the yellow line drawn on the lens, George?
I see your yellow, yes.
Excellent. That yellow line, no, that was a yes or no. You don't have to keep talking. That yellow line represents the axis of rotation, if it had one.
I agree with that. That's how you try to...
Excellent. So now go and do the same thing on your stupid pictures.
There's no axis. It is just lens.
That's what's happening with yours, George. George, listen carefully, McFly. Hello?
Listen.
That's what's happening with your image. There is no axis. It's just lens distortion.
Nope.
Well, you've got to go and prove that there's an axis. Instead of going, nope, there's an axis, you go and prove it. Good luck proving Earth rotation. Good luck proving an axis and all the other dumbassery that comes with it.
Okay, here it is. Here comes the better example. This one. Can you see it?
And he's still looking at stars. It is just lens distortion.
It is not. That's no such lens distortion. Dude, I'm a computer vision.
It's a panoramic lens.
I'll tell you about the lens.
George, please go and do yourself a favor. Stop posting up pictures of stars and telling us it's not distorted.
You cannot make distortion with 2 different axes. How do you do that? Do you have an example for that? The example you...
Yeah, it's posted in side chat already, but for some fucking reason, you don't want to look at it.
I'm looking at it, and they don't have...
Well, it's not sinking in.
They don't have 2 axes. That's just lens above some rotating disc.
George, what do you think the 2 distorted components are? Top right, bottom left. If you were very, very small, standing underneath all of that, that top right and bottom left would look like an axis of rotation. That's exactly what you see in your images. Because George is such a small creature, he sees, oh my God, fisheye photo equals axis of rotation. For some reason, George, you keep posting up images telling us axis of rotation, but yet when I post the same thing, just at a different scale, it's not the same thing. Why the bias?
Don't keep it too close to your heart. Like, open your gift that Travis shared. Where is the axis of rotation? There is one around the disk.
This guy's fucking stupid, guys. Anyone else talk, please?
I'm trying to shame me like in a
George,
be objective.
your level of stupidity is mind-boggling.
Dude,
they're exactly the same effect.
Don't be so offensive. Okay, I trying to explain you that
George, it's exactly the same effect. On one of them, George says skyproof. On the other one, George says not related, even though same effect. Both of them are caused by a fisheye lens.
Dude, geometrically, what are we seeing on this gift? I see a disk with a lens with one rotation axis around the disk. What falls with this?
So you're not looking through the lens. You're looking at the disk.
I'm looking through the lens. Where is the rotation?
So look through the lens at the yellow line I drew through there. George, George, you know what? I've had enough of this shit. This is going to be making people sick at home. Seriously, DJ, why do we get to entertain this level of stupidity? It's disgusting. He will keep preaching until he fucking dies in his seat that his images show an axis of rotation, but yet Travis's one doesn't, even though you can clearly see the ring forming around the quote-unquote axis of rotation.
What do you think it proves anyway, George?
It's accurate.
Oh, finally, I can see. I can now speak. Thank you very much. That's a so good community. Really pleased to talk to you. I was talking that what is the axis on the gift? I clearly see one axis that the disk is spinning around.
Yeah. All right.
And the lens on
in yours, where is the axis?
It is around the black disk that is spinning.
No, in your one, in your example.
Oh, in my one, that's the big question that I'm trying to explain. And I'm not trying to like provoke or something. I'm trying to get the real good explanation, not trying to move it to...
I'm just asking you, where is it? Where is the axis?
There are two of them.
Where are they?
There are two of them.
Where are they?
On the bottom. Depending on what you are seeing. They're basically like two centers that we are rotating, which you maybe...
Where are they?
One in the Polaris and one in the south.
Oh, in the sky.
Yes.
So they're in the sky. In the sky. So not on the ground.
Yes, they're in the sky. Of course, we are looking at the sky.
Okay, so what do you think it proves?
It proves that there are two rotation points. One in the northern, like the Polaris, and the one in the opposite side. If theirs would be flat, which
now
is...
what?
Yeah. What I'm trying to be like scientific, which the theory should be falsifiable.